Chapter 1464. He had killed an alien on the star cloud list right under Uluo's nose. This was a slap in the face. At the foot of Ivory Mountain, all the Human Clan warriors watched this scene in shock. Ivory Mountain, which had been in a chaotic battle just now, instantly quieted down. On the top of the mountain, Fang Chun and Uluo faced each other. This was a battle between the two of them. Fang Chun said that he would give Uluo a chance to fight alone. Hearing Fang Chun's words, Uluo's face was extremely gloomy, and he was burning with anger. He swore in his heart that he would kill Sanguinati. I can guarantee that they all died in vain. Fang Chun's attitude was very tough, and he was not afraid of Uluo at all. Before receiving the training of Bone City Lord, he was already able to fight with the black-robed warrior. And now, he did not take Uluo seriously at all. You're courting death. Uluo could not bear it anymore. Sanguinati had provoked him time and time again, so he had to make a strong counterattack. A strange gray aura emerged around Uluo's body. This gray aura turned into a flood dragon. Although Uluo was not from the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan, his innate ability was similar to that of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. Of course, Uluo's innate ability was much more powerful than that of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. Flood Dragon, soaring into the sky, transformed into a dragon. Uluo roared, clenching his fists, and the power around him surged. He suddenly punched at Fang Chun. At the same time, the Flood Dragon phantom in the sky emitted a golden light and turned into a golden dragon in the blink of an eye. This was Uluo's strongest trump card. If he wanted to establish his prestige, he had to kill Sanguinati as quickly as possible. Uluo did not hold back. Fang Chun would not hold back either. This battle was related to the survival of the human clan and the alien race. Myriad Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique. Fang Chun did not hesitate to use the Myriad Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique. Thousands of lightning bolts appeared out of thin air, and the sky was instantly covered by dark clouds. Then, a rolling sea of clouds appeared in the dark clouds, and thousands of lightning bolts quickly swam. A beam of red light shot out from the red glass sword. So strong. The crowd at the foot of Ivory Mountain exclaimed in surprise. While Fang Chun was attacking, Uluo's attack had already neared Fang Chun. Swoosh, the terrifying red sword light suddenly pierced toward Uluo's fists. Crack Uluo's fists were pierced by the sword light, and blood splattered all over the sky. Roar, the roar of a dragon resounded through the sky. The golden dragon swooped down with the aura of a true dragon. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Fang Chun. However, at this moment, the 10,000 lightning bolts in the sea of clouds suddenly merged into the red glass sword. Swoosh, the red glass sword rushed forward and stabbed into the golden dragon's head. No! At this moment, the red glass sword burst forth with unimaginable power. Seeing this, Uluo cried out in alarm. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. How is this possible? Crack under Uluo's stupefied gaze, the golden dragon exploded. The divine ability that he was so proud of was nothing in front of Sanguinati. Do you still want to continue fighting? Fang Chun smiled. His strength completely crushed Uluo. Uluo could not resist at all. There was no point in continuing the fight. I'm not satisfied. Uluo roared to the sky and burned his essence blood, trying to severely injure Fang Chun. However, with the true meaning of time and space, Uluo could not even see Fang Chun's figure. It's time to end this. Uluo attacked crazily. His essence blood was constantly consumed, and his vitality was disappearing. Suddenly, Fang Chun's figure appeared behind Uluo, and the red glass sword stabbed into Uluo's back. Bang! Uluo's body fell to the ground weakly. He widened his eyes and raised his hand. In the end, he died under the red glass sword. Boom! The foot of Ivory Mountain was in an uproar. Uluo, the #1 expert on the Star Cloud list, was suppressed by Sanguinati and killed without being able to fight back. This was practically earth-shattering news. It was too shocking. Sanguinati is too strong. He deserves to be called invincible in the heavenly body tier. Yes, It's laughable that we doubted Sanguinati before. The crowd was cheering. At this moment, Sanguinati was the savior of the human race. With his own strength, he killed more than 100 people on the Star Cloud list. Even the #1 expert on the Star Cloud list was killed. He had successfully reversed the situation. Everyone could imagine that in the following days, the heavenly body tier elites would definitely be crushed by the human race. The foreign races would have no chance of survival. This was a great contribution. Many human cultivators looked at Fang Chun with eyes full of respect. Sanguinati, Sanguinati. Shouts came from the crowd. They were all cheering Sanguinati's name. Even the few human geniuses who thought they were the strongest in the heavenly body tier lowered their proud heads. Sanguinati was truly worthy of being called an elite. Fang Chun put away the red glass sword and looked down. Suddenly, the sound of the air being torn apart came from afar. Immediately, the black-robed cultivator flew over quickly and landed on the mountain peak. Invincible in the heavenly body tier, how laughable, the black-robed cultivator said coldly, full of disdain for Fang Chun. At the foot of Ivory Mountain, many cultivators were surprised by the sudden appearance of the black-robed cultivator. Who is this? What is he doing? Does he want to challenge Sanguinati? Many human cultivators were confused. And at the top of Ivory Mountain, seeing the black-robed cultivator appear, Fang Chun also showed a hint of a smile. He had started a massacre here to lure out the black-robed cultivator. Of course, the most important thing was the organization behind the black-robed cultivator. The foreign races elites on the Star Cloud list were all killed by him. On the battlefield of the heavenly body tier, the foreign races were no threat. Now, he was most worried about the black-robed cultivators organization. Now, he had finally lured them out. Finally here. Fang Chun grinned, smiling very brightly. I'm here to take your life. The black-robed cultivator was very confident in himself. I let you escape last time, but this time, you'll definitely die. As the black-robed cultivator spoke, his aura surged. At that instant, a terrifying aura spread into the surroundings. Many human cultivators below panicked and kept retreating. They widened their eyes and looked at the black-robed cultivator on the mountain peak. Heavens, who is this black-robed cultivator? He's even stronger than you, Luo. No wonder he dared to come here to deal with Sanguinati. Turns out he has some tricks up his sleeve. Looking at his aura, he's infinitely close to the half-step creation tier. Can Sanguinati defeat him? The human cultivators were worried about Sanguinati. In fact, their worries were unnecessary. The black-robed cultivator had always been in Fang Chun's calculations. And now, he had appeared as he wished. Fang Chun was very happy. I'm afraid you can't take my life, but don't worry, I won't kill you. Fang Chun sneered. The black-robed cultivator attacked. Boom! The entire Ivory Mountain peak was shaking. The black-robed cultivator's attack was too fierce. All the human cultivators widened their eyes and stared at the mountain peak, afraid that they would miss something. Fang Chun stood quietly, motionless. Have you given up? Seeing this, the black-robed cultivator said coldly. His attack was even more ruthless. The strength of his attack was several times stronger than Yuluo's. No matter how strong Fang Chun's defense was, he would definitely die if he was hit by him. He seemed to have seen the scene of Sanguinati being killed by him. However, he was wrong. Seeing the black-robed cultivator in front of him, Fang Chun suddenly released a wild aura. As soon as this aura was released, it caused the space to fluctuate. Fang Chun stood still and looked at the black-robed cultivator with a smile. After feeling this aura, the black-robed cultivator's pupils shrank, and his expression changed drastically. How is this possible? The black-robed cultivator cried out. This aura actually contained the aura of the creation realm. You've broken through to the creation realm. The black-robed cultivator increased the strength of his attack, wanting to give Fang Chun a fatal blow. No, half-step to the creation realm. The black-robed cultivator discovered Fang Chun's cultivation level and was very shocked. Half-step to the creation realm. Finding the threshold of the creation realm and the heavenly body realm were two different concepts. Die. The black-robe cultivator's attack landed on Fong Chun. What shocked everyone was that Fong Chun was not injured, but the black-robed cultivator's body was directly sent flying. Heavens, what exactly happened? Did Sanguinati hide his strength just now? Sanguinati is too strong. The black-robe cultivator is no match for him at all. Amidst everyone's shocked voices, Fong Chun took a step forward and arrived in front of the black-robe cultivator. Then his large hand reached out and grabbed the black-robe cultivator. Then Fong Chun sealed the black-robed cultivator's chi-si. With his chi-si sealed, the black-robed cultivator could not use the power of the stars, almost like a cripple. "Why didn't you kill me?" The black-robed cultivator roared furiously. Sanguinati's cultivation level had reached half-step to the creation realm, so his loss was not unjustified. No matter how strong a heavenly body realm cultivator was, he was still a heavenly body realm cultivator. And half-step to the creation realm was touching the threshold of the creation realm and could not be compared. "Keeping you alive is still useful," Fong Chun said. The Battle of Ivory Mountain quickly spread throughout the heavenly body realm battlefield. The foreign races were furious, but there was nothing they could do. No matter how many heavenly body realm foreign races they sent, they could not deal with Sanguinati. The human cultivators were all cheering Sanguinati's name. Reaching half-step to the creation realm at such a young age, this was an unprecedented miracle. However, Fong Chun was more low-key. He personally escorted the black-robed cultivator out of the purgatory, came to Whitebone City, and handed the latter over to the Whitebone City Lord. The reason why Fong Chun could reach half-step to the creation realm was inseparable from the training of the Whitebone City Lord. "Good, I did not misjudge you." The Whitebone City Lord laughed loudly. 88. 8. The elders nodded their heads in agreement. After the Battle of Ivory Mountain, Fong Chun's name was destined to be known in the purgatory. "City Lord, this is all I can do. As for their organization, I believe that with your means, you should be able to find out from him," Fong Chun said. "Yes, leave the rest to me." The Whitebone City Lord looked at the black-robed cultivator. Today was a legendary day. In the Battle of Ivory Mountain, Sanguinati was crowned king, becoming the strongest king of the heavenly body realm, an invincible existence. Chapter 1465. The heavenly body tier battle leader was invincible, crushing all the geniuses of the purgatory. If the outside world knew about this, it would definitely be shocked. In less than 3 days, the foreign races had completely retreated from the battlefield of the heavenly body tier, and the human cultivators completely controlled the purgatory. Fong Chun's contribution to the human race was really too great. The City Lord of Whitebone City personally received him. "Sanguinati, you've made a great contribution this time." The City Lord of Whitebone City came to Fong Chun's residence and laughed heartily. The purpose of entering the purgatory had been achieved. After Fong Chun brought the black-robed cultivator out, he didn't plan to enter again. His strength was unmatched in the entire purgatory. There was no challenge anymore. The greatest reward this time was the Sword Emperor's inheritance. Obtaining the Sword Emperor's inheritance made him undergo a qualitative transformation. He was very confident that he would definitely be able to enter the creation tier in a short time. The City Lord of Whitebone City was very happy, his face full of smiles. He hadn't smiled so brightly in a long time. He had been overseeing Whitebone City, observing the situation in the purgatory. The City Lord of Whitebone City also had a headache. On the battlefield of the heavenly body tier, the human cultivators were repeatedly defeated. At first, he thought that the human race would be completely defeated. Who would have thought that at this time, Sanguinati would appear out of thin air? He single-handedly turned the situation around, driving the foreign races out. The purgatory was vast and boundless. There was a huge amount of resources in the purgatory. The reason why the human race and the foreign races fought in the purgatory was to not destroy the foundation of the universe. The second reason was because the purgatory had a huge amount of resources. Both sides wanted to occupy the resources, but neither side gave in to the other. Sanguinati's appearance allowed the human race to occupy the purgatory alone. This was a great contribution. City Lord. Fong Chun clasped his hands in greeting. Sanguinati, you single-handedly turned the situation around and made a great contribution to the human race. When this matter is over, I will personally take you to the human race's holy land and reward you with a spirit body. The City Lord of Whitebone City patted Fong Chen's shoulder. The human race's holy land. Fong Chen had never heard of it. City Lord, where is the human race's holy land compared to the three god races? Fong Chen asked. In his impression, the three god clans should be the strongest forces under the god realm. How does the holy land of a human clan compare with the three god clans? There's no comparison. The three god clans also belong to the human race, but in recent years, the three god clans have become independent. Even so, the human race's foundation is still very deep. Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded slightly. It seemed that the three god clans were also extremely important to the human clan. You don't have to worry about that for now. You'll know when you reach the human race's sacred land. The Lord of Whitebone City continued. We have already learned about the organization behind them from the Black Robe Cultivator. It won't take long for us to completely destroy them. After we destroy this organization, I'll take you to the human race's sacred land. In the meantime, you can stay in Bone City. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period of time, Fong Chun had been cultivating in Whitebone City every day. After reaching the half step to the creation realm, Fong Chun vaguely felt that he had touched the threshold of the creation realm. However, it was very difficult to take that step. Of course, he was not in a hurry. It had been less than 50 years since he started cultivating. It was considered good for him to have such an achievement. Moreover, he had the true meaning of time and space. The further he progressed, the more the power of the true meaning of time and space would be revealed. Fong Chun waited for a long time before the Lord of Whitebone City finally came again. City Lord. Fong Chun stood up and looked at the Lord of Whitebone City. The latter was very happy. The force behind the Black Robe Cultivator has been destroyed. Today, I'll take you to the human race's sacred land. Hearing this, Fong Chun was a little excited. The human race's sacred land was the sacred land with the deepest foundation in this world. In terms of foundation, even the three god clans would be ashamed of their inferiority. After all, the human race had existed since the beginning of the universe. City Lord, where is the human race's sacred land? Fong Chen asked. In this universe, there are 4 sacred lands. They're the sacred lands of the 3 god clans, and the last one is the human race's sacred land. The 4 sacred lands are located in the 4 directions of the universe, and the human race's sacred land is in the easternmost part, the Lord of Whitebone City explained. Fong Chun nodded, suddenly enlightened. Immediately, he felt a flash of white light, and he fell into darkness. He knew that the Lord of Whitebone City was taking him to the human race's sacred land. There was a familiar feeling around him, as if he was traveling through time and space. After an unknown period of time, the boring journey finally ended. A bright light appeared in front of Fong Chen's eyes. The place where Fong Chen was at was a wasteland. It was deserted, and the surroundings were filled with a heart-palpitating cold. If not for the protection of the Lord of Whitebone City, Fong Chen's primordial spirit would have been frozen long ago. Looking up, there was a mountain peak not far away. The human race's sacred land? This was the true meaning of towering into the clouds. Even when Fong Chun released his primordial spirit, he could not see the end of the mountain peak. Let's go, the Lord of Whitebone City said. He could understand Fong Chen's shock. In fact, when he came to the human race's sacred land for the first time, he was also shocked, just like Fong Chun. Just like that, the Lord of Whitebone City and Fong Chun stepped onto the sacred mountain. However, Fong Chun was a little surprised. A longsword appeared under the Lord of Whitebone City's feet, and he jumped onto the longsword. Come on up. Fong Chun nodded and stood on the longsword. Whoosh! The longsword whistled out, and Fong Chun could not even see the surroundings clearly. The human race's sacred land has existed since ancient times. Apart from the sacred Lord, no one can walk up the sacred mountain, the Lord of White Bone City explained. Why is that? Fong Chen exclaimed. It involves the rules. You won't understand even if I tell you now. You will slowly understand in the future. After saying that, the Lord of White Bone City activated the long sword with all his strength and flew toward the human race's sacred land. A life and death sovereign riding a supreme treasure was extremely fast. Even if Fong Chen used his grade 7 true meaning of time and space, he would not be able to move as fast as the Lord of White Bone City. However, even with such speed, it took them 3 months to reach the peak of the mountain. Fong Chen was so shocked that he did not know what to say. If he flew by himself, he might not be able to reach the peak even after several years. It's too hot. Fong Chen sighed inwardly. The human race's sacred mountain is the highest mountain in the world, the Lord of White Bone City explained. Just as the Lord of White Bone City was speaking, an old man suddenly appeared. White Bone, you're here. When the old man saw the Lord of White Bone City, his face was full of smiles. Old Fish, the Lord of White Bone City replied with a smile. The old man called Old Fish looked at Fong Chen and asked with narrowed eyes, "This is the genius you spoke of?" The Lord of White Bone City nodded and said, "Let's go. Take Fong Chen to see the Sacred Lord." Hearing the words, Sacred Lord, Old Fish's expression changed slightly. The human race's Sacred Lord could be said to be the strongest existence in the world. Even life and death realm monarchs were just ants in front of the human race's Sacred Lord. After entering the human race's sacred ground, Fong Chen was shocked. The air here was filled with extremely dense star energy. This is simply a cultivation sacred ground, Fong Chen exclaimed. Along the way, many human race cultivators saw Fong Chen and the other two and started discussing. Some of them even had eyes full of envy. Being able to receive the Sacred Lord's summons on their first visit to the human race's sacred ground was a great honor. Sanguinati, when you see the Sacred Lord later, don't be afraid. The Holy Lord is very friendly to people. Whatever he asks, you just have to answer, Old Fish instructed. Many thanks, Senior. Fong Chen cupped his hands. Whoosh, whoosh. The three of them seemed to be flying through the clouds. An hour later, they arrived in front of a simple and unadorned hall. The words Sacred Ground were written on a golden plaque above the hall. Fong Chen knew that this was the human race's sacred ground, and the Sacred Lord should be inside. Sanguinati, you have to grasp this opportunity well. Heavenly body tier cultivators are rarely able to receive the Sacred Lord's summons, the White Bone City Lord said softly as he looked at the human race's sacred ground. Yes, if I remember correctly, from the birth of our universe until now, only 7 heavenly body tier cultivators have received the Sacred Lord's summons, Old Fish said with a sigh. Fong Chen's eyes widened, and his heart trembled. Only one heavenly body tier cultivator had been summoned in an entire universe. He was the 8th. Suddenly, he felt overwhelmed by the favor. Go in, the White Bone City Lord said as he pushed Fong Chen. The White Bone City Lord and Old Fish were not qualified to enter the human race's sacred ground. Unless they received the permission of the human race's sacred Lord, they could only send Fong Chen here. Creak, as if sensing Fong Chen's arrival, the doors of the sacred ground suddenly opened. Fong Chen stepped out and entered. Then the doors closed. Looking at Fong Chen's disappearing figure, the White Bone City Lord said, I wonder if this brat can attract the Sacred Lord's attention. You mean to send him to that place? Old Fish turned to look at the White Bone City Lord. The latter nodded. Old Fish directly said, that depends on how strong his potential is. According to your description, this brat is invincible in the heavenly body tier. Moreover, he's the 8th heavenly body tier cultivator to be summoned in our universe. The first 7 warriors who were summoned have now become unparalleled powerhouses who can hold their own in their own right. Hearing this, the White Bone City Lord nodded. I hope so. When the human race's Sacred Lord summoned Fong Chen, countless cultivators in the sacred ground were discussing spiritedly. A nameless cultivator was actually summoned by the sacred Lord. He's the 8th heavenly body tier cultivator to be summoned. The first 7 heavenly body tier cultivators have now become supreme elites. I wonder how strong this Sanguinati's potential is. In fact, everyone could guess that the human race's sacred lord would not easily summon cultivators. Once they were summoned, they would definitely be peerless geniuses. I think that Sanguinati's potential is only average. Being summoned by the human race's sacred lord is most likely because of the matter in the white bone purgatory. Now that you mention it, it's really possible. Because of him, the situation in the white bone purgatory was reversed. Our human race completely controlled the white bone purgatory. Chapter 1466. Sacred Palace. Contrary to Fong Chen's expectations, this place was very simple. It was so simple that even Fong Chen was surprised. The human race's sacred palace shocked him. However, as the most sacred palace of the sacred palace, it was actually so simple. Fong Chen looked around. There was no one in the palace. Fong Chen was a little confused. The sacred master had summoned him, so why wasn't he in the palace? Could it be? Fong Chen thought of another possibility. The sacred master had always been in the palace, but he just couldn't find him. Thinking of this, Fong Chen cupped his fists and said to the void, "Junior Sanguinati pays his respects to the sacred master." Indeed, as soon as Fong Chen's voice fell, a red-haired old man suddenly appeared in the palace. Not bad. He was the sacred master, the human race's sacred master. After seeing the sacred master, Fong Chen was even more shocked. The sacred master was standing quietly in front of him, and he couldn't sense his existence. Too terrifying. Fong Chen sighed in his heart. As expected of the human race's sacred master, even ordinary life and death realm monarchs couldn't do this. Fong Chen had also seen some life and death realm monarchs, including the White Bone City Lord and the Hidden Demon Realm Lord. However, the feeling the sacred master gave him was too terrifying. He seemed to have surpassed the life and death realm. "Sacred Master," Fong Chen called out. The sacred master looked like an ordinary old man. There was no aura fluctuation on his body. While Fong Chen was observing the sacred master, the latter was also observing him. "You've cultivated for less than 50 years, and you're able to have such achievements. You're indeed extraordinary." The sacred master nodded in satisfaction. There were very few heavenly body realm cultivators who were praised by the sacred master. In this era of the universe, only 7 heavenly body tier cultivators had been summoned by the Saint Master, and Fong Chen was the 8th. The human race's sacred master was mysterious and unfathomable. Normally, he would only appear when the human race was in great danger. Otherwise, he would only be watching the human race from behind the scenes. He was the leader of the human race, and also the spiritual leader of the human race. It was no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for him, the human race would have been conquered by the foreign races long ago. The human race's holy master had dedicated his entire life to the human race. "Brat, your luck is not bad. You managed to obtain the inheritance of an almighty from the deity realm." The divine lord spoke again. When he observed Fong Chen, he discovered that there was a faint divine aura around the latter. He concluded that Sanguinati must have obtained the inheritance of a supreme being from the god realm. Actually, this wasn't a big deal. After all, in the vast universe, there were countless archipelagos, and there were many inheritances left behind by the divine world's almighties. You single-handedly reversed the situation of the white bone purgatory and made great contributions to the human race. The Saint Lord finally returned to the main topic. "Junior is a human. This is what I should do," Fong Chen said hurriedly. The Holy Lord nodded in satisfaction. "You're neither arrogant nor rash. Amongst the younger generation, there aren't many who have a disposition like yours." "Do you know why I called you here this time?" asked the Holy Master. Junior doesn't know. This was an existence that surpassed the life and death realm. Fong Chen didn't dare to guess his thoughts. The Holy Master walked up the steps and sat on the throne, looking down at Fong Chen. In this universe era, "You're the 8th heavenly body tier martial artist I've summoned," said the Holy Master indifferently. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. The 8th. He had once read in unofficial history that a universe era was about 10 billion years. How long was that? Although Fang Chen didn't know how many years had passed in this universe era, it definitely wasn't a small amount. In the entire universe era before him, only 7 heavenly body tier martial artists have been summoned by the Holy Master. This means that my potential is very strong, Fang Chen thought to himself. The sacred leader's eyes sparkled as he said, "Your potential is considered very strong among those of your age. However, the 7 people I've summoned before were all much stronger than you. There's still a certain gap between you and them. When the 7 of them were at the heavenly body tier, they were already able to kill creation tier martial artists. His comprehension ability is even more shocking." The Holy Master's words made Fang Chen even more shocked. He originally thought that with the golden heart and all kinds of hard work, he had already climbed to the peak of the heavenly body tier. Who would have thought that there would be such a monstrous genius in the world? However, don't be discouraged. With your potential, it's only a matter of time before you step into the life and death realm, said the Holy Master after seeing Fang Chen's expression change. You've made great contributions to the human race, so I'll reward you on behalf of the human race. The Holy Master pondered for a moment, then said, "Your potential hasn't been fully excavated. You need to train and advance in battle." After saying this, the Holy Master paused for a moment, then continued, "Just now, the human race discovered a new island in the void ocean. After exploration, we found that this island has rich cultivation resources. The foreign race and the human race are fighting over the resources on the island, so I'll send you to this island as a supervisor. You'll represent the human race's holy land to monitor this island." The supervisor was a very important position. It represented the human race's holy land. Only the human race's holy master could confer the position of supervisor. And now, the Holy Master actually sent Fang Chen to that island as a supervisor to assist the human race in occupying it. This was a great opportunity for Fang Chen. Moreover, the supervisor wasn't something that ordinary people could become. It seemed that this was the Holy Master's test for Fang Chen. "Thank you, Holy Master." Fang Chen clasped his hands in thanks. Don't be happy too early. Although the supervisor is a relatively idle position, this island has been disturbed by the foreign race, so it'll be difficult to control it. Don't think about making contributions quickly. Take it slow. The Holy Master nodded. After that, the Holy Lord explained to Fang Chen some of the duties and powers of the supervisor. After the introduction, the Holy Master threw Fang Chen an identity token. Seeing the supervisor token was like seeing the human race's holy master in person. This honor wasn't something that ordinary people could have. Of course, the supervisor couldn't squander his power as he wished. Once he was involved in harming the human race, or did something that would harm the human race, he would be punished. But overall, the supervisor was still a very flashy position. Okay, go back and prepare. Someone will take you to this island. The human race's holy master waved his hand and signaled Fang Chen to leave. Fang Chen took his leave. When he reached the entrance, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at the human race's holy master and asked in a deep voice, "Holy Master, I have a few questions that I wonder if you can answer." Hearing this, the Holy Master opened his eyes and said, "Go ahead." "Holy Master, what realm do I have to be in to enter the divine world?" This was Fang Chen's first question. He had to figure out before he had the confidence to fight. Okay, the Holy Master was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yi Shiwen to ask this question. "Little guy, don't bite off more than you can chew. With your current strength, you're still far from entering the divine world. But since you asked, I'll give you a simple explanation." The Holy Master sighed and said, "Life and death realm monarchs have a small chance of entering the divine world. Almost all existences that surpass the life and death realm can enter the divine world." The Holy Master's answer made Fang Chen understand. Life and death realm monarchs had a small chance of entering the divine world. It seemed that this small chance belonged to the outstanding life and death realm monarchs. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many life and death realm monarchs who couldn't enter the divine world. As for existences above the life and death realm, Feng Chun didn't dare to think about it. Of course, this is just a general statement. Some people are destined to never enter the divine world. The Holy Master said faintly. A complicated expression appeared on his face. Then, it returned to normal. Is it because I'm not strong enough that I can never enter the divine world? Feng Chun hurriedly asked. The Holy Master shook his head, seemingly unwilling to say more. Seeing this, Feng Chun didn't ask any more questions. When you enter the life and death realm, you'll know the secrets of the universe. Even if I tell you now, you won't understand. The Holy Master said. Feng Chun nodded and asked the second question. Holy Master, this junior has another question. If I want to go to the 3 god races to find someone, what realm is suitable for me? The 3 god races' holy lands to find someone. Hearing this, the Holy Master raised his eyelids and looked at Feng Chun thoughtfully. Chapter 1467. Feng Chun's heart skipped a beat. How did the Holy Master know? Was it just a guess? However, the Holy Master soon gave him an answer. I can sense the bloodline of the Luo clan in you, the Holy Master said. Feng Chun was shocked. The Holy Master was too powerful. He could actually see the power of his bloodline with his naked eyes. One had to know that the power of a bloodline was hidden in one's blood. It was extremely difficult to detect it. At this moment, Feng Chun looked at the Holy Master with even more respect. He was too powerful. If the Holy Master wanted to kill him, he could do so with just a thought. Holy Master's guess is correct. I am indeed going to the Luo clan to find someone. Since the Holy Master had already guessed it, there was no need for him to hide it. My mother is the Luo clan's holy maiden, Luo Lioli. Oh, this caused the sacred lord to be somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the child in front of him to be the son of the Luo clan's holy maiden, Luo Lioli. No wonder he had such heaven-defying talent. Thinking of this, the Holy Master was relieved. With your current strength, don't think too much, the Holy Master said. Moreover, it's best not to let the Luo clan know of your existence. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. The Holy Master had lived for countless years. When Feng Chun said this, he guessed something. Moreover, as the Holy Master of the human race, he had some understanding of the other 3 divine races. Thank you for your advice, Holy Master. Feng Chun thanked him. All right, if there's nothing else, you may leave. The Holy Master waved his hand. Feng Chun turned and left the hall. At this moment, a black shadow appeared behind the Holy Master. What do you think? The Holy Master asked without turning his head. Holy Master, I secretly observed this child. He should have received the inheritance of some great sword master from the immortal realm. The inheritance is extremely terrifying. Now, it seems that this child's talent in the way of the sword has reached an unimaginable level. It's very likely that he will become an unparalleled elite in the future. But the black shadow paused. However, what? The Holy Master continued to ask. However, this child is only cultivated for a short period of time. He can't be compared to the 7 heavenly body tier monsters. After all, the first 7 were all monstrous geniuses who comprehended supreme, true intents, while he didn't. My guess is that he will stop at the life and death realm, unable to jump out of the river of time. This was the Black Shadow's evaluation of Feng Chun. If a martial artist didn't take the initiative to release their true meaning, even a sacred lord wouldn't be able to detect it. Therefore, they had never thought that Feng Chun would possess a peerless true intent. What you said is not without reason. However, this child is not to be underestimated. We can nurture him with all our might. The Sacred Master nodded. The Holy Master and the Black Shadow both thought that Feng Chun's achievements couldn't compare to those of the 7 heavenly body tier prodigies that he had summoned. However, it was also worth nurturing. What would they think if they knew that Feng Chun was the unofficial disciple of the Moon Warrior Immortal? After leaving the temple, Feng Chun saw a white-boned city lord and elder fish waiting for him. How is it? Lord Bone asked impatiently. He valued Feng Chun more. so he was especially concerned about him. Sanguinati, what reward did the sacred master give you? Old Fish asked with a burning gaze. In fact, the two of them were asking to confirm whether the sacred master had given Fong Chun a place to go to that place. The sacred master asked me to go to a newly discovered island of the human race as a supervisor, Fong Chun replied. Hearing this, Old Fish's expression changed, and he shook his head slightly. Meanwhile, Whitebone City Lord was a little disappointed. There was no comparison between being a supervisor and going to that place. Not bad, work hard. Whitebone City Lord patted Fong Chun's shoulder, comforting Fong Chun. At the side, Old Fish led Fong Chun to the teleportation formation. The previous 7 had all gone to that place, and Sanguinati had only given him the position of supervisor. Although the position of supervisor was very powerful, it could be seen that the sacred master didn't think highly of Sanguinati. This caused Old Fish to keep some distance from Fong Chun, and his attitude wasn't as warm as before. Sanguinati, step into this teleportation formation, and you can go to that island. There will be people there to welcome you, Old Fish said indifferently. Fong Chun nodded and stepped into the teleportation formation. Be careful, Whitebone City Lord reminded him. Voila! With a flash of white light, the teleportation formation opened, and Fong Chun disappeared. Whitebone City Lord and Old Fish looked at each other, and then sighed. At the same time, the discussions in the human race's sacred land gradually died down. Sanguinati was the 8th heavenly body tier cultivator to be summoned, and his future was boundless. However, the sacred master only gave him the position of supervisor, which meant that the sacred master didn't think highly of him. A guy that the sacred master didn't think highly of, no one cared about him anymore. The human race's sacred land returned to peace. The void ocean covered the entire universe. The only land masses were islands. There were many archipelagos in the entire universe, and each archipelagos had a large number of islands. There were many regions hidden on these islands, and each region had a large number of continents. Fong Chun came from the ancient Sword Continent. At the end of the void ocean, there was a barren island. This island was very large, and one couldn't see the end of it. The void ocean covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles. It could be said that this island was isolated from the rest of the world, and it was a newly discovered island of the human race. It didn't have a name yet, and was called the Nameless Island by human cultivators. Green bamboo grew all over the Nameless Island. The human race and the foreign race each occupied half of the island, and they fought every day. However, overall, the human race was slightly more powerful. The foreign race also didn't dare to launch a large-scale attack. On this day, a whirlpool appeared in the sky above the Nameless Island, causing the Nameless Island to shake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, some elites of the human race moved out and arrived before the whirlpool. They looked at each other and then whispered to each other. I wonder who the supervisor is this time. To be able to become a supervisor, he must be someone favored by the Sacred Lord. We'd better be careful. I hope this supervisor can get along well with us. Sending a supervisor at this critical moment, is it because we haven't been able to take down the Nameless Island for a long time? The people in charge of the Nameless Island guessed at each other. Boom! The whirlpool in the sky emitted bursts of thunder. A terrifying aura was released from the whirlpool. This whirlpool was connected to the teleportation array of the human race's sacred land. Many human cultivators were waiting for the supervisor to appear. Finally, after 15 minutes, the fluctuations in the sky weakened a lot. The whirlpool was also gradually dissipating. At this time, Fong Chun walked out of it. Greetings, supervisor. Many human cultivators didn't even look at him and directly bowed their heads. Buzz! The whirlpool dissipated, and the sky returned to normal. At this time, many human cultivators raised their heads, and when they saw Fong Chun, their faces were full of shock. Supervisor. Many people couldn't believe it. Why did the Sacred Lord send such a young supervisor? Or could it be that there was a mistake? Fong Chun took out the supervisor token from his bosom and tossed it to the humans. After they took turns to look at it, they finally confirmed Fong Chun's identity. Lord Supervisor, sorry for offending you just now, someone said. He was the temporary island master of the nameless island, Fong. It's fine. Fong Chen chuckled and said, Seniors, I'm new here and don't know the situation on the nameless island. I'll have to ask you to take care of me in the future. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Fong and the others secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Lord Supervisor, it's your first time here. Hurry back to the residence. We'll welcome you back, Fong said with a smile. The group of humans brought Fong Chen back to the headquarters of the human race on the nameless island like stars surrounding the moon. At the same time, in the foreign race's base camp. What's going on with the phenomenon in the sky? Lord, it's said that the human race's sacred land sent a supervisor here, the subordinate replied. Why did they send a supervisor here at this time? The black-armored man was a little puzzled. After thinking for a moment, the black-armored man ordered, investigate the ins and outs of this supervisor. The human race's sacred land wouldn't casually send a supervisor here. They must have their reasons for doing so. Only by understanding the other party's intentions could they deal with it calmly. However, what the black-armored man didn't expect was that. Chapter 1468. He had thought that the nameless island was about the same size as Scar Island and Clear Sky Island. However, when he arrived, he realized that the nameless island was too big. The overall area was almost 5 times that of Scar Island. It was no wonder that the alien race and the human race fought over such a huge island. There is no need to guess that the cultivation resources here were abundant. The human race's base camp was in the northern region, and there was a mansion here. There were people coming and going in the mansion. The higher-ups of the mansion, led by Fong, led Fong Chen to the meeting hall. Lord Supervisor, please take a seat. Fong pointed to the main seat at the front. Although Sanguinati's cultivation had not reached the creation realm, his status was much higher than Fong's. Fong Chen did not put on airs and sat directly on the main seat. He was the supervisor of the human race's sacred land and represented the human race's sacred lord. Although everyone present had a higher cultivation than him, he had to take the main seat. Everyone, please take a seat. Since he was here to be a supervisor, he had to familiarize himself with the environment of the nameless island before making any plans. After everyone took their seats, Fong Chen looked around and realized that the lowest cultivation level of everyone present was at the middle level of the creation realm. The highest cultivation level was Fong, who was at the 9th level of the creation realm. The 9th level of the creation realm was comparable to Alliance leader Gu Hua's strength. Fong Chen could vaguely sense that Fong's aura seemed to be much stronger than Alliance leader Gu Hua's. It seemed that this person was one of the top existences in the creation realm. Such a force could completely control an archipelago. Since the human race had sent them to the nameless island, it was clear that the human race valued the nameless island. After thinking for a moment, Fong Chen said, I'm new here and don't know the situation here. Senior Fong, please enlighten me. Fong Chen's attitude towards everyone was more gentle, which pleased many of the creation realm experts. If a martial artist who was much weaker than them pointed at them, any creation realm expert would not be able to stand it. Moreover, Fong Chen was a supervisor, so they could not fall out with him. Lord Inspector, on this nameless island, there are many humans in the creation realm. However, most of them are low-level creation realm warriors. They're their main combat strength. As for the middle and high-level creation realm martial artists, they are all here. Fong briefly explained the fighting strength of the human race on the nameless island. Then, he began to talk about the foreign races. The foreign races are about the same as us. It's just that their experts are slightly weaker than us, so they haven't dared to launch a large-scale attack. Fong continued, the situation on the nameless island has been worrying for a long time. However, our human race has also occupied a lot of cultivation resources, and we could transport them back to the human race's holy land endlessly. In fact, although the two sides were fighting, however, cultivation resources were the most important. The reason why the human race's holy lord had appointed Fong Chen as a supervisor was to check on the situation of cultivation resources. On the other hand, it was to hone himself. What are the cultivation resources? Fong Chen asked. Hearing this, Yin Fang's face changed slightly, and he immediately said, "So far, we have control of 3 large cultivation resources. The first is the Devil's Grotto, the second is the Starfield flying ship, and the third is the Dark Knight force field." "Tell me more." Fong Chen was a little tempted. The Devil's Grotto is a cultivation place of an expert in ancient times. It is filled with a large amount of demon qi. According to our investigation, there seems to be a famous phantasmal demon stone in the Devil's Grotto. It would be great if we could mine it. Fong Chun had also heard of the phantasmal demon stone. This was very rare in the universe. Even creation realm experts couldn't resist the temptation of the phantasmal demon stone. The Devil's Grotto, the phantasmal demon stone. Fong Chun muttered to himself, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. The Starfield flying ship is the second cultivation resource we found. According to our investigation, this Starfield flying ship doesn't seem to belong to this era of the universe. There's a space inside, and we can't enter it for the time being, Yin Fang continued. Doesn't belong to this era of the universe? Fong Chun was shocked and cried out involuntarily. He was very clear about what Yin Fang's words meant. Doesn't belong to this era of the universe. That is to say, this Starfield flying ship has at least experienced the destruction and birth of a universe. Being able to survive such an experience was enough to prove that this Starfield flying ship was not simple. Fong Chun took a deep breath, looked at Yin Fang, and then asked, "What about the third one?" Speaking of which, the Dark Knight force field is relatively normal among the 3 major cultivation resources. Yin Fang explained, "The Dark Knight force field has a strong gravity. After our investigation, we have found that the Dark Knight force field has more than 100 times the gravity. However, this is only our limit. I believe the gravity in the Dark Knight force field is more than that." Fong Chen was shocked. No wonder the human race's sacred land attached so much importance to this nameless island. This was only the cultivation resources they had so far. If they could completely control this island, the cultivation resources would be unimaginable. Fong Chun tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart as he nodded. "You just fight according to your plan? I will enter the battlefield from time to time to hone myself," Fong Chun said slowly. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. It seemed that Fong Chun had no intention of checking the 3 major cultivation resources at all. This made Yin Fang and the others breathe a sigh of relief. Not to mention other things, just the phantasmal demon stone in the Devil's Grotto heaven alone. They had also mined some and handed most of it over, but still secretly kept a small part. Once the supervisor found out, they would definitely be punished by the human race's sacred land. "Lord Supervisor, if you need anything, just let me know," Yin Fang said with a smile. Fong Chen was focused on improving his strength. The most important thing now was to break through to the creation realm. With his current strength, even if he joined the battlefield, it would be of no help. After resting for a day, Fong Chun prepared to stroll around the nameless island to understand the specific situation. He came to Mountain Peak and looked down. This was the territory of the human race's headquarters. The foreign races would not appear here, so it was relatively safe. At a glance, there was an endless stretch of green bamboo below. What beautiful green bamboo! Fong Chen could not help but sigh. Hundreds of millions of green bamboo fluttered in the wind, looking very beautiful. Unknowingly, Fong Chen was fascinated by it. His eyes were fixed on the green bamboo. Every move of the green bamboo seemed to be able to cause Fong Chen's essence soul to tremble. Buzz! Unknowingly, the golden heart was beating rapidly, and streams of clear streams appeared. Then, an illusion appeared in Fong Chen's mind. He saw a man in white practicing swordsmanship with a long sword in his hand in the green bamboo forest. Fong Chen widened his eyes and watched carefully. The man in white swordsmanship was integrated with the green bamboo. When he moved, the green bamboo moved. Whoosh! The endless green bamboo forest swayed with the wind. The man in white practiced his swordsmanship faster and faster. In the end, his speed was so fast that he could appear in front of every green bamboo at the same time. Buzz! Just as Fong Chun was in a trance, his primordial spirit suddenly trembled, pulling him back from the illusion. That is, Fong Chen's heart trembled. He rubbed his eyes and carefully observed the green bamboo. After a while, he used the true meaning of space-time and arrived in the sky. Standing here, he could see all the green bamboo on the nameless island. These green bamboo seem to be scattered, but they are in different positions, Fong Chun said to himself. Some information appeared in his mind. It's very familiar. The green bamboo fluttered in the wind, emitting an aura that Fong Chun was very familiar with. After racking his brains, he finally understood. I see. Suddenly, Fong Chun slapped his head and chuckled. The green bamboo on the nameless island is actually a huge array formation. He did not expect to find such information by chance. The illusion I saw just now should have existed, Fong Chun said. That man in white was using the green bamboo array formation to cultivate. It's a pity that half of the green bamboo is in the territory of the foreign race. Otherwise, I can experience it for myself. Fong Chun curled his lips and said. However, after this shocking discovery, Fong Chun immediately returned to his mansion and gathered Yin Fong and the others. Chapter 1469. Yin Fong. Why did the supervisor summon us so urgently? Yeah, did he discover something? A few of the manifestation realm experts asked doubtfully. Yin Fong shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Let's go in and we'll know, Yin Fong said. Immediately, the group walked into the meeting hall. After everyone had arrived, before Yin Fong could speak, Fong Chun took the lead to break the silence. Everyone, I've gathered all of you here today for a matter, said Fong Chun. Hearing this, everyone's eyes gathered on Fong Chun. Lord Supervisor, what happened? Yin Fong stared at Fong Chun and asked. He wanted to see some clues from Sanguinati's face, but he found that there was nothing on the latter's face. This island is called the Nameless Island because it doesn't have a name yet, right? Fong Chun looked around and asked. Everyone nodded, and Yin Fong said, yes, that's right. Then, as the supervisor, am I qualified to name this island? Fong Chun continued to ask. Hearing this, everyone discussed. It turned out that the supervisor summoned everyone here urgently for this matter. Immediately, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The supervisor had a lot of power, and one of them was to change the name of the island. Of course, this was limited to the islands that had not been named yet. Those islands that were classified as part of the human territory could not be renamed. Lord Supervisor, you are fully qualified to name the Nameless Island, Yin Fong said with a smile. I wonder if the supervisor has thought of a name. Hearing Yin Fong's question, Fong Chun said directly, Green Bamboo Island. From now on, this island will be called Green Bamboo Island. Green Bamboo Island. Yin Fong and the others were a little puzzled. Could it be that the supervisor changed the name at will? However, although they had doubts in their hearts, they did not say it out loud. Okay, this island will be called Green Bamboo Island from now on, Yin Fong said. No one objected, and Fong Chun did not say anything else and left directly. Everyone looked at each other, and Yin Fong said, spread the news that the Nameless Island will be officially named Green Bamboo Island. In less than a day, the name Green Bamboo Island spread all over the island. Even the outsiders had received the news. A mere supervisor dares to name this island? What a joke. The leader of the alien race did not recognize the name Green Bamboo Island. Fong Chun didn't care about these things. In the following period of time, the battle between the human race and the alien race continued. Fong Chun, on the other hand, spent most of his time cultivating. Occasionally, he would go out for a walk. This way, Yin Fong and the rest were even more at ease. This supervisor had a very good temper. He only cared about cultivation and did not care about anything else. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since they arrived at Green Bamboo Island. On this day, Fong Chun finished his cultivation and prepared to go out for a walk. If I can use the green bamboo array on Green Bamboo Island to cultivate, I might be able to break through to the creation realm. Ever since he witnessed the green bamboo array, Fong Chun had been looking forward to it. He left the mansion and went to the command center in front of the battlefield. Why has Lord Supervisor come here? asked Fong. What's the current situation? When will the human race be able to defeat the outsiders? Asked Fong Chen directly. Fong was silent for a moment, then said, Lord Supervisor, if we want to defeat the outsiders, we will need time. Fong Chen nodded, then said, I'll go take a look at the 3 cultivation resources. With that, Fong Chen turned and left. The Devil's Paradise was an immortal cave that had been carved halfway up a mountain. This immortal cave could be said to be the work of the gods. Fong Chen stood at the foot of the mountain, looking at the Devil's Paradise, speechless for a long time. Just how is this immortal cave formed? It was far too difficult for humans to carve out such an immortal cave. Let's go in and take a look. With a thought, Fong Chen jumped and arrived in front of the Devil's Paradise. Lord Supervisor. Many miners bowed to Fong Chen. The latter nodded, then said, I want to go in and take a look. Lord Supervisor, for now, the human race has only explored a third of the area. If you want to go in, please don't act rashly. One of the leading martial artists took out a map and pointed it out for Fong Chen to see. I know. Fong Chen looked at the map and imprinted it in his mind. Then he entered the Devil's Paradise. The Devil's Paradise was divided into 3 areas: the outer area, the inner area, and the core area. So far, the human race had only explored the outer area. They could confirm that there was no danger in the outer area. What dense demonic chi! Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. As soon as he entered the Devil's Paradise, dense demonic chi hit him in the face. After walking for a while, Fong Chen found that there were almost no phantasmal demon stones in the outer area. It seems that the phantasmal demon stones should be in the inner area or the core area, Fong Chen said to himself. After a while, Fong Chen walked around the outer area, but didn't find anything. Then he went to the inner area's edge. The miners almost didn't dare to go near the inner area's edge. There was no one here. Just in case, Fong Chen activated the perfect sword body to form the strongest defense. Then he entered the inner area. Whoosh! It was as if he had passed through a layer of membrane and entered a completely different world. Buzz! In the inner area, black mist filled the entire cave. Fong Chen couldn't even see the scene in front of him clearly. He hurriedly released his divine consciousness and could barely see the scene within a kilometer. It can actually weaken the divine consciousness. Fong Chen was a little surprised that the black mist could weaken the divine consciousness. His divine consciousness was so powerful, but it could only detect within a kilometer. Probing with his divine consciousness, Fong Chen found many skeletons. These skeletons had been through the baptism of time, and it was impossible to tell if they were human or not. There was a great battle here, Fong Chen said to himself. Suddenly, he found a phantasmal demon stone. Is this the phantasmal demon stone? Fong Chen took a step forward and arrived in front of the wall. There was a black stone inlaid on the wall, and the black mist in the cave couldn't get close to the stone. The phantasmal demon stone. Fong Chen grabbed the phantasmal demon stone and pulled it out with force. Buzz! A strong hallucinogenic aura came from the phantasmal demon stone. Fortunately, Fong Chen cultivated the illusory sword path and had a certain resistance to illusions. Otherwise, he would have fallen for it. There are obviously more phantasmal demon stones in the inner area. After a while, Fong Chen found many phantasmal demon stones. However, the phantasmal demon stones in some areas gave him a creepy feeling, so he didn't act rashly. If I can enter the inner area, Fong and the others should be able to enter as well, Fong Chen said. In an instant, he understood. It seemed that Fong and the others couldn't resist the temptation of the phantasmal demon stone and were hiding it. Shaking his head slightly, Fong Chen walked to the nearest phantasmal demon stone and pulled it out. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen had collected 3 phantasmal demon stones. The phantasmal demon stone was very beneficial to a martial artist cultivation, especially for illusory sword path cultivators. Fong Chen cultivated the illusory sword path, but could be considered half an illusory sword path. Let's continue. Fong Chen, who was skilled and bold, continued forward. However, after walking for 15 minutes, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Bang! He suddenly activated the true meaning of time and space and disappeared into the void. At the same time, a fist aura condensed from demonic chi exploded at the spot where he had just been standing. Crash! Fang Chen steadied himself and stared ahead. He found that a mechanical puppet had appeared. A puppet. This puppet was at the creation realm. Fang Chen had once cultivated the Heaven Puppet Race's Tao of puppets, so he could tell the puppet's quality at a glance. Demonic Qi is its operation center. Fang Chen curled his lips. With the nourishment of demonic Qi, this puppet was almost invincible in the Devil's Grotto. Yin Fang and the others didn't encounter any puppets. Fang Chen was puzzled. Whoosh! Whoosh! The puppet attacked. The Creation Realm puppet's attack power was very strong. Fortunately, its attack was very simple, so Fang Chen could easily dodge it with the true meaning of time and space. Pucci! In the process of dodging, the red glass sword stabbed the puppet. However, it couldn't damage the puppet's body at all. Unless I cut off the connection between demonic Qi and it, I can't kill it, Fang Chen thought to himself. Soon, he gave up the idea. Chapter 1470. The mechanical puppets were very powerful, but their attacks were very simple. Fang Chen used the true meaning of space-time to dodge quickly. While dodging, Fang Chen was thinking, he couldn't continue dodging like this. The demonic aura had been continuously providing energy for the mechanical puppets. It was fine for him to use the true meaning of space-time for a short period of time, but if he used it for too long, his physical strength would definitely decline. At that time, he would be in a dangerous situation. This was not what Fang Chen wanted to see. Since I can't defeat it, I'll use an array formation to trap it. Fang Chen thought for a long time and came up with a countermeasure. Immediately, he used the mechanical puppet's attack to miss and quickly set up the Chaos Origin Killing Array. Now, Fang Chen was able to exert the Chaos Origin Killing Array to its strongest effect. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the array core merged into the Chaos Origin Killing Array. Immediately, the power of the Chaos Origin Killing Array increased again. Bang, bang, bang. The mechanical puppets kept attacking the Chaos Origin Killing Array, but they couldn't break through its defense. If it was a martial artist in the Creation Realm, it would be easy to break the array. But the puppets were different. They couldn't think and only knew how to attack. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen grinned and immediately left this place, continuing to move forward. The deeper he went into the inner area, the more oppressive he felt. What's going on? Fang Chen walked carefully in the inner area. Not long after, he arrived at the edge of the inner area. Looking at the periphery, Fang Chen suddenly discovered that there were 3 halls in the core area. What's this? The golden heart beat rapidly, and Fang Chen's eyes flickered. I feel that there's great danger inside, Fang Chen said to himself. However, it wasn't easy to get here. How could he not go in and take a look? Fang Chen struggled in his heart. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to go in. There were 2 factors for this decision. First, he had the true meaning of space-time. If he encountered danger, he could directly travel through the void and leave this place. Second, his defense was very strong. Even if he encountered a creature in the Creation Realm, he could resist 1 or 2 attacks. Combining these 2 considerations, Fang Chen decided to go in and take a look. Whoosh! Fang Chen entered the core area. However, just as he stepped in, his vision suddenly turned black. Then, he felt something grabbing him. He struggled with all his might, but to no avail. Bang with a loud bang. Fang Chen grit his teeth as pain spread throughout his body. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a large hall. What is this place? Fang Chen exclaimed. At this moment, a black figure appeared. Brat, your luck is not bad. You actually managed to reach here so easily. In all these years, you're the first heavenly body tier cultivator to enter this place. Fang Chen seemed to understand something. Could this black shadow be the remnant soul of the Devil's Paradise's master? In the past, many Manifestation Realm warriors came here, but most of them failed. The Black Shadow went on to say, there isn't much danger in the outer area of Devil Cave. The real danger lies in the inner area. Master placed the phantasmal demon stones in the inner area to lure you in. Induce. Fang Chun was even more puzzled. Brat, you only encounter a puppet, and you easily reach this place. I have to say, your luck is extremely heaven-defying. The Black Shadow sighed. Fang Chun pursed his lips. So he had run into dodge *T luck. Who are you? Fang Chun asked. I'm the butler of Devil Cave, the Black Shadow continued. Master once ordered that all cultivators who can successfully enter the core area have the right to pass the 3 tests he left behind. As long as they pass, they can obtain the precious treasures of Devil Cave. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. 3 tests? Fang Chen asked. Brat, don't talk nonsense. Either accept the tests or get lost, the Black Shadow said impatiently. Fang Chen nodded heavily. How could he miss out on such a good opportunity? I accept the tests, Fang Chen said directly. You're at the heavenly body tier, so the difficulty of the test will be lower. However, even so, there's a high chance that you won't be able to pass. The Black Shadow didn't seem to be optimistic about Fang Chen. Senior, what's the test? Fang Chen asked. There are 3 large halls in the core area. The hall you're in now is called the Heart Nurturing Hall. As the name suggests, it nurtures the heart. After the Black Shadow finished speaking, he tossed out a yellowed book. Fang Chen stretched out his hand and caught the book. To his surprise, he found that there were 3 large words on the book: Heart Nurturing Technique. Master the Heart Nurturing Technique within a year, and you'll pass. After the Black Shadow finished speaking, he directly disappeared. Fang Chen was slightly dazed. The first test was just to cultivate the heart nurturing technique. He flipped open the book and seriously read the contents. After a short while, a smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. This heart nurturing technique was indeed extraordinary. However, Fang Chen wasn't afraid at all. I have a golden heart, so cultivating this heart nurturing technique is too easy. Immediately, Fang Chen started to cultivate. The heart-nurturing technique had a total of 3 levels. The first level was shrinking heart, which meant to shrink the heart and condense its essence. The second level was refining heart, which was to temper the heart. The third level was patience. As a martial artist, he had to have a heart of patience. These 3 levels seemed simple, but were actually extremely difficult. Following the heart-nurturing technique's chant, Fang Chen began to cultivate. His body was covered in a layer of star energy. Within his body, the golden heart was rapidly beating, coordinating with Fang Chen's cultivation. Buzz. After circulating the chant in his body once, the first level was completed. This, although he was already prepared, Fang Chen was still somewhat shocked. This is too fast. At this time, Fang Chen also realized how terrifying the golden heart was. He did his best to calm his heart and continued to cultivate the second level. After circulating the chant in his body twice, as expected, he succeeded in cultivating the second level. At this time, the golden heart was circulating with a dazzling golden light. Phew! Fang Chen took a deep breath and continued to cultivate the third level. After an hour, Fang Chen opened his eyes. He had successfully cultivated the third level of the heart-nurturing technique. His eyes were filled with joy. This heart-nurturing technique has a strong effect on normal hearts, but it doesn't have much effect on a golden heart, Fang Chen said to himself. After inspecting the golden heart, Fang Chen put down the book in his hand, looked up at the void, and said, Senior. Voila! The black figure appeared and looked coldly at Fang Chen. Why are you giving up so quickly? Cultivating the heart-nurturing technique requires enough patience. With your attitude, it's impossible to succeed. The black figure said coldly, Since you've given up, then get lost. After saying that, the black figure waved his hand and prepared to send Fang Chen away. Seeing this, Fang Chen hurriedly spoke up. Senior, I haven't given up. In my eyes, you've already given up, the black figure said indifferently. Fang Chen smiled bitterly and said, I've already cultivated it. Hearing this, the black figure was stunned and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. What did you say? You've cultivated the heart-nurturing technique? The black figure couldn't believe that there was such a monstrous genius in the world. You've cultivated the first level, right? There are 3 levels to the heart-nurturing technique. You'll only be considered to have passed if you've cultivated all of them. The black figure explained. Fong Chen knew that the black figure couldn't believe his words, so he didn't say anything else. With a thought, the golden heart released a trace of aura that surrounded his body. Seeing this, the black figure's expression instantly froze. The black figure was shocked. In less than an hour, this martial artist had actually cultivated the heart-nurturing technique. Fong Chen withdrew his aura and looked at the black figure with a smile. After a long time, the black figure woke up from his shock. Very good. Over the countless years, your speed of comprehending the heart-nurturing technique is enough to be ranked first. The black figure said. Over the countless years, there had been many manifestation realm experts who had entered this place. There were also many who had comprehended the heart-nurturing technique, but in terms of speed, Fong Chen had an absolute advantage and was ranked first. When the black figure looked at Fong Chen, his eyes were filled with seriousness. Very good. You've passed the first level. The black figure said. There was a hint of surprise in his voice. Senior, what's the second level? Fong Chen hurriedly asked. If he passed the third level, he would be able to obtain the treasure of the Devil's Paradise. Fong Chen was naturally looking forward to it. Don't be complacent. Passing the first level only proves that your attainments in the heart-nurturing technique are not bad. The next 2 levels are much more difficult than the first, the black figure said indifferently. Chapter 1471. In the second hall. This hall is called the Body Refinement Hall. It refines the body and polishes the bones. The black shadow took out a book and threw it to Fong Chen. You'll pass if you successfully cultivate the body refinement technique. With that, the black shadow disappeared. Fong Chen looked at the book and was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why the Devil's Grotto Master left such a test. Although he was puzzled, he still began to cultivate. The body refinement technique was the same as the heart-nourishing technique. It was also an ancient technique. This ancient technique was different from the secret techniques in the current universe. Fong Chen could feel its vastness and profoundness. The body refinement technique also had 3 levels. The first level was to refine the meridians, the second level was to refine the bones, and the third level was to refine the body. After reading the chant of the body refinement technique, Fong Chen was secretly delighted. This body refinement technique was too easy for him. He was a martial artist who had broken through the extreme realm. How strong was his body? There were 3 steps to breaking through the extreme realm. 2 of them were to refine the meridians and polish the bones. Fong Chen broke through the extreme realm with great perseverance and walked step by step towards the ranks of the strong. Body refinement technique. Fong Chen chanted the chant of the body refinement technique. Just as he had expected, he only needed to circulate a minor cycle to master the first and second stages. In his body, 3,980 meridians burst out with bright light. 785 golden bones flowed with golden light, and their aura was very strong. It's not difficult. After successfully cultivating the first 2 levels, Fong Chen's gaze fell on the third level. The third level was to refine the body, which was to integrate the meridians and golden bones and temper the body as a whole. Outside, the battle was still ongoing. However, suddenly, a very strange creation realm martial artist appeared among the foreign races. Although his cultivation was not strong, his terrifying array formation ability caused the human clan's ancient martial art practitioners to die one after another. Yin Fong and the others were also slightly stunned. Yin Fong, what should we do? That foreign race's array formation ability is too strong. If this continues, our losses will be very heavy. Yes, quickly think of a way. For a moment, everyone was panicking. Yin Fong waved his hand and directly ordered, "Retreat." Immediately, countless human martial artists on the battlefield retreated. After a while, the battle stopped. On the other side, the foreign race experts mocked and ridiculed Yin Fong. The human race is only SOSO. Even though he said that he did not have the guts to launch a large-scale attack. Where's your human supervisor? Are you a coward? The alien laughed out loud. Under normal circumstances, inspectors were very powerful. However, the alien race was wrong this time. The inspector's cultivation had not even reached the creation realm. Yin Fong and the others had gloomy expressions. Just wait and see. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned around and left. After returning to the mansion, Yin Fong and the others went to the meeting hall to discuss countermeasures. Where did the supervisor go? Yin Fong suddenly asked. When he first returned, he didn't see the invigilator. The supervisor went to the Devil's Paradise and hasn't come out yet. He never came out. Yin Fong frowned as he pondered. Yin Fong, do you think the inspectors will find out that we embezzled the phantasmal magic stones? Someone asked. Yin Fong was silent. Based on my understanding of the inspector, he probably won't. Besides, even if he wants to report it, I'm afraid he doesn't have the guts, another creation realm expert said. That's right. If he really dares to say it, I'll kill him myself. Let's not talk about the inspectors anymore. Let's think of countermeasures. High-level martial artists like them could not interfere in the battle between low-level creation realm martial artists. Therefore, they were a little worried. Devil's Paradise, core area, body refinement palace. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Fong Chun had been comprehending the third level of the body refinement technique. The perfect sword body was activated, and the sword-shaped runes were activated. Fong Chun's defense was raised to the strongest. At a certain moment, Fong Chun opened his eyes. The perfect sword body is known as the strongest physique in the world. It's really not an exaggeration. Fong Chun could not help but sigh. In fact, 2 days ago, Fong Chun had already comprehended the third level of the body refinement technique. It happened to be an epiphany, and it had lasted until now. Buzz. Mastery. The perfect sword body and the body refinement technique, a powerful ancient technique, were combined and merged together. Fong Chun's perfect sword body finally broke through the bottleneck and reached the peak. The perfect sword body was divided into 4 realms: elementary, intermediate, advanced, and peak. These 4 realms covered the various evolutions of the perfect sword body. Today, he had finally reached the peak. Fong Chun felt as if his body had been reborn, and his strength had become extremely powerful. His fingers clenched into fists, and a vast power gushed out. The power of my punch now is enough to force a first-level creation realm martial artist to retreat, Fong Chun said to himself. The perfect sword body at the peak gradually revealed the characteristics of the strongest physique in the world. Senior. Fong Chun stabilized his body and then spoke. Crash. The black shadow appeared and looked at the sword-shaped runes on Fong Chun's body, frowning slightly. I have mastered the body refinement technique, Fong Chun said. The black shadow's heart was in turmoil. An hour to master the heart-nurturing technique and 3 days to master the body refinement technique. For countless years, Fong Chun was the most heaven-defying monster he had ever seen. He was speechless for a long time. Senior. Fong Chun spoke. His voice pulled the black shadow back to reality. Pass. The black shadow had a lot to say, but in the end, he only said these 2 words. He left the body refinement hall and entered the 3rd hall. This 3rd hall is called the Mad Demon Hall. If you don't go mad, you won't survive. If you want to pass, you have to go mad first and then wake up from it, the black shadow explained. Mad Demon. Fong Chun was stunned. This last stage was too terrifying. When a martial artist cultivated, once they went mad and fell into a state of madness, they were basically crippled, and very few people could wake up. And the test of the 3rd stage was to go mad first, and then wake up. The difficulty of this stage was too high. The first 2 stages were easy to pass with the help of the Golden Heart and perfect sword body. It seemed that he had to fight hard for the 3rd stage. You only have 1 year, the Black Shadow said. The Black Shadow said, on the wall behind you, there is a demonic Tao mystic technique. Comprehending this mystic technique will cause you to enter the demonic path. Study it well. After the Black Shadow disappeared, Fong Chun turned to look at the wall. There were many small words on it. Mad demon. What was the master of the Devil's Grotto thinking? The more Fang Chun came into contact with the Devil's Grotto, the more he felt that there was something wrong with the master of the Devil's Grotto. He had passed the first 2 stages, so he had to try the third one. However, Fang Chun was worried that he would fall into a state of madness and couldn't wake up. He had asked his clone in the Demon Vanquishing Realm to find the Demon Vanquishing Realm Lord. Realm Lord, what's the matter? Realm Lord, my original body is cultivating a demonic secret technique in a certain ruin, and it will fall into a state of madness. I'm worried that my original body won't wake up, so I deliberately asked my clone to come here. If I find something wrong, please take action and wake my original body up, the clone said. Realm Lord Fu Mo opened his eyes wide and hurriedly asked, "You're cultivating the mad demon?" Fang Chun nodded. Realm Lord Fu Mo laughed. "Kid, your luck is too heaven-defying. You can even find an ancient technique like the mad demon." Seeing Realm Lord Fu Mo laughing so hard, Fang Chun hurriedly asked, "Realm Lord, what's the origin of this mad demon? You can comprehend it yourself." Realm Lord Fu Mo didn't answer Fang Chun's question. "Don't worry, I'll always pay attention to your clone. If I find anything wrong, I'll directly interrupt your cultivation." "Thank you, Realm Lord." Fang Chun cupped his fists and thanked him. Fang Chun believed that the Realm Lord's methods were heaven-defying, even if they were far away. The Realm Lord could use his clone to wake up his original body that had fallen into a state of madness. However, if that happened, his attempt would be considered a failure. "I must succeed." The mad demon made the Realm Lord laugh so hard. Then wouldn't the treasure left behind by the Devil's Grotto's master be even more precious? Fang Chun was looking forward to the reward after passing the stage. "Begin." Fang Chun sat cross-legged, looking at the small words on the wall, and began to comprehend. Inside the Devil's Grotto. 88. Oh, the Realm Lord was fishing in the garden, and Fang Chun's clone was sitting cross-legged. "I didn't see wrong. This kid has obtained the luck of heaven and earth, and will definitely become something in the future," the Realm Lord thought to himself. Then, his gaze looked at the endless void. It was as if the problem that had been trapped for countless years could be solved. After a long time, a smile appeared on the Realm Lord's old face. Chapter 1472. It's in my hands right now. I'll update it later. Those who have read about the Primordial Sword Master also like it. It's in my hands right now. Please wait for a moment. Chapter 1473. The Mad Demon Art was an ancient technique. It was an ancient technique personally created by the master of the Devil's Paradise. Its power was unimaginable. Furthermore, as the third trial, it was obvious that it would be extremely difficult. Fang Chun had already planned everything. Fortunately, he had the Golden Heart and the help of Realm Lord Fu Mo. He had to leave himself some leeway. After making his preparations, Fang Chun flipped open the book and read it carefully. The chants of the Mad Demon Art were imprinted into Fang Chun's mind, word by word. At the same time, black demonic energy surged in from all directions and entered his body, quickly eroding his golden heart. However, anyone who suffered from chi deviation would have a very strong obsession in their hearts. Fang Chun also had an obsession in his heart, and it was very deep. In less than 15 minutes, Fang Chun's eyes were incomparably red, and his face was ferocious. He seemed to have entered a state of madness. Mad Demon. The third trial was to first go berserk and then wake up. Therefore, Fang Chun had already opened his heart and was prepared to go berserk. His obsession was very deep. His mother was from the Luo clan, one of the 3 god clans, and his wife, Star and Moon, was in the god world. These were all his obsessions. He had put in too much effort for this. From the tiny ancient sword continent all the way until now, only he himself knew what he had sacrificed. However, he felt that it was all worth it. "I will find you." Fang Chun clenched his fists and shouted crazily. His hair was messy, and Little Mouse stood at the side with a serious expression, staring at his boss. Boom! While Fang Chun was cultivating the Mad Demon Art, all the demonic energy in the Devil's Paradise seemed to have gone crazy and surged towards the mad demon hall like a tide. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying black vortex was formed in the sky above the mad demon hall. Every time this vortex rotated, it would cause the devil's paradise to shake. The black demonic energy passed through the vortex and directly poured into Fong Chen's head. He didn't even have the chance to resist. As time passed, more and more demonic energy invaded Fong Chen's mind. Fong Chen looked up to the sky and howled. He had entered a state of madness. Little Mouse wanted to wake Big Boss up, but he held himself back in the end. Inside the Devil Vanquishing Realm, Realm Lord Devil Vanquishing was fishing. Beside him, Fong Chen's doppelganger was trembling, and his body was vaguely filled with devil chi. Is he possessed? On the other hand, Realm Lord Fumo Demon looked very relaxed. With his means, even if Fong Chen truly became demonic, he could interrupt his cultivation at any time. However, he still had some understanding of mad magic and knew when to make a move. I hope he can persevere. Realm Lord Fuming Demon glanced at Fong Chen, then turned his head and continued fishing. Devil's Paradise, Mad Demon Hall. After 6 hours, Fong Chen absorbed all of the devil chi in the Devil's Paradise. At a certain moment, he suddenly stood up. His eyes were scarlet red, his lips were black, his hair was fluttering, and his clothes were tattered. I'm going to kill you all. Fong Chen roared in anger as his fists continuously bombarded the surroundings of the Mad Demon Palace. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The Mad Demon Palace was very sturdy. Even with Fong Chen's strength, he was unable to destroy it. Buzz, the perfect sword body, silently operated, and sword-shaped runes flowed on the surface of his skin. Fong Chen held the red glass sword in his hand and crazily slaughtered. In his mind, an illusion appeared. Beside him, there were countless enemies. Kill! Fong Chen roared. He stood on the plain, covered in bones, and started a massacre. The battle was fierce, and in the end, he was the only one left. After Fong Chen released the monstrous devil chi, it finally found a good opportunity to attack the Golden Heart. Whoosh! The extremely terrifying devil chi surrounded the Golden Heart from all directions. The Golden Heart tried its best to resist, but in the end, it was still outnumbered. A trace of devil chi entered the Golden Heart. Fong Chen looked up to the sky and roared, completely falling into a state of madness. In his chi sea, the power of stars surged, and the star pagoda shook. Crack! Suddenly, a crack appeared on the 9-story star pagoda. The appearance of this crack caused the devil chi to wreak havoc. Crackle! After the crack appeared, countless cracks appeared. In the blink of an eye, the star pagoda was already on the verge of collapse. I want to break through. In the depths of Fong Chen's heart, there was still a trace of understanding. He wanted to break through, or else he would die a miserable death. This trace of obsession made him crazily absorb the power of stars. In the sky above the Mad Demon Palace, the black figure stood quietly. Seeing Fong Chen's current situation, a trace of ripples appeared in his eyes. I didn't expect this kid to break through the bottleneck using the Realm Lord Mad Demon technique. The black figure said faintly, I hope you can wake up from your madness. No one knew better than the black figure how terrifying the Mad Demon technique was. Fong Chen used the Mad Demon technique to break through. If he failed, he would definitely die. Moreover, even if he successfully stepped into the manifestation realm, it would not be easy to wake up from the Mad Demon technique. The arrow on the bow had to be released. In the eyes of the black figure, Fong Chen had no way out. He had no other choice. Bang! He clenched his fists, the bones in his body cracking. The 9-story star pagoda shattered. Pieces of fragments gathered together, finally forming a star. Just as the star finished gathering, a corner appeared. A manifestation realm martial artist star pagoda turned into a star. One corner of the star was the first level of manifestation realm, all the way to 9 corners. And this star was the source of a manifestation realm martial artist power. Compared to the star pagoda, the star was simpler, but also more powerful. Just as the star was formed, the rich power of stars instantly poured in, like the sea, endless. The invasion of demonic energy was very serious. Fong Chun tried his best to control it. At the same time, he was also stabilizing his realm. Manifestation realm. Fong Chen's face was distorted, but he still persevered. After an hour, his realm finally stabilized. And at this time, Fong Chun had completely lost control. "Boss!" Little Mouse hurriedly shouted and used its claws to pull Boss. But the response was a terrifying punch. With a bang, Little Mouse's body was directly bombarded by Fong Chun to the wall of Maniac Hall. "Boss, it's me." Little Mouse's eyes widened, his face full of worry. He couldn't care less and directly used his innate ability, Devour, to interrupt Boss's cultivation. Roar! The purple mouse's shadow condensed, and a terrifying attractive force instantly spread out, enveloping Fong Chun. Kill! Fong Chun, who was in a frenzy, didn't recognize Little Mouse at all. With a low shout, the red glass sword was thrown out. Poochie! Like cutting tofu, the red glass sword cut through the void. Dong! A deafening sound instantly spread out. Little Mouse's body was forced to retreat. Facing Boss, he didn't dare to completely use his innate ability. Otherwise, he was afraid that Boss would be injured. The more it was like this, the more helpless he was. At the same time, in the distant demon-subduing world, the clone's trembling was somewhat terrifying. The Realm Lord stopped fishing and pressed his hands on Fong Chen's back. A clear stream drilled into his body. The clone's trembling weakened a little. "Hold on," Realm Lord Subduing Demon said with a gloomy face. The help of Realm Lord Subduing Demon awakened the last trace of wisdom in Fong Chen's heart. "If you want to corrupt me, scram." In Maniac Hall, Fong Chun, who was about to completely fall, suddenly opened his eyes wide and roared in anger. Immediately, the golden heart beat rapidly. An unimaginable golden halo instantly burst out from the heart. "You want to occupy my will? Impossible." Fong Chun roared crazily. Under his lead, the golden heart formed a strong counterattack. Although Maniac Hall was powerful compared to the golden heart, it was still far inferior. Fong Chen's body underwent earth-shaking changes. His reason was gradually recovering. The terrifying aura that erupted from the golden heart startled the black shadow hidden in the dark. "What kind of aura is this?" The black shadow's face changed greatly, and his heart was shocked. He didn't expect that this boy would have such a terrifying aura. The appearance of this aura directly swallowed the demonic aura that invaded his body, and then turned it into star power and drilled into the starlight. "Boss!" The little mouse cried tears of joy. "Boss is fine." The demonic aura on his body was fading, and he gradually woke up. Fong Chun, who gradually stabilized, exuded a terrifying aura. He sat cross-legged. His eyes were still scarlet, and killing intent filled the air. However, he was already able to control himself. The demonic aura is fading. Fong Chen's mind was shaken. The black shadow hidden in the void felt a little incredulous. He passed. He really didn't expect that this boy could pass like this. He knew best how terrifying Maniac Hall was. Even if it was a creation realm expert, there might not be 1 in a billion people who could wake up after practicing Maniac Hall. But this boy did it. With the help of Maniac Hall, he broke through to the creation realm, and at the last moment he actually persevered. This is incredible. The black shadow felt like he was dreaming. 2 hours later, the aura on Fong Chen's body completely disappeared. However, he still hadn't woken up. Waking up from Maniac Hall required a lot of perseverance. Moreover, it consumed a lot of the body. He was recovering, but the black shadow had already regarded him as a martial artist who passed. I really didn't expect that after so many years, someone really passed. The black shadow was very excited. This boy broke 3 records in 3 stages in a row. It was simply unprecedented. If Master knows, he will definitely be pleasantly surprised. The black shadow continued. The Devil's Paradise regained its calm. During the time when Fong Chun was in Maniac Hall, the outside world was in an uproar. In Fong and the others all felt the strange movements in the Devil's Paradise. They were a little worried about the supervisor, but they didn't dare to go in. In Fong, What do you think is going on in the devil's paradise? Could it be that the supervisor accidentally triggered some mechanism? If the supervisor dies in the devil's paradise, how will we explain it to the Holy Land? Chapter 1474. Devil's Grotto, Mad Demon Hall. Fong Chun suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, he felt his entire body was filled with strength. Where am I? Fong Chun asked himself. I remember I was cultivating the Mad Demon Technique. When he said the words Mad Demon Technique, Fong Chun's memory quickly recovered. Immediately, a bright smile appeared on his face. I've succeeded in cultivating the Mad Demon Technique. Fong Chun hurriedly checked his body and found that there were no signs of demonic qi invading his body. Of course, what made him the happiest was his cultivation. Creation Realm. Fong Chun clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. In his qi sea, the starlight was agitated, and a terrifying power would emerge at any time. So strong. Is this the creation realm? Fong Chun could clearly feel it. After stepping into the creation realm, there were obvious changes in his body. Seizing the good fortune of heaven and earth, stealing the essence of the sun and moon. Kid, congratulations on passing the third test. Fong Chun was thinking about the benefits of the creation realm when the shadow appeared. I passed. Fong Chun was also very excited. After experiencing the Mad Demon Technique, Fong Chun's mentality had matured a lot. In his heart, his obsession was very deep. In the long run, there would be signs of qi deviation. But after the release of the Mad Demon Technique, it was much better. Moreover, he learned how to control his obsession from the Mad Demon Technique. Having an obsession was a good thing, but it needed to be controlled well. The Black Shadow carefully observed Fong Chun, wishing that he could see through him. He couldn't imagine what kind of freak the person in front of him was. Half an hour to cultivate the heart-nurturing technique. 3 days to cultivate the body-tempering technique. And now, in an extremely short period of time, he cultivated the Mad Demon Technique that made people tremble in fear. Moreover, with the help of the Mad Demon Technique, he broke through the bottleneck. Master created the Mad Demon Technique and gave it to many friends to watch and learn. However, no one dared to use the Mad Demon Technique to break through the bottleneck. It could be said that Fong Chun was the first person in history. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that he actually succeeded. He had relied on himself to achieve this. Even the usually arrogant Black Shadow could not help but praise Fong Chun. This kind of heaven-defying monster was the successor that Master was looking for. Senior, since I've already passed the trial, what is the Devil's Paradise treasure? Fong Chun hastily asked. The black figure laughed. Immediately, he grabbed with his large hand and brought Fong Chun away from the crazy demon hall. Arriving outside the 3 halls, Fong Chun was somewhat stunned. What on earth does the shadow want, however? Right at that moment, the black silhouette attacked. He waved his hand, and the aura around him became thinner and thinner. At the same time, the 3 palaces were uprooted, causing rumbling noises. 3 palaces. Fong Chun widened his eyes and held his breath as he watched the scene unfold. Under the Black Shadow's control, the 3 palaces quickly merged together and turned into a black ball of light. After that, the black ball of light rapidly rotated in the sky. A terrifying aura, as if it was splitting the heavens and earth, quickly attacked. Fong Chun could not help but take a few steps back. The perfect sword body automatically appeared to protect his body. At this moment, 4 large words appeared in the sky. Dark Demonic Wheel. The instant these 4 words appeared, the black silhouette's body became very faint. Whoosh like a gust of wind, the black silhouette's body directly drilled into the black ball of light. The black ball of light rapidly rotated, gradually revealing its true appearance. Wheel. This was a wheel the size of a shield. There were many leaves on it, and as it rotated, black demonic qi constantly surged out. The dark demonic wheel is the strongest treasure that Master left in this world. The black silhouette's voice came from the dark demonic wheel. Yes, Fong Chun was somewhat surprised. I'm the spirit of the dark demonic wheel. After waiting for countless years, you have finally appeared. As he spoke, the dark demonic wheel stopped rotating and landed in front of Fong Chun. Fong Chun extended his hand and grabbed the center of the dark demonic wheel. Immediately, a vast power drilled into his body. So strong, just the pressure emitted by the dark demonic wheel made Fong Chun's expression change a little. The dark demonic wheel is an invincible treasure in this world. However, when Master left, he was in a hurry and did not leave behind a backup plan. As a result, the power in the dark demonic wheel gradually dissipated over the countless years, the spirit explained. So, without energy, the dark demonic wheel is equivalent to a rank 9 divine weapon in your world. Rank 9 divine weapon. Fong Chun's heart trembled. After the power dissipated, there was still the pressure of a rank 9 divine weapon. If it was at its peak, how strong would the dark demonic will be? Drip your blood to recognize it as its master, the spirit urged. Fong Chun nodded and began to drip his blood to recognize it as its master. Actually, Fong Chun had never understood the meaning of the 3 levels of the test. But in the process of dripping his blood to recognize it as its master, he finally understood. If he wanted the dark demonic wheel to recognize him as its master, he had to pass the 3 tests. I see. Fong Chun understood. He cut his finger and a drop of blood dripped down, which was immediately absorbed by the dark demonic wheel. Buzz. Immediately after, all the information regarding the dark demonic wheel appeared in his mind. Too strong. Fong Chun cried out in surprise. Master, I can now display the power of a rank 9 divine weapon. But you're too weak, so it's very strenuous to use it. The spirit said. He was too busy being happy that he didn't notice this. You mean? Fong Chun asked. After all, Master has already passed the test. So, the demonic chi left behind by the old Master is relatively easy to use. The spirit said, however, every time you use it, the power in your body will be quickly exhausted. Fong Chun understood the spirit's meaning. Unless he had no choice, he couldn't use the dark demonic wheel easily. Master, you have to work hard to raise your cultivation and let me recover to my peak. The spirit said sincerely. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Although the dark demonic will couldn't be used without limit, it could still be considered a trump card. A rank 9 divine weapon's hardness was comparable to a life and death realm Imperial Emperor. A casual attack from it could recreate a mid-level transcendent realm expert. Fong Chun put away the dark demonic wheel with a smile on his face. By the way, are there any phantasmal demon stones here? Fong Chun asked. Of course. The phantasmal demon stones were trash to the old master. When he left all of them here. The spirit said, but because the old master used some of them for some experiments, there aren't many of them left. Were they? Fong Chun continued to ask. The spirit guided Fong Chun to a hidden place in the Devil's Grotto. Master, the phantasmal demon stones are inside the formation. The spirit said. Fong Chun waved his hand and opened the formation. The scene in front of him completely stunned him. There was a dazzling array of phantasmal demon stones piled up like a mountain. There aren't many of them. Fong Chun couldn't accept it. This was clearly a mountain of phantasmal demon stones, but the spirit said there weren't many of them. Fong Chun spread out his divine sense and roughly estimated that there were at least 100 million phantasmal demon stones. Master, you have obtained the dark demonic wheel and have accepted the old master's legacy. You have to look further. 100 million phantasmal demon stones are nothing, the spirit said. After a long time, Fong Chun tried to suppress the excitement in his heart and curled his lips. Green Bamboo Island. Because a low-level heavenly body tier formation master had appeared, the human race was defeated. In these few days, the human race had chosen to call a truce and had been thinking of a solution. Infong couldn't afford to lose face by asking for people from the Holy Land. But no, the current situation couldn't be solved at all. Infong was conflicted, and so were the other cultivators. Senior Infong. Suddenly, in the meeting hall, a voice broke the silence. Yes, Lord Inspector. Infong and the others, who were deep in thought, suddenly looked at Fong Chun. "Lord Inspector, have you come out of the Devil's Paradise?" Fong Chun nodded and said, "Signorine Fong, I see that you all don't look right. Is there some difficulty?" Hearing that, Fong sighed, and then told Fong Chun the matter in full detail. "A low-level heavenly body tier formation master has appeared among the foreign race. It's very terrifying," Fong Chun said. Fong nodded. "This foreign race's formation level is too high. Our human race's cultivators are no match at all, and the losses are heavy. Signorine Fong, as the inspector, I didn't do anything when I came to Green Bamboo Island. Why don't you let me fight and meet the foreign race?" Fong Chun said with a chuckle. Hearing that, everyone shook their heads. How could they let the inspector take the risk? Once he died on the battlefield, they couldn't bear the responsibility. Wong, strength was the best proof. Fong Chun released the aura of a creation tier. This is... Fong was the first to notice this aura, and immediately his face was wild with joy. The others widened their eyes and looked at Fong Chun in disbelief. "Lord Inspector, you've broken through to the creation tier." Everyone was shocked. When they first came here, the inspector was only a half step to the creation tier. How long had it been? And he stepped into the creation tier. The gap between half step to the creation tier was like a cut from the heavens. Everyone was very clear. At this time, they put away the contempt deep in their hearts and replaced it with respect. Genius. The inspector was a genius. After the joy, the faces of Fong and the others dimmed again. Even if Lord Inspector broke through to the creation tier, it's useless. They didn't think that the inspector could rival the foreign race's formation master just after breaking through. The others sighed and shook their heads. For a time, the atmosphere in the meeting hall became solemn again. "How do you know if you don't even try?" Fong Chun said. "But we can't let the Lord Inspector take the risk," Fong said. Fong Chun shook his head. "I'll participate in the battle as the inspector. Does anyone have any objections?" At this time, only by taking action himself could the human race be at a disadvantage. Moreover, Fong Chun also wanted to see how strong he was after stepping into the creation tier. As for the foreign race's formation master, Chapter 1475, Fong Chun's attitude was firm. He ordered Fong as the supervisor, and the latter could do nothing about it. Finally, after everyone finished their discussion, they prepared to fight again. "Supervisor, if we can't win, we must retreat immediately," Fong said. If anything happened to the supervisor on Green Bamboo Island, he would not be able to answer to the Sacred Lord. "Don't worry," Fong Chun chuckled. Under Fong's lead, many low-level creation realm martial artists of the human race quickly approached the battlefield. The intelligence agency of the alien race naturally caught on to this. In the alien race camp, the leader's face was gloomy as he pondered. The human race was defeated not long ago. Are they going to counterattack now? After a long time, the leader said softly, "What are you afraid of? We have Hangu in the battle of low-level creation realm martial artists. We are not afraid of the human race," another alien race said beside him. "Inform everyone to prepare for battle. If there is a chance, we will annihilate the human race this time." The leader made a decision and prepared to fight to the death with the human race. "Yes, leader." Knowing that the human race was approaching the battlefield, the alien race also began to move. A large number of low-level creation realm martial artists of the alien race quickly gathered together. Among these people, Hangu was the most eye-catching. "Hangu, your mission is to trap all the human race," the leader said before leaving. "Don't worry. This time, I will definitely annihilate the human race completely." Hangu's eyes were filled with coldness. On a barren land, there were restrictions all around. This was the battlefield of Green Bamboo Island. Both sides had a tacit understanding that martial artists of mid-level creation realm and above could not participate in the battle. Otherwise, the peace would be broken. Fong and the others came to the battlefield and looked at the vast number of human martial artists. Finally, their eyes fell on the supervisor. "Wait for my good news." Before Fong could speak, he heard Fong Chun say this and then disappeared. "Watch carefully." Nothing must happen to the supervisor, Yin Fong said in a low voice. Everyone nodded with a serious expression. After a while, the people of both sides had entered the battlefield. The battle was about to start. In the void, the two leaders looked at each other. Yin Fong, last time a human race was routed. Why are you courting death this time? Sneered the alien leader. Don't be happy too early. Yin Fong flicked his sleeves and said coldly. On the battlefield, kill. As the human ancient martial art practitioners roared, all the manifestation realm ancient martial art practitioners immediately unleashed their strongest auras and began the fiercest battle. I can finally go all out and fight. Fong Chen's gaze landed on Han Gu. Ancient Han was the key to turning the situation around. However, Ancient Han didn't care about Fong Chen at all. He was preparing to use the array formation. Bang, some of the outsiders noticed Fong Chen and attacked him. Courting death. Fong Chen didn't even look and punched out. Bang, with a single punch, the outsider's body exploded. The situation here had attracted the attention of the surrounding outsiders. Let's attack together and kill him. Instantly, 3 or 4 foreign race creation realm martial artists appeared around Fong Chen. Too weak. With a trump card like the Dark Demonic Wheel, Fong Chen was full of confidence. Facing 4 LV1 manifestation realm martial art practitioners, he didn't even need to use his trump card. Crash! With the red glass sword in hand, Fong Chen used the 1,000 lightning heaven fusion technique. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts appeared out of nowhere and violently exploded in the sky. Fong Chen held the red glass sword and raised it up. Instantly, the 10,000 lightning bolts in the sky completely merged into the red glass sword. Then, Fong Chen waved his hand and a terrifying sword light shot out from the red glass sword. Poochie. The foreign race member closest to Fong Chen was instantly cut in half at the waist. Then, the terrifying sword light continued to attack the next alien race. The scene of killing 4 alien races in a row attracted Han Gu's attention. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of Yin Fong and the others in the void outside the battlefield. He just broke through to the manifestation realm and has such strength. As expected of the chosen supervisor. He's too strong. No wonder the supervisor insisted on joining the battle. Looks like he got a lot of benefits in the Devil's Grotto. Maybe the supervisor can really turn the situation around. The solemn atmosphere on the side of the human race gradually disappeared, and a smile appeared on everyone's face. On the battlefield, when Fong Chen killed 4 alien races in a row, Han Gu, who was setting up an array, saw this scene from the corner of his eye. Interesting. Han Gu waved his hand and set up an array to trap some humans. I'll leave this to you. After Han Gu finished talking to the alien races, he turned around and walked towards Fong Chen. At the same time, Fong Chen's eyes met Han Gu's. Kid, you're quite capable. Han Gu's face was full of sarcasm. You're the divine array master of the alien race. Fong Chen asked, since you know it's me, why don't you kill yourself? Han Gu was very arrogant. I'm here specifically for you, Fong Chen retorted. If you want to fight me, only death awaits you. Ancient Han made his move. He clenched his fists and punched at Fong Chen. Too weak. Trying to compare strength with him was laughable. The astral light in his sea of chi trembled as he activated his perfect sword body. Sword-shaped runes revolved, and all his strength gathered in his fist. He didn't hesitate to punch. Dong! A terrifying power instantly spread out. The surrounding cultivators who didn't have time to dodge were instantly caught in the shockwaves. Bang! Fong Chen retreated a few steps, while Han Gu retreated a great distance. Han Gu, who had just stabilized himself, revealed a look of surprise. Brat, it seems I underestimated you. Only now did Han Gu realize that Fong Chen's strength wasn't any weaker than his. It's useless to be strong, Han Gu said sinisterly. Then he withdrew his strength, and the aura of the array Dao appeared. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Han Gu used the array that he was proud of, wanting to trap Fong Chen. Splash! Before Fong Chen could react, the array had already descended. Seeing Fong Chen trapped in the array, Han Gu laughed crazily. Outside the battlefield, Yin Fong and the others were very anxious. Not good. The supervisor is trapped in the array. What should we do? This array is very complicated. With the strength of the supervisor, it's impossible to break it. Damn it. Compared to the anxiety of the humans, Fong Chen wasn't worried at all. His face was calm as he looked around the array. Although the array is exquisite, but just by sensing it, he knew that he could break this array. Fong Chen's attainments in the array Dao were very strong. Moreover, he had once received the inheritance of an array Dao Almighty. He had heard of some rare array formations. Han Gu's array was very rare. It was considered to be one of the top binding array formations. Unfortunately, Fong Chen still had a certain understanding of this array. Most importantly, he had a way to break it. Splash! With a wave of his palm, the aura of array Dao spread around his body. Break! Ripples emerged around his body one after another. Soon, the aura of array Dao spread to the extreme. Immediately after, Fong Chen spat out a word from his mouth. The moment the word break appeared, the array seemed to have a spirit of its own and was very cooperative with him. Splash! Han Gu's face was full of smiles. Trapped in his array, no matter how monstrous this kid was, he would die without a doubt. However, before he was ready to make a move, he felt that something was wrong. When he saw the array shattered and a very hateful face appeared in front of him, Han Gu's heart was filled with anger. Damn it! Han Gu roared to the sky. The array shattered, and Fong Chen appeared. This scene shocked everyone. In the outside world, Yin Fong and the others who were extremely anxious suddenly widened their eyes and laughed wildly. He broke the array. The supervisor can actually break this array. Ha ha ha. The opportunity for the human race has come. On the battlefield, Fong Chen faced Han Gu and curled his lips. Your array is only SOSO. Kid, you have successfully angered me. Han Gu tried hard to control the anger in his heart and said coldly, even the array you are so proud of has been broken by me. What else can you do? Fong Chen spread out his hands. Splash! Han Gu withdrew his aura of array Dao, and a black saber appeared in his hand. Even if the array is broken by you, I will let you know. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Chapter 1476. Han Gu's true strength was not only in the array Dao, but also in the saber Dao. His talent in the saber Dao was many times stronger than the array Dao. Before this, Han Gu had always thought that he could use the array Dao to crush the human race on the green bamboo island. But now, it seemed that he was too naive. A terrifying saber radiance appeared on the black saber. You should be proud to die under my saber. A LV-1 Creation Realm martial artist was able to force him to take out his saber. This ability alone was enough to brag. Seeing Han Gu take out his saber, Fong Chen's face darkened. Bring it on. Han Gu was very powerful and had great potential. Fong Chen had already made his decision. No matter what, he had to kill Ancient Han. If he let Han Gu escape, it would be like letting a tiger go back to the mountain. The red glass sword let out a sword cry, as if it was cooperating with its master's attack. Buzz! The sword chi around the red glass sword was no weaker than the saber radiance on Han Gu's saber. Let me see if your sword or my saber is more powerful. Ancient Han roared as he swung the saber in his hand. Suddenly, a chaotic saber radiance with a terrifying aura whizzed toward Han Gu. So powerful. Han Gu's cultivation had reached LV-3 Creation Realm. Fong Chen was only at LV-1 Creation Realm. If he was at LV-2 Creation Realm, Fong Chen would be able to crush him. But against Han Gu, Fong Chen felt some pressure. Thunder Merging Technique. Fong Chen used the Thunder Merging Technique, and thousands of lightning bolts merged into the red glass sword. Then, the red glass sword with a terrifying aura hit Han Gu's saber. Bang! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. A shocking force went through the red glass sword and into Fong Chen's body. Puff! A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Fong Chen's mouth, and he quickly retreated. Han Gu sneered when he saw this. Too weak. Han Gu's saber Dao's secret skill was very strange. What a strange attack. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and performed the sword burial art of heaven and earth. The red glass sword let out a powerful sword cry. Then, countless ripples appeared in the air. Terrifying sword chi escaped from Fang Chen's body. In an instant, countless giant swords appeared in the sky. These giant swords exuded a deathly, gloomy aura. The burial sword art of heaven and earth was the inheritance of the burial sword emperor. After this period of cultivation, he had finally reached the entry level. He could not help but admit that the technique left behind by the Zhong sword monarch was too powerful. Even with Fang Chen's potential in swordsmanship, he was helpless against the burial sword art of heaven and earth. This time, he had no choice but to use it. Heavens, what kind of secret technique is this? Why is it so frightening? It feels like the entire world is about to be buried. It's too oppressive. Even someone at the third layer of the manifestation stage would not be able to unleash such a heaven-defying aura. Outside the battlefield, Yin Fang and the others were similarly shocked. What kind of secret technique is this? Yin Fang was shocked and asked in a low voice. The others shook their heads. They had lived for so many years, but this was the first time they had seen such a heaven-defying secret technique. A terrifying aura surrounded their hearts. No matter how powerful the secret technique is, it can't resist my saber. Hangu seemed to realize that Fang Chen's attack power was soaring. Before the latter could fully display the burial sword art of heaven and earth, he shook his wrist, and the black saber whizzed out. A white light appeared on the tip of the saber. The space was cut open. Hangu's black saber appeared in front of Fang Chen in an instant. Burial sword art of heaven and earth. Fang Chen muttered the words, burial sword art of heaven and earth. Boom! Suddenly, the dense giant swords in the sky swooped down. Every single one of the giant swords carried an aura that struck fear into people's hearts. It was too spectacular. All the martial artists on the battlefield were completely stunned. They even forgot to breathe. A martial artist at the first layer of the manifestation realm could display such a heaven-defying secret technique. He had no regrets in his life. Bang! Bang! The giant swords hit the black saber hard and stopped it from moving. It's no use. Hangu roared. He controlled the black saber and bombarded the giant swords. Crack! The giant swords were shattered by the black saber. At the same time, the red glass sword in Fang Chen's hand turned red. The aura of the burial sword art of heaven and earth gushed out instantly. Swoosh! The sword, which seemed to be able to split heaven and earth, tore the void and appeared in front of the black saber. Dong! The two collided and the whole battlefield shook. The martial artists of a human clan retreated in horror. They could not resist the terrifying aura. Retreat! Many martial artists shouted. As for the outsiders, they were also retreating continuously. Some of the alien races who could not dodge in time were directly blown to pieces. Dong! Fang Chen could feel that the starlight in his chi si was constantly surging. This is the real burial sword art of heaven and earth. He had been practicing this secret technique, but he always felt that something was wrong. After executing it today, Fang Chen finally understood. It turned out that the real burial sword art of heaven and earth was like this: burial of heaven, burial of earth, and burial of sword. The three intents of the burial sword art of heaven and earth. At this moment, Fang Chen had comprehended one of the intents. Burial of sword. This was the simplest intent of the burial sword art of heaven and earth. However, it was very difficult to comprehend it. Burial of sword? The chant ran in his mind, and he controlled the red glass sword with his mind. On the battlefield, all the sword cultivators trembled at the same time. They were extremely terrified. The swords that they were wearing were swaying as they were stabbed into the ground, prostrating themselves in that direction. No! Hangu roared when he sensed the power of the burial sword art of heaven and earth. Dong! With a loud sound, the black saber cut a bloody path out of the giant swords. Hangu's body quickly retreated. At the same time, he swung his saber and forced Fang Chen's red glass sword back. Damn you, I'm going to cut you into pieces. Hangu was the most dazzling existence on the battlefield of the alien tribes. However, he was now being forced to such a state by a LV-1 creation realm martial artist. He was not willing to accept this. He swore in his heart that he would cut this man into pieces. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to stay in the alien tribes. "What are you going to use to kill me?" Fang Chun held the red glass sword and said in a low voice. After his cultivation reached LV-1 creation realm, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He could kill a LV-1 creation realm martial artist with the power of the perfect sword body. If he used the heaven-melting lightning technique, it would be easy for him to kill a LV-2 creation realm martial artist. As for a LV-3 creation realm martial artist, he could use the burial sword art of heaven and earth to deal with them. Although he could not kill them, it was not a problem for him to stay alive. Kill! Hangu's eyes were bloodshot. In an instant, he was fighting with Fang Chun. Hangu's attacks were very fierce. Fang Chun carefully countered his moves. To deal with Hangu, he could only use a terrifying secret technique like the burial sword art of heaven and earth. Otherwise, he would not be able to resist at all. "There is no need to use the dark demonic wheel for now," he said to himself as he dealt with Hangu. Outside, Yin Fang and the others were full of smiles. As expected of the supervisor, this battle is too beautiful. Yes, I have long heard that the supervisor is the 8th heavenly body realm martial artist summoned by the Holy Lord of the human race in this universe era. At first, I did not believe in the supervisor's potential, but now I am completely convinced. It's too terrifying. Before this battle, someone told me that the supervisor could suppress Hangu. I would not believe it, even if you beat me to death. Yes, a LV-1 creation realm martial artist suppressed Hangu, who is a LV-3 creation realm martial artist. His secret sword technique is too powerful. Yin Fang and the others were very shocked. The burial sword art of heaven and earth was beyond their imagination. They could already predict that the human race's disadvantage in the Battle of Green Bamboo Island had gradually turned into an advantage. Ha ha, this is so satisfying. Yin Fang was very happy when he thought of this. Maybe this time, with the help of the supervisor, he could completely control Green Bamboo Island. And in the territory of the foreign races, the leader's face was very gloomy. Where did this human boy come from? The leader narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "This person's sword technique is too amazing. Leader, if Hangu is unable to kill that human boy, our plan will fail," the foreign race member beside him reminded. Chapter 1477. Although the situation on the battlefield was beyond the alien race leader's imagination, but he thought that everything was still under control. The alien race leader believed in ancient Han's strength. He was almost invincible among low-level creation realm cultivators. His black saber could sweep through everything. Just you wait. Angering ancient Han won't end well. The alien race leader seemed to know something. His face was full of smiles without any worry. This was a game. If Sanguinati won in the end, then the human race would win. But if ancient Han killed Sanguinati, then the human race would not be able to move an inch on Green Bamboo Island. Therefore, this battle was very eye-catching. Yin Fang and the others who didn't have much confidence had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They hoped that the supervisor could defeat ancient Han. Only then would they have a chance to completely control Green Bamboo Island. On the battlefield, Fang Chun stared at ancient Han. He had to admit that ancient Han was very strong. In particular, his attainments in the saber Dao had surprised him. In all fairness, if he didn't have the inheritance of the Zong Sword Emperor and what he gained in the Devil's Grotto Heaven, he wouldn't be ancient Han's match. But this was how the world was. There was no such thing as fairness. Luck was also a part of one's strength. It was luck that he didn't die after crossing over from Earth. Then, he used the Golden Heart to walk step by step here. At this moment, Fang Chun was in a good mood. He looked at ancient Han and waited for him to make a move. "You will die today." Ancient Han held the black saber in his hand, and a thick black aura appeared around him. This black aura was similar to demonic chi. Ancient Han wanted to use this sinister aura to corrode Fang Chun. The funny thing was that the latter wasn't afraid of this aura at all. In the 3 palaces of the Devil's Grotto Heaven, Fang Chun had completed the 3 tests and was reborn. The demonic qi in his body was so strong that Ancient Han's aura couldn't compare to it. "You can't kill me," Fang Chun said calmly. He was telling the truth. If he took out the dark demonic wheel, the battle would have ended long ago. The reason why he didn't take it out was to fight with Ancient Han to train himself. And now, after fighting for so long, the training had come into play. Next, Ancient Han would definitely launch a thunderous attack. He had to be fully prepared. "Are you that confident?" asked Ancient Han. Fang Chun nodded and said, "I am that confident." Fang Chun's words enraged Ancient Han. He desperately urged the power in his body and gathered it all into the black saber. Then, they madly attacked Fang Chun. "Kill!" Ancient Cold used a forbidden technique. The dazzling saber light dazzled everyone's eyes. The human martial practitioners were all worried about Fang Chun. However, facing Ancient Han's attack, Fang Chun's face revealed a brilliant smile. "Let's end it." When Ancient Han used the forbidden technique, he knew that with his cultivation, it was impossible for him to block the attack. No matter how miraculous the burial of heaven and earth sword art was, it couldn't make up for the difference in cultivation level. Therefore, the best method was the dark demonic wheel. The dazzling black saber light followed the black saber, carrying a terrifying aura as it whizzed through the air. Just as it was about to envelop Fang Chun, with a thought, a black wheel appeared in his palm. Buzz! The moment the black wheel appeared, a monstrous demonic aura enveloped the entire battlefield. Dark demonic wheel. Fang Chun roared inwardly. The power of the starlight instantly poured into the dark demonic wheel. In the next instant, the dark demonic wheel blossomed with its own radiance. Crack! The saber light was like glass. When it came into contact with the dark demonic wheel, it instantly shattered. "How is this possible?" Ancient Han, who was charging over aggressively, cried out in shock. Bang! The black saber he was so proud of was instantly swallowed by the dark demonic wheel. "No!" Ancient Han roared. His body was also swallowed by the dark demonic wheel. Outside in the void. "What is that? It's too terrifying." Fang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the dark demonic wheel in Fang Chun's hand. The moment the wheel appeared, it was as if the heavens and earth changed color. Too shocking. Even my heart palpitates. The experts of the human race were filled with shock. On the other side, the leader's expression changed when he saw the dark demonic wheel. Ancient Han, retreat. He wanted to warn Ancient Han to retreat, but it was already too late. One of Ancient Han's arms was wrapped around by the dark demonic wheel. Am I going to die? Ancient Han never imagined that he would die on this battlefield. When the dark demonic wheel wrapped around his arm, Ancient Han's heart was filled with fear. Too strong. Ancient Han didn't even have the courage to resist. He felt his life force fading away. "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." Ancient Han gave up on the idea of escaping. He knew that the dark demonic wheel was too strong. Even if the leader came, he wouldn't be able to stop it. He might as well burn the last bit of his strength. Buzz! Ancient Han's body turned into a black saber. Using his body as a saber, Ancient Han made his final counterattack. He wanted to heavily injure Fang Chun and even kill him. Crack! However, his thoughts were shattered. After countless years, the dark demonic wheel appeared for the first time. The artifact spirit controlled the dark demonic wheel. It wanted the latter to appear in front of the world in its most glorious state. Too weak. The artifact spirit's voice rang out. Ancient Han, who had turned into a saber, died. Dong! After Ancient Han's death, the dark demonic wheel didn't stop. It continued to move forward, suddenly appearing in the midst of the foreign races and starting a massacre. Fang Chun's eyes were red as he tried to control the dark demonic wheel. How long will it take to kill all the foreign races? Fang Chun asked the artifact spirit. 3 seconds. After the artifact spirit finished speaking, the dark demonic wheel began to kill the low-level creation realm experts of the foreign races. Poochie, surrounded by the dark demonic wheel, not a single foreign race expert managed to escape. In just 3 seconds, The dark demonic wheel had completely destroyed them. However, at this moment, Fang Chen finally couldn't take it anymore. Cracks appeared on the starlight in his sea of qi. Its power had been completely used up. Buzz! Without the support of its power, the dark demonic wheel's monstrous aura also gradually dissipated. Then, the dark demonic wheel returned to Fang Chen's side. Demonic qi enveloped Fang Chen, protecting its unconscious master. The entire battlefield was dead silent. The remaining human race cultivators widened their eyes in disbelief at the sight before them. The battlefield was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. The foreign race martial artists had all been killed. Is this real? After a long time, someone woke up from the shock and asked in a low voice. Boom! In an instant, thunderous applause erupted from the battlefield. All the martial artists came to Fang Chen's side, protecting Fang Chen with their bodies. Damn it! Outside the battlefield, the foreign race leader couldn't suppress his anger. Die! The foreign race leader broke the rules first and stepped into the battlefield. A monstrous aura surged as he rushed towards Fang Chen, wanting to kill Fang Chen. This kid ruined my plan. Die! The foreign race leader roared in anger. Stop! Since the foreign race leader broke the rules, Yin Fang and the others naturally weren't afraid. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yin Fang and the others entered the battlefield. Boom! In an instant, the upper echelons of the two races fought. It was supposed to be a long battle, but because of Fang Chen's appearance, it evolved into the final battle. Escort the supervisor back. Yin Fang roared as he fought with the foreign race leader. The current battlefield had evolved into a battle between experts above the middle level of the creation realm. Those low-level creation realm martial artists who had participated in the previous battle would be courting death if they stayed. They escorted Fang Chen out of the battlefield. An earth-shattering battle broke out on the battlefield. This battle was related to the control of the human race on Green Bamboo Island. The foreign race also went crazy from the killing. The chaotic battle lasted for an entire 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, it ended with the human race's victory. The foreign race's upper echelons were originally inferior to the human race's upper echelons. Under the combined efforts of Yin Fang and the others, the foreign race leader was killed. The remaining foreign race experts were nothing to be afraid of and scattered in an uproar. Yin Fang and the others pursued, but the foreign race experts were not afraid of death and jumped into the void ocean. In the end, Yin Fang and the others gave up the chase. Ha ha ha, awesome. The foreign race was completely defeated, and the human race truly controlled Green Bamboo Island. Although Yin Fang and the others were covered in blood, they were very excited. After so many years, the stalemate was finally broken. In the mansion, Fang Chen had been unconscious. After Yin Fang and the others won a great victory, they sent the human race martial artists to explore Green Bamboo Island and reclaim the lost land. And these upper echelons gathered together to find a way to treat Fang Chen. Yin Fang, you are the strongest and most knowledgeable among us. How is the supervisor? Yes, if it weren't for the supervisor this time, we wouldn't have been able to reclaim Green Bamboo Island. No matter what, we have to save the supervisor. Everyone was very concerned about Fang Chen. After Yin Fang checked Fang Chen's body, his tensed face relaxed. Everyone, don't worry. The supervisor has just overexerted himself and fell into a coma. Hearing Yin Fang's words, everyone's hanging hearts calmed down. I wonder how long the supervisor will be in coma. Yin Fang pondered for a moment and then said, the supervisor has overexerted himself. I'm afraid he will be in a coma for a long time. Yin Fang's words once again reminded everyone of the Black Wheel. It seems that the supervisor can't completely control the Black Wheel. The Black Wheel is too terrifying. The aura it emits makes my heart palpitate a little. The supervisor is really powerful. He even has such a supreme treasure. No wonder he insisted on fighting when he heard about Ancient Han. Everyone chimed in one after another. All right, everyone, let's leave first. Let the supervisor rest well. Yin Fang smiled. Everyone nodded and then left the room. I'm hungry. A voice came from the dark, demonic wheel. Then, with a crunch, The black gourd Fong Chun obtained from Sword Star was swallowed by the dark demonic wheel. After eating the black gourd, the demonic chi emitted from the dark demonic wheel was a little stronger. Crash. Chapter 1478. Recommended reading. 3 months. He was in a coma for 3 whole months before he woke up completely. The dark demonic wheel was too powerful. He had only used it once, and it had sucked up all the energy in Fong Chen's body. Fortunately, the human race had won a great victory, and he could recuperate in peace. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was also the reason why the artifact spirit did not allow him to use it easily. While Fong Chen was in a coma, the situation of the battle on Green Bamboo Island was transmitted back to the human race's sacred land. The Sacred Lord was very happy and even praised Sanguinati. Especially when he heard that Sanguinati's strength had increased, he looked at him in a new light. "Inspector, you're awake." The moment Fong Chen woke up, Yin Fong and the others quickly rushed over. In the small courtyard, Fong Chen's face had already regained its original luster. He sat on the stone bench in the courtyard. Yin Fong and the others hurried over and asked, "Thank you for your concern, seniors." Fong Chen cupped his fists and thanked them. "What's the situation on Green Bamboo Island now?" Before he fell into a coma, Green Bamboo Island was still in chaos. He did not know what had become of Green Bamboo Island after being in a coma for 3 months. "This time, we have to thank the inspector. Otherwise, the alien race would not have been defeated by us in one fell swoop," Yin Fong said with a smile. Yes, that day, the inspector went on a killing spree and killed the enemy's fierce general, Han Gu, which angered the alien race leader and triggered a high-level battle. In terms of numbers, the human race naturally does not fear the alien race. Now, there is no alien race on Green Bamboo Island. It is completely under the control of the human race. Everyone's attitude towards Fong Chun became even more respectful. It was not only because he was the inspector. It was because he had turned the situation around with his own strength and helped Yin Fong and the others control Green Bamboo Island. In that situation, if the human race did not have a powerful creation realm martial artist, it was impossible to turn the situation around. The appearance of the inspector gave everyone hope, especially the black wheel that the inspector took out at the end. It was too shocking. For a creation realm martial artist to have such a supreme treasure, he must have a powerful force behind him. Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded. Han Gu was indeed strong, but he was no match for the dark demonic wheel. With a thought, Fong Chen glanced at the dark demonic wheel in his spatial ring. The latter was recuperating in silence. Fong Chen tried contacting the artifact spirit. "Master, how do you feel?" The artifact spirit asked. "My strength drains head. It was very painful." Fortunately, he was unconscious. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he survived. "Master, your strength is too weak. You can't even activate the dark demonic wheel continuously. You should cultivate as soon as possible." The artifact spirit finished speaking and continued to cultivate. The group soon arrived in front of the Devil's Grotto. Yin Fong and the others were a little surprised. They had been here several times. The terrifying devil chi that had filled the cave's entrance had now disappeared. "There's a change in the Devil's Grotto. Everyone be careful," Yin Fong reminded. Fong Chun walked into the Devil's Grotto as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Yin Fong and the others followed closely behind. "Lord Supervisor, be careful." Yin Fong stood behind Fong Chun and exhorted. "Let's go." Fong Chun passed through the periphery and came to the inner area. At this time, Yin Fong and the others emitted a strong aura and were very vigilant. Fong Chun chuckled and continued to fly. After a while, Yin Fong finally couldn't help but speak. "Inspector, we can't go any further." "Yes, Inspector, the inner area is already very dangerous. If we go further, we will reach the core area, which is even more dangerous." They had been here before and knew the danger of the inner area. "It's okay, follow me," Fong Chun said confidently. Yin Fong and the others still wanted to persuade him, but in the end, they shook their heads. About half an hour later, They passed through the inner area and came to the core area, appearing in front of the phantasmal magic stone warehouse. The phantasmal magic stones are inside. Fang Chun pointed to the warehouse in front of them. Everyone looked in front of them in confusion. Fang Chun waved his hand, and the door suddenly opened. Buzz! A mountain of phantasmal magic stones was instantly imprinted in everyone's eyes. This phantasmal magic stones, huh? It's really phantasmal magic stones. Oh my God, so many phantasmal magic stones. Many experts, including Yin Fong, went completely crazy. They never thought that they could get so many phantasmal magic stones at once. In the past, getting one phantasmal magic stone was considered very lucky. But now there were so many phantasmal magic stones in front of them. Oh no, so many phantasmal magic stones. Could it be a trap? Suddenly, the smile on Yin Fong's face disappeared, and he said in a low voice. Fang Chun shook his head gently and then explained, Senior Yin Fong, I told you that I got the inheritance in the Devil's Grotto. Yin Fong nodded. To tell you the truth, the dark demonic wheel that I used on the battlefield came from the Devil's Grotto. And these hundreds of millions of phantasmal magic stones were found by the artifact spirit, Fang Chun said. Fang Chun's meaning was clear. There was no danger here. The hundreds of millions of phantasmal magic stones could all be taken away. What did you say? Yin Fong was rather shocked when he heard this. Although he had some guesses at the beginning, hearing Fang Chun say it himself still shocked him. You can take all of these hundreds of millions of phantasmal magic stones, Fang Chun said. Haha, that's great. Yin Fong laughed wildly. Getting so many phantasmal magic stones at once, the human race would definitely reward him greatly. Inspector, you are really our lucky star. Yin Fong laughed. Senior Yin Fong, there is no danger in the Devil's Grotto for the time being. I'll leave these phantasmal magic stones to you, Fang Chun said. Don't worry, Lord Inspector. We will definitely transport these phantasmal magic stones out as soon as possible, Yin Fong said. Then Fang Chun left. Gather all human martial artists and enter the Devil's Grotto. At the same time, Yin Fong issued an order. The phantasmal magic stones were very important to martial artists. Fang Chun could not resist the temptation. However, after obtaining the dark demonic wheel, Fang Chun changed his mind. Because the artifact spirit told him that the power in the dark demonic wheel was many times stronger than the phantasmal magic stones. In the future, if he could completely control the dark demonic wheel, he would be able to use its power. Therefore, the phantasmal magic stones were of no use to Fang Chun. Since that was the case, he might as well do the human race a favor. The matter of the phantasmal magic stones was left to Yin Fong. Fang Chun left the Devil's Grotto. He was going to take a look at the other 2 cultivation resources. Beside the Devil's Grotto were the Starfield flying ship and the Dark Knight force field. Floating above Green Bamboo Island, he looked down. The dense green bamboo swayed endlessly. Every time it swayed, it would imperceptibly change the airflow inside Green Bamboo Island. After watching for about an hour, Fang Chun could not help but sigh. The green bamboo array was too broad and profound. If he could learn a thing or two, it would be amazing. Forget it. I'll take a look at the other 2 places first, and then use the green bamboo array to cultivate. Fang Chun shook his head and said to himself. The Dark Knight force field was at the edge of Green Bamboo Island. This was a barren plain that was overgrown with weeds. Close to the wasteland, Fang Chun felt a heavy pressure. As expected of the Dark Knight force field, Fang Chun said to himself. Then, he took a step forward and entered the Dark Knight force field. Crack! A powerful force came from all directions. Fang Chun curled his lips. 3 times the gravity. Where he was now, the gravity was 3 times the outside world. It was still within his tolerance range. Keep going. Relying on the strength of his body, he quickly moved toward the center. The closer he was to the center, the stronger the gravity. After walking for an hour, Fang Chun stopped in his tracks. At this time, he was about 100 meters away from the center. However, 100 meters was extremely far away. I can't hold on any longer, Fang Chun said to himself with a solemn expression. His body had reached its limit and could not hold on any longer. Boom! Activating the perfect sword body, the sword-shaped runes revolved, and his defense increased again. Suddenly, Fang Chun felt relaxed. A good place to cultivate the body, Fang Chun said with a smile. Unfortunately, his perfect sword body had reached the peak, and there was no effect to cultivate here. However, overall, the Dark Knight force field was a holy place for cultivation. After activating the perfect sword body, Fang Chun continued to move forward without any resistance. Soon, he arrived at the center. However, when he was about to step on the black altar, his expression changed. Crack! He had only taken one step, but he felt his bones were about to shatter. What's going on? Hurriedly stopping, Fang Chun carefully stared at the altar. The terrifying gravity, just now, was at least 1,000 times stronger. Even with the peak-perfect sword body, I can't step on the altar? Fang Chun did not believe it. He activated the perfect sword body with all his strength and took another step. Crack! The sound of bones shattering instantly spread. Poochie! Fang Chun was still holding on, but he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah! Fang Chun roared in his heart and suddenly stepped on the black altar. Buzz! When he stepped on the black altar, the terrifying gravity suddenly stopped. Then, an unexpected scene appeared. A gentle aura appeared on the black altar, nourishing his body. This gentle aura quickly merged with the sword-shaped runes. This is tempering the body. Fang Chun opened his eyes wide. It turned out that there was such a good thing in the black altar. It seemed that the expert who built the Dark Knight force field had given it as a reward for those who came after. The power of the Dark Knight force field gathered on the black altar, nourishing Fang Chun's body. Chapter 1479. The baptism of the Dark Knight force field caused Fang Chun's body to gradually transform. His perfect sword body had reached the pinnacle, and his physical body was almost invincible. However, the so-called invincibility was only relative. Now, the power of the Dark Knight force field was tempering his body. Fang Chun closed his eyes and waited calmly. In the distant devil, subduing realm. Why aren't you waking up? Realm Lord subduing demon carefully looked at Fang Chun's body, very puzzled. Logically speaking, the main body should have cultivated the mad demon art and awakened from the state of madness. But why did the clone suddenly fall into a deep sleep? Realm Lord subduing demon was puzzled. It had been 3 months. Strange, the clone directly fell into a deep sleep. What happened to the main body? Realm Lord subduing demon frowned, his face grave. Based on his understanding of the clone, it was very likely that the main body encountered something very dangerous, and it didn't even send a sound transmission. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Just as Realm Lord subduing demon was thinking, the clone suddenly opened its eyes. Are you okay? Realm Lord subduing demon hurriedly asked. Realm Lord, I'm sorry for making you worry. Fang Chun cupped his fists. What happened? Why did you suddenly fall into a deep sleep? Realm Lord subduing demon asked. Fang Chun told Realm Lord subduing demon the details of the dark demonic wheel he obtained in the Devil's Paradise, and how he used it in the battle with Ancient Han. Realm Lord subduing demon's face was full of surprise. You said you obtained the dark demonic wheel? Realm Lord subduing demon asked in a hurried voice. Fang Chun nodded. Ha ha, you're really lucky to have obtained the dark demonic wheel. Realm Lord subduing demon seemed to know the dark demonic wheel very well. He looked at Fang Chun with eyes full of excitement. Realm Lord, do you know about the dark demonic wheel? Fang Chun asked. Of course I do. This thing was famous in the early days of our universe era. Realm Lord subduing demon faintly said, Unfortunately, it disappeared without a trace. Fang Chun's heart trembled. Famous in the early days of the universe era? Although he was curious, he still controlled his heart and waited for Realm Lord Fu Immo to tell him. Unknowingly, you've already grown to such a level. There are some things that I should tell you. Realm Lord Fu Immo stood up and walked to a pavilion nearby. He pointed at the stone bench in front of him and said, Sit down too. Thank you, Sector Lord. Fang Chun nodded slightly and in the back seat. The birth and destruction of the universe is the norm of nature. No one could reverse the destruction of the universe. Every 10 billion years or so, the universe would be destroyed because it could no longer bear the burden. After the great calamity, a new universe will be born. This process is known as the Great Annihilation. Every time there's a great apocalypse, there will be tens of billions of martial artists who will die. Of course, those martial artists who are extremely powerful will be able to escape. Feng Chen knew about the great destruction of the universe. However, he didn't know what level of cultivation was needed to survive the great calamity. In the mortal world, except for those who have touched the laws, almost no one can survive, Realm Lord Fu Mo explained. Experts who have touched the laws. This concept was too complicated and Feng Chen didn't understand it. However, Realm Lord Fu Mo's explanation shook him to the core. Above the creation realm was the life and death realm. Life and death realm martial artists could absorb the aura of life and death, grasp a law, and then continue to cultivate until they reach the initial stage of immortality. At the same time, Feng Chen also knew that the universe was composed of laws and laws. Laws were supreme, and laws assisted laws to make the universe operate. Cultivating laws could take a shortcut, but cultivating laws, unless one was an extremely heaven-defying genius, they would never be able to touch the threshold of laws in their entire life. If a life and death realm martial artist could touch the threshold of laws, they would be able to break through to the next realm, the eternal realm. The so-called eternal realm was beyond life and death, eternal immortality. Almost all martial artists who reached this realm could survive the great destruction of the universe. Of course, there are also a few who would die. However, in general, the eternal realm was the limit of the great destruction. It was extremely difficult to reach the eternal realm. Realm Lord, may I ask what realm you are at now? Feng Chen asked. A life and death realm martial artist was strong enough, but he didn't expect there to be a legendary eternal realm martial artist. Realm Lord Fu Mo gently shook his head, a trace of sadness in his eyes. Seeing that Realm Lord Fu Mo was silent, Feng Chen didn't ask any more questions. He changed the topic. Realm Lord, according to what you said, only experts of the eternal ancient realm and above were able to survive the great devastation. Doesn't that mean the God world will never be affected by the great destruction? Haven't you always wanted to know the qualifications to enter the God world? Realm Lord Fu Mo's expression softened, and he said, to enter the God world, you must first master a law and cultivate it to the peak. I can tell you that among billions of life and death realm martial artists, only a few can enter the God world. Realm Lord Fu Mo's meaning was obvious. Eternal realm martial artists could enter the God world at will. As for life and death realm martial artists, only a few peerless geniuses could rely on their own strength to enter the God world. Eternal realm. Feng Chen clenched his fists, inwardly muttering to himself. Because of the great destruction, all eternal realm martial artists chose to enter the God world. Realm Lord Fu Mo continued. The remaining life and death realm martial artists struggled at death's door to find a way out. Don't be fooled by the fact that the three divine races are incomparably glorious right now. If the great destruction comes, they'll be reduced to nothingness. But the human race is different. How is it different? Feng Chen asked. The human race's holy lord is comparable to the three divine races in strength. They're both peak life and death realm martial artists. But there's a big difference, Realm Lord Fu Mo said. The human race's holy lord offered himself to the universe, and his primordial spirit merged with the universe. Even if the great destruction comes, his primordial spirit won't be destroyed. What? Feng Chen didn't dare to imagine it. It was too inconceivable. At this moment, he recalled asking the human race's holy lord how to enter the God world. The latter's answer had puzzled him. Some people will never be able to enter the God world. At that time, Feng Chen had thought that the human race's holy lord was talking about the weak martial artists. But now, it seemed that he was talking about himself. Do you think that just because your primordial spirit merged with the universe, you'll be the ruler of this world? Fong Chen nodded subconsciously. You're wrong. Realm Lord Fu Mo didn't seem to want to say more. The mysteries are too complicated. You won't understand, even if I explain. Let's go back. Fong Chen nodded and turned to leave. The secret Realm Lord Fu Mo had told him shocked Fong Chen, and he found it hard to digest. After returning to his residence, Fong Chen recalled what Realm Lord Fu Mo had told him. In the end, he made a few conclusions. First, he learned that above the life and death realm was the legendary Eternal Realm. Second, the Eternal Realm martial artist could survive the great destruction of the universe. But almost all Eternal Realm martial artists had entered the God world. In other words, peak life and death realm martial artists were the strongest in the mortal world. Fong Chen was quite surprised that the primordial spirit of the human race's holy lord could merge with the universe. But thinking about it carefully, if the human race's holy lord was the ruler, why would the human race fight against the alien races? Come to think of it, there must be some limitations. The price that allowed him to escape the great destruction was probably not small. I'm still too weak. He clenched his fists, and blood spurted out. Fong Chen gained a lot from chatting with Realm Lord Fu Mo. At the very least, he learned how powerful the dark demonic wheel was. Green Bamboo Island, Dark Night Force Field, on the Black Altar. Fong Chen sat cross-legged, undergoing the physical baptism. A month passed in the blink of an eye. At a certain moment, the physical baptism ended. Dong! The world changed color, and all the power in the Dark Night Force Field surged. Fong Chen opened his eyes. His physical defense had improved a lot. So strong. He grabbed at the air, and a crack appeared in the space. With my current strength, I can easily crush a low-level creation realm martial artist, Fong Chen said to himself. The perfect sword body was already very powerful, and with the baptism of the Dark Night Force Field, this allowed the strength of his physical body to reach a terrifying level. I'm too weak. After learning the secrets of a universe from his clone, Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. He was too weak. There was a big gap between the creation realm and the eternal ancient realm. However, he believed that as long as he worked hard, he would definitely succeed. After coming out of the Dark Night Force Field, Fong Chen found Yinfang. Senior Yinfang, Fong Chen called out. Lord Supervisor, you'll make me embarrassed if you call me that. If you don't mind, how about calling me Brother Yinfang? Yinfang said. Brother Yinfang. Lord Supervisor, we sent hundreds of millions of phantasmal demon stones back to the human race's sacred land, which caused a commotion there, Yinfang said with a smile. This was what Fong Chen expected. Hundreds of millions of phantasmal demon stones were a huge amount of cultivation resources for the human race. The Sacred Lord has personally ordered you to be the island master of Green Bamboo Island, and it will never be changed. As Yinfang spoke, he took out a token and handed it to Fong Chen. There was a green word on the front of the token and a green bamboo on the back. It seemed that the human race's sacred land also recognized the three words Green Bamboo Island. Moreover, from this, it could be seen the Sacred Lord's attitude toward the supervisor. Generally, as long as an island master made a mistake, he would be dismissed. CCC Pavilion this time, the Sacred Lord had ordered that it would never be changed. In other words, as long as the universe was not destroyed, the supervisor would be the island master of Green Bamboo Island forever. This was a great honor. Congratulations, Lord Supervisor, Yinfang said. By the way, Lord Supervisor, the Sacred Lord also said that you have made a great contribution this time. If you have time, you can return to the Sacred Land, and the Sacred Lord will allow you to enter the Sacred Land's library once. Hearing this, Fong Chen's eyes widened. This was the one that really attracted him. Chapter 1480. The Island Master Token was personally refined by the human race's Holy Lord. The human race's Holy Lord's primordial spirit fused with the universe. He was the representative of the universe's will. The Island Master Token refined by him would be protected by heaven and earth. After Fong Chen dripped his blood on it, a layer of gray aura appeared above his head. Immediately after, Fong Chun felt his whole body tremble. The power of will, what a familiar aura. Back on Tongtian Island, when he entered the Tongtian Divine Pool for baptism, he felt the power of will. Every island had the power of will. Only by becoming the island master would he be recognized by the power of will. The power of will drilled into the island master token and completely tied the token to Green Bamboo Island. In an instant, Fong Chun opened his eyes. In that instant, his primordial spirit had been sublimated. As expected of the power of will, Fong Chun couldn't help but sigh. At this point, he had truly become the island master of Green Bamboo Island. Greetings, island master. Yin Fong knelt on one knee and called out to Fong Chun. Brother Yin Fong, get up. Fong Chun helped Yin Fong up. Island master, Green Bamboo Island is newly discovered and has a lot of cultivation resources. How do you plan to develop Green Bamboo Island? Yin Fong asked. As the island master, he wanted to develop Green Bamboo Island. Fong Chun was stunned when he heard that. He really hadn't thought about this matter. But now, since he had become the island master, he had to pay attention to it. In the blink of an eye, a plan appeared in Fong Chun's mind. He wanted to turn Green Bamboo Island into his headquarters in the future. Bring my family and friends to Green Bamboo Island, Fong Chun said to himself. After having a simple plan in his mind, Fong Chun looked at Yin Fong and said, Brother Yin Fong, let's go back and talk. Island Master's Mansion, Meeting Hall. Fong Chun sat at the head of the table. Yin Fong sat next to him, and the others sat in order. Everyone looked at Fong Chun with shock in their eyes. The Invigilator had only been on Green Bamboo Island for half a year, but he had become the island master. Moreover, it would never change. This was a great honor. In the entire mortal universe, apart from a few island masters and the master of the archipelago, who had an eternal honor, there was no one else. The other island masters would not be able to obtain it no matter how hard they tried. Island Master. Under Yin Fong's lead, the numerous martial artists knelt down one after another. This was the first time Fong Chun had convened a meeting as the island master. Naturally, everyone had to express their opinions. Everyone, I've gathered everyone here today to announce something. After he finished speaking, Fong Chun looked around and said, As the island master, I confer the title of Vice Island Master to Yin Fong. If I'm not on Green Bamboo Island, Yin Fong will be responsible for all other matters. Many thanks, Island Master. Yin Fong expressed his thanks. After that, Fong Chun conferred titles to a few more martial artists. The numerous creation realm experts present could be considered as the first batch of Green Bamboo Island's elders. After that, after a discussion, the elder group was established. In short, after the meeting, Green Bamboo Island was on the right track. But right now, what troubled Green Bamboo Island the most was that their army was too weak. Yin Fong told these details to Fong Chun. The latter nodded and said, Do you know why I changed the nameless island to Green Bamboo Island? Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. Because the green bamboo on Green Bamboo Island is a peerless array formation. Martial artists can use the array formation to cultivate. The Green Bamboo Array Formation would be Green Bamboo Island's greatest reliance. The reason why Fong Chun announced it was to stabilize the people's hearts. What Green Bamboo is an array formation? Island Master, what do you mean? Everyone was very shocked. Fong Chun waved his hand, indicating for everyone to follow him to take a look. A moment later, everyone came to the top of a mountain. Looking down, the dense green bamboo was incomparably dazzling. Watch. Fong Chun used the space-time true meaning, and his figure merged into the void. Then, he came to the highest point. The aura of array formation filled the air and instantly tilted down. Buzz. Under Fong Chun's control, the aura of array formation came into contact with the green bamboo. Suddenly, the green bamboo on the island swayed one after another. A trace of array formation aura gradually spread out. This is Yin Fong and the others were shocked. They did not expect such a peerless array formation to be hidden on Green Bamboo Island. What a rich star power. The green bamboo array formation was completely activated by Fong Chun. Countless green bamboos extended all over the sky and finally intertwined together, forming a closed sphere. The green bamboo array formation occupied 1/3 of Green Bamboo Island. There was a star power that was 100 times stronger than the outside world. This was definitely a cultivation place that martial artists dreamed of. Haha, I was originally worried about our Green Bamboo Island's discovery. Now it seems that there is no need to worry at all. Yes, with such a peerless array formation, it will not be long before it attracts countless geniuses. I have a hunch that Green Bamboo Island will shock the entire universe in the future. Many martial artists beside Yin Fong said one after another. After activating the green bamboo array formation, Fong Chen got into it. This method is really incredible. Fong Chen secretly said in his heart. The expert who set up the green bamboo array formation was definitely a peerless hero. Perhaps even 9-star array formation master may not be able to set up such an array formation. If it were not for Fong Chen's high attainments in array formation and the Golden Heart, it would be impossible to activate the array formation. Weapon Spirit. Do you know who set up the green bamboo array formation? Fong Chen tried to ask. However, the Weapon Spirit did not know. The star power is 100 times stronger than the outside world. The green bamboo array formation was the real holy land for cultivation. I believe it won't be long before martial artists come. Fong Chen secretly said. After arranging everything, Fong Chen went to the Starfield flying ship. According to the information, the Starfield flying ship was broken, but there was a restriction that prevented people from entering. Fong Chen came to the front of the Starfield flying ship and carefully observed it. This Starfield flying ship is a bit special. Fong Chen was a little puzzled. This flying ship was different from ordinary flying ships. Master, this isn't a Starfield flying ship. The Weapon Spirit suddenly said. You know what it is? Fong Chen opened his eyes wide and asked. It's a Starfield dragon boat. The Weapon Spirit replied. Starfield dragon boat. This was the first time Fong Chen had heard of it. What's a Starfield dragon boat? Starfield dragon boat is in existence above the Starfield flying ship. Under normal circumstances, only life and death monarchs are qualified to refine one. Of course, even if there are 10,000 life and death monarchs, it's already not bad if one can refine a Starfield dragon boat. The Weapon Spirit explained. Fong Chen was shaken. The Starfield dragon boat was so powerful. This Starfield dragon boat was left behind by my master when he was cultivating on the Green Bamboo Island. The Weapon Spirit lazily said. Fong Chen felt that this was inconceivable. This Starfield dragon boat was actually left behind by the Devil's Paradise's master. In my master's eyes, this Starfield dragon boat was merely a means of transportation. It didn't have much use. The Weapon Spirit said. Fong Chen's heart was restless. Since it was left behind by the Devil's Paradise's master, didn't this mean that he could obtain it? The Starfield dragon boat can travel through the void ocean at an incomparably fast speed. It would take at most 3 days to travel between 2 islands. The Weapon Spirit said. The Weapon Spirit's words shook Fong Chen even more. The void ocean was extremely vast. Every island was separated by millions of li. Even if one rode an ordinary Starfield flying ship, it would take at least 3 months to half a year to travel between 2 islands. However, the Starfield dragon boat would only take 3 days. Master, you could try to control the Starfield dragon boat. With your current strength, you can definitely use it to protect your life. The Weapon Spirit continued. How can I control it? Fong Chen was somewhat impatient. With such a fast speed, once he encountered danger, he could directly hide inside the Starfield dragon boat. Even life and death monarchs wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Buzz. The Weapon Spirit transmitted the method of control to Fong Chen's mind. Immediately, Fong Chen closed his eyes and started digesting it. Half an hour later, his eyes emitted a golden light as he prepared to control the Starfield dragon boat. The Starfield dragon boat was the size of a small mountain, quietly lying on the plain. Fong Chen's palms formed complicated seals as they continuously drilled into the dragon boat. Before long, the dilapidated dragon boat showed a slight reaction. Creak! The control panel inside the dragon boat gradually came under Fong Chen's control. Fong Chun felt that his energy was being rapidly absorbed by the Starfield Dragon Boat. What's going on? The Starfield Dragon Boat has been here for too long. Its energy has been exhausted and needs to be replenished, the weapon spirit said. Hearing this, Fong Chun let out a sigh of relief. Immediately, he did his utmost to transmit his star energy into the Starfield Dragon Boat. Just like that, it continued for 6 hours. The Starfield Dragon Boat was finally under Fong Chen's control. Small. Fong Chen's thoughts moved, and the huge Starfield Dragon Boat instantly shrunk. Finally, it turned into the size of a palm and fell into Fong Chen's hand. Starfield Dragon Boat. Fong Chen's heart was shaken. Master, every time you activate the Starfield Dragon Boat, you need a lot of purple crystals. You have to prepare more. The weapon spirit reminded. Fong Chen nodded. After taking control of the Starfield Dragon Boat, he already had a rough idea of how many purple crystals it would take to activate it. Although it requires a lot of energy, it's indeed a good thing. Fong Chen was very happy. He had the Dark Demonic Wheel to attack and the Starfield Dragon Boat to escape. Even if he couldn't win against Fortune Realm experts, he didn't fear anyone. As for Life and Death Realm emperors, Fong Chun didn't dare to provoke them. Which Life and Death Realm expert didn't have some tricks up his sleeve? If he accidentally fell into the enemy's hands, he would be finished. Withdraw. With a thought, Fong Chun put away the Starfield Dragon Boat and returned to the Island Master's mansion. Yin Fong and the others had already sent the first batch of martial artists into the green bamboo array to cultivate. 88. If the results were great, they would immediately publicize it. It wouldn't take long for Green Bamboo Island to flourish. Vice Island Master Yin Fong contact the Sacred Land and have them send people to build some teleportation arrays. I'll be leaving Green Bamboo Island for a while. Fong Chen said. Island Master, rest assured. I'll definitely get it done. Yin Fong said with a smile. There were natural resources on Green Bamboo Island. He could even see Green Bamboo Island's reputation soaring in the future. Chapter 1481. Green Bamboo Island was now under the control of the human race, and it was now part of the universe. It had gained the recognition of the entire human race. At the same time, Sanguinati's name resounded throughout the universe. News spread from the human race's sacred land that Sanguinati had become the new island master of Green Bamboo Island. The storm had just begun. Green Bamboo Island didn't have a teleportation formation, so Fong Chun could only use the Starfield Dragon Boat to travel. Fortunately, Fong Chun still had a few million purple crystals in his spatial ring. He placed 1,000,000 purple crystals into the Starfield Dragon Boat, and the boat's energy was restored. Then, the Starfield Dragon Boat turned into a gust of wind and disappeared into the void ocean. 3 days later, the Starfield Dragon Boat stopped flying and landed on an island. Fong Chun walked out of the boat and put it away. What island is this? Fong Chun was a little confused. At this moment, he saw a group of people chasing a man and a woman. At the foot of the mountain, 10 low-level manifestation realm cultivators were chasing a man and a woman. The man being chased was covered in blood. Sis Yao, leave quickly. Sensing that someone was coming from behind, the man used all his strength to punch out. He wanted to create an opportunity for the woman to escape. Unfortunately, the woman shook her head. Her pretty face was filled with tears. Brother Lei, let's die together. Who in the blink of an eye, the 10 manifestation realm cultivators caught up. The leader was a middle-aged man with a sinister expression. None of you can escape. That's right. How dare you offend our boss? You're courting death. Everyone surrounded the man and woman. Sis Yao, I'm the one who harmed you, the man called Brother Lei said sadly. Brother Lei, I'm very happy to die together with you. Seeing this, the middle-aged man was a little angry. Boss, what should we do? A monkey-faced man ran over and asked, Kill this bastard for me. Leave the woman and bring her back for our brothers to enjoy, the leader ordered. Immediately, the other manifestation realm cultivators attacked. Bang! At this point, the two of them had no strength left. They could only let the people chasing them attack without being able to retaliate. Sis Yao, Seeing that he was about to die in the hands of these people, Brother Lei was very unwilling. He glanced at Sis Yao reluctantly. No! Sobbing, Sister Yao raised her hands desperately, trying to fend off their attacks. However, it was to no avail. Bang! Brother Lei's body flew out and blood splattered all over the sky. Trash, go to hell. A martial artist at the first level of the manifestation realm walked to Brother Lei's side. With a battle axe in hand, he chopped down. Dong, just as the battle axe was about to hit Brother Lei, a figure suddenly appeared. Brat, do you want to die? How dare you ruin our plans? This martial artist was very angry and attacked Fong Chun. Crack! Fong Chun exerted a little force in his palm and crushed his battle axe. The warrior's fist landed on Fong Chun's body. Suddenly, a terrifying power rebounded. The warrior's body was sent flying and fell to the ground, seriously injured. What happened here attracted the attention of the leader. Brat, who are you? Brat, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Brother Lei, seeing that Brother Lei was still alive, Sister Yao hurriedly ran over and helped him up with a crying face. Little brother, leave quickly. You can't afford to offend him. Brother Lei's face was covered in blood as he tried to persuade Fong Chun. I happened to pass by and saw you guys bullying someone, so I intervened. Fong Chun shrugged. Brat, do you know who you're talking to? The leader said coldly. I don't know. You don't know, and yet you dare to stand up for justice? What a joke. The leader blinked his eyes. Immediately, the remaining 8 manifestation realm martial artists attacked together. Brat, this is the consequence of recklessly attacking. As they spoke, the 8 manifestation realm martial artists surrounded Fong Chun. Fong Chun shook his head. These people were too weak. If I were you, I wouldn't have intervened. Following which, he clenched his fist and casually threw a punch. Bunga martial artist at the second level of the manifestation realm near him was killed with a single punch. The leader's expression changed as he stared at Fong Chun. He finally realized that he had kicked an iron plate. Who are you? Scram while I'm still in a good mood. Fong Chun berated. The leader's expression changed as he quickly left with his subordinates. Sister Yao hugged Brother Lei and cried. These were tears of joy. Thank you, benefactor. Sister Yao expressed her gratitude. Fong Chun placed his palm on Brother Lei's body. Soon, Brother Lei's injuries were much better. May I know benefactor's name? I'll definitely repay you in the future. Brother Lei dragged his exhausted body and asked. Fong Chun shook his head and disappeared into the void. To Fong Chun, this was just a small interlude. But to these two, Fong Chun was no different from a second parent who gave them a chance to live again. After asking around, Fong Chun already knew. This island was called Thunderbolt Island and belonged to the Thunderbolt Archipelago. Following which, Fong Chun left through the Thunderbolt Archipelago's teleportation formation. This time, Fong Chun's goal was to bring his family and friends to Green Bamboo Island. The first thing he thought of was his parents on Earth. He came to Tongtian Island and returned to Earth once again, with the resources he left for his parents and the help of Earth's immortal sections. His parents could be considered experts on Earth. On this day, Fong Chun silently returned and brought his parents away. Of course, he also left some resources for the immortal sex. After all, this was the place where he was born. Then, Fong Chun returned to Lingering Island and entered the Qingyun domain. After so many years, he returned to the Qingyun domain again. The last time he left with the help of the inheritance left behind by the Zongjin Emperor. But now, Fong Chun could easily travel through time. Voila! Fong Chun descended on the Zongjin continent. The current Zongjin continent was much more developed than before. He saw many familiar people, and one image after another flashed through his mind. After a breath's time, Fong Chun returned to the ancient Sword Continent. This time, he was going to pick up the Fong family and go to Green Bamboo Island. Ancient Sword Continent, 5 Elements Continent. In a certain city, Fong Chun sat quietly in a restaurant and drank. In the restaurant, everyone was discussing the Fong family in low voices. I didn't expect the Fong family to have become the most powerful family in the ancient Sword Continent. Fong Chun sighed. Sure enough, time passed. The Fong family has produced a good seedling. The ancient Sword Continent's giant sect is in awe when they see the Fong family's patriarch. Yeah, Fong Chun of the Fong family is the #1 god of war on the ancient Sword Continent. But it's said that the Fong family has encountered some crisis recently. I'm not sure. It's said that the upper echelons of the Five Elements Academy have come to the Fong family to discuss countermeasures. Hearing this, Fong Chen's ears twitched slightly. Immediately, he spread out his divine sense and instantly discovered the situation in the Fong family's mansion. What happened? Fong Chen got up and disappeared into the void. The cultivators in the restaurant had no idea that someone was here just now. Fong family's mansion, meeting hall. Dean Wuyun, thank you for your help, but this time, the person who spoke was Fong Chen's father, and there was a hint of sadness in his voice. Patriarch Fong, don't give up. If we gather the strength of the entire continent, it's possible to resolve this crisis. Wuyun's voice sounded. Fong Chun scanned with his divine sense and discovered the confusion of his father and the others. A Heaven Star Border Realm guy. Fong Chun discovered that there was an injured Heaven Star Border Realm beast in the back mountain of the Fong family. A Mystic King Realm beast could be considered supreme in the ancient Sword Continent, not to mention a Heaven Star Border Realm beast. Could have come here through a spatial crack while fighting in the outer region. After thinking for a while, he guessed the truth of the matter. This was the only explanation. Otherwise, a Heaven Star Border Realm beast wouldn't be able to enter the Qinyan domain. Fortunately, I came back. Otherwise, the entire ancient Sword Continent would be in trouble. This Heaven Star Border Realm beast knew that it was heavily injured, so it pressured the Fong family to scour the entire continent for elixirs to treat its injuries. Once its injuries were healed, it would definitely go on a killing spree. Fong Chen's mind moved, and he came to the back mountain of the Fong family. Roar! Sensing someone approaching, the Heaven Star Border Realm beast let out an angry roar. Quite a temper. Fong Chen sneered and stood there quietly. Human, do you want to die? The Heaven Star Border Realm beast opened its eyes and said coldly, Is it you who is forcing the Fong family? Fong Chen said, You're courting death. Being scolded by a human, the Heaven Star Border Realm beast was enraged and stretched out its claws. Bang! The moment the claws came into contact with Fong Chun, it was bounced back. Hey, big guy, can you stop embarrassing yourself? The little mouse appeared. He couldn't take it anymore. A Heaven Star Border Realm beast dared to show off in front of boss. N. Feeling the aura of the little mouse's bloodline, the Heaven Star Border Realm beast's hair stood up and it wanted to escape. Want to leave? At this moment, Fong Chun released his creation realm aura. The Heaven Star Border Realm beast was stunned. This aura made its heart tremble. Senior, please spare my life. I didn't mean to disturb you. The Heaven Star Border Realm beast knelt on the ground, trembling. We are as the Fong family. Since you dare to threaten the Fong family, you will stay here forever and I'll be the Fong family's guardian beast. With that, Fong Chun flicked his finger, and a strange light drilled into the Heaven Star Border Realm beast's head. Dong, the Heaven Star Border Realm beast trembled, and its face was filled with pain. After a while, the Heaven Star Border Realm beast opened its eyes and said, Thank you for not killing me. Protect the Fong family well. Otherwise, you know the consequences. With just a glance, the Heaven Star Border Realm beast was so scared that it didn't dare to move. 8802 strong. The Heaven Star Border Realm beast didn't have any intention to resist. Such a powerhouse could kill it with a thought. Sigh. The Heaven Star Border Realm beast sighed and returned to the mountain peak. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Fong family's meeting hall was heavy. They were still worried about how to deal with the Heaven Star Border Realm beast. Chapter 1482. Fong Family Mansion, Meeting Hall. Father Fong was panicking when a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Immediately, he was overjoyed and stood up. Patriarch Fong, what happened? Seeing this, Wuyun and the others hurriedly stood up. They thought that the demonic beast in the back mountain had made a move and were very worried. Ha ha, everyone, the crisis has been resolved. Father Fong suddenly laughed and said to everyone, Wuyun and the others were a little surprised and puzzled. Patriarch Fong, you said that the crisis has been resolved. What happened? Wu Yin asked. Chen'er is back. Father Fong had just finished speaking when a familiar figure appeared in the meeting hall. Fong Chun, Wu Yin cried out involuntarily. Back then, Fong Chun had used his absolute strength to kill the demon cloud Lian province and help the ancient sword continent resolve the crisis. Since then, he had become a supreme existence on the ancient sword continent. Everyone called him the sword god. However, after so many years, he had actually returned. Fong Chun, it's really you. Everyone in the Fong family was extremely excited. Father Fong hugged his son, longing for him. Father. The entire Fong family mansion was completely bustling. The strongest war god of the ancient sword continent, the genius Fong Chun, had returned. Everyone was very excited. He was an expert who stood at the peak of the ancient sword continent. Fong Chun told Father Fong about his return. Father Fong thought for a while and gave an answer. He was willing to follow Fong Chun to Green Bamboo Island, but there were many disciples of the Fong family, so he couldn't make the decision. The next day, Father Fong told everyone the news. Some people were willing to leave, while others didn't. Although the outer verse was wonderful, it was also very dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Most cultivators decided to stay, and only a few were willing to leave. This was all prepared by Father Fong, while Fong Chun accompanied his family. They stayed on the ancient sword continent for 3 days. During this time, Fong Chun gave some cultivation resources to the 5 Elements Academy. Of course, there was also the place where his dreams started, the Azure Edge Sword Sect. Every sect that Fong Chun had joined had more or less received favors from Fong Chun. 3 days later, Fong Chun led everyone away from the ancient sword continent. This time, Star and Moon's parents were among the people he brought along. They missed Star and Moon so much that they volunteered to follow Fong Chun into the outer realms. When Fong Chun returned to Green Bamboo Island, it was already a month later. During this period, Fong Chun also brought his apprentice to Green Bamboo Island. The Holy Land had already dispatched powerhouses to set up a transmission array on Green Bamboo Island. With the teleportation array, it would be much more convenient. After that, it was an overwhelming amount of publicity. After a great wave of publicity, many rogue cultivators came to Green Bamboo Island. After witnessing the heaven-defying power of the Green Bamboo Array formation, they were all willing to join the Green Bamboo Island. In just a few months, Green Bamboo Island had undergone earth-shaking changes. All of this was thanks to Fong Chun. The latter had made up his mind to make Green Bamboo Island his own territory. He wanted to give his family and friends a stable home. Island Master's Mansion. Island Master, Green Bamboo Island is already on the right track. In the past month, more than 3,000 Creation Realm powerhouses have joined our Green Bamboo Island. Deputy Island Master Ian Fong reported the situation. Fong Chun nodded. Green Bamboo Island had the Green Bamboo Array formation as its foundation in the Dark Night Force field. In addition to these 2 major cultivation resources, there were countless small cultivation resources. Moreover, Green Bamboo Island had just started and had fewer people but more resources. Of course, martial artists had joined. Grasp the scope of recruitment and try to recruit as many elites as possible, Fong Chun said. Don't worry. After we establish the defensive line of Green Bamboo Island, we will strictly control it, Ian Fong said. As an island, first of all, it had to have its own strong army to defend against foreign invaders. Even if foreign invaders came, the human Holy Land would take action. But they couldn't always rely on the Holy Land. They had to rely on themselves. Moreover, Green Bamboo Island was an island at the edge of the Void Ocean and was very far away from the surrounding islands. It was a barren land where sea demons ran rampant. They had to establish a defensive line to prevent sea demons from attacking. Everything was on the right track. Fong Chun left Green Bamboo Island and returned to the human Holy Land. Come here. As soon as he returned, the Holy Lord's voice sounded. Fong Chun came to the Holy Lord's temple. Greetings, Holy Lord, Fong Chun said. The Holy Lord nodded in satisfaction and admired Fong Chun very much. Not bad. You were able to turn the situation around with your own strength. I was right about you, the Holy Lord said with a smile. You should have obtained the dark demonic wheel, right? Fang Chen looked up at the Holy Lord, whose face was full of smiles. Fang Chen couldn't guess what the Holy Lord meant. Then he nodded. The dark demonic wheel is very powerful. You have obtained it by chance, so seize it, the Holy Lord said. Obviously, he also knew about the dark demonic wheel. I have also discovered the green bamboo array on Green Bamboo Island. It is a cultivation holy land. As the Lord of Green Bamboo Island, you must develop Green Bamboo Island well, the Holy Lord continued. I will. From now on, Green Bamboo Island was his territory. You have contributed to the human race, so you can enter the library pavilion once, the Holy Lord said. Go. Fang Chen's figure disappeared into thin air, and the next moment, he appeared in the library pavilion. Behind the Holy Lord, the black shadow appeared again. I still underestimated this child's potential, the Holy Lord said slowly. To be able to obtain the recognition of the dark demonic wheel, this child's potential is limitless, the black shadow said. We can cultivate him as the hope of the human race. When the sacred leader heard this, he nodded. Human Holy Land, Library Pavilion. Fang Chen was very excited. The Library Pavilion of the Holy Land was the most mysterious place in the entire universe. Apart from the Holy Lord, no one could find its location. Offensive secret techniques, defensive secret techniques, soul path secret techniques. At a glance, it was a dazzling array. There were secret techniques everywhere, and even the weakest secret technique was a supreme-grade secret technique. Fang Chen was shocked once again. He looked at all of this with a dumbfounded expression, not knowing where to start. Don't bite off more than you can chew. You must set out from reality. Fang Chen tried to suppress his excitement and said slowly. In terms of offense, he had the burial sword art of heaven and earth, which was enough for a short period of time. In terms of defense, he had the perfect sword body, which was almost unnecessary. As for soul path secret techniques, he had the 5 thunder tribulation technique. Kid, do you not know how to choose? Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Fang Chen. Senior. This person was the elder who guarded the library pavilion. It's always like this when you enter the library pavilion for the first time, the elder said with a smile. I'll test your strength and give you some advice. The elder had been guarding the library pavilion for a long time and was very bored. Every time a newcomer came in, he would give some advice. Thank you, elder. Fang Chen nodded excitedly, then took out the red glass sword and began to attack the elder. Bang, bang, bang. No matter how Fang Chen attacked, he could not touch the elder. Sword Dao potential is not bad. The elder's evaluation of Fang Chen was not bad. While at a certain moment, Fang Chen's space-time true meaning disappeared. The elder's expression changed slightly. At this moment, he could not sense Fang Chen. True meaning. The elder cried out involuntarily. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, Fang Chen's figure was forced to appear. Immediately, the elder stopped attacking. Kid, what is your true meaning? The elder asked hurriedly. Space-time, true meaning. Fang Chen looked up at the elder and finally said it. What's space-time, true meaning? Hearing this, the elder's face was full of smiles. Space-time, true meaning. That was the legendary peerless true meaning. I actually saw a peerless true meaning. The elder was very excited. Try it again. The elder stared at Fang Chen and said. Fang Chen nodded and displayed the space-time true meaning again. Buzz. The elder felt the space-time aura in the air and his eyes became blurry. Kid, you really gave me a surprise. The elder laughed excitedly. In the entire universe, the number of warriors who have grasped the peerless true meaning is less than 5. Any warrior who has comprehended a peerless true meaning will stand at the top of the universe in the future. Even if they enter the divine world, they will quickly become a leader. From the elder's words, one could hear the heaven-defying nature of a peerless true meaning. Fang Chen quietly listened to the elder's words. Kid, you must keep the fact that you have a peerless true meaning a secret. Otherwise, if the foreign races know, they will definitely send experts to assassinate you. The elder warned. I know. If the foreign races and the human race were to hear that a peerless, true, meaning warrior had appeared in the human race, they would definitely kill him at all costs. In history, such a thing had happened before. Therefore, he had to be careful. After warning, the elder brought Fong Chun to the second floor of the pavilion. He took out a yellowed book from a small box. This book contains the cultivation experience of a powerful human expert regarding the true meaning of space-time. Take it and study it. The elder handed the yellowed book to Fong Chun. The latter took the book, his heart burning. Thank you, elder. A peerless true meaning was very difficult to cultivate, especially when he was alone. He was like a headless fly. The more he cultivated, the harder it was to continue. And now, the elder was giving him the cultivation experience of a predecessor. This was definitely very precious. Everyone can only choose one book when they enter the library. You have already chosen, so quickly go back. The elder urged. You must remember not to let outsiders know. After Fong Chun left, the elder hurriedly came to the temple. Elder Shu, why are you in such a hurry? The sacred master asked. A peerless true meaning warrior has appeared in our human race, the elder said in a deep voice. Even the Holy Lord, upon hearing the words supreme, true intent, had a look of surprise appear on his usually calm face. What peerless true meaning? The elder nodded heavily. Not long ago, the Bloodsword Saint went to the book collection pavilion to choose scriptures. I asked him to attack and help him come up with ideas. I didn't expect that I would accidentally discover that he had the true meaning of space and time. Chapter 1483. The more powerful one was, the more they knew the importance of true intents. There were many types of true intents. Almost any warrior could comprehend the lowest level of true intents. If one could comprehend middle or high-level true intents, they would be considered outstanding. As for supreme, true intents, only the young prodigies of the human race could comprehend them. A supreme true intent had not appeared for a long time. It was not an exaggeration to say that warriors with supreme true intents would definitely be able to enter the immemorial realm and the divine world. This was because the level of true intent determined whether one could reach the threshold of the rules of order. In this universe era, in the entire universe, there were only a handful of people who possessed absolute true intent. They were all in the growth stage and had not reached their peak. However, the human race had given them a lot of help and thought highly of them. In the eyes of the human race holy leader, although Sanguinati had great potential, he had not reached the level of a prodigy. Therefore, when he rewarded him, he only gave him the position of supervisor. The reason why he could enter the library was because he had made a contribution on Green Bamboo Island. However, Elder Shu said that Sanguinati had supreme, true intents. This was beyond the human race holy leader's expectations. A supreme, true intent, and it is the top true intent of space-time. At this moment, the human race holy leader could not sit still. His face was filled with complex emotions. If Sanguinati really had the true intent of space-time, his future achievements would definitely surpass all the predecessors of the human race. Holy leader, I have personally tested Sanguinati, and he indeed has the true intent of space-time. Elder Shu suppressed his excitement and said softly. The human race holy leader nodded and smiled brightly. As the human race holy leader, he was always thinking for the human race. His primordial spirit had merged with the universe and was immortal. This was for the sake of the human race's prosperity and development. He could almost see the human race rising and suppressing the other races. The true intent of space-time is considered the top among supreme, true intents, the human race holy leader said slowly. When a space-time Tao is cultivated to the peak, one can affect time and space. I did not expect that the human race would produce such a genius. Holy leader, this is a serious matter. I told Sanguinati not to leak it out. Otherwise, he will be targeted by the other races, Elder Shu said. The holy leader nodded and was gratified. Elder Shu, you have done well. The fact that the Bloodsword Saint has the true meaning of time and space must be kept a secret, the sacred lord said. However, even though it must be kept a secret, we must also increase our efforts to nurture the blood sword saint. Holy leader, I think. Before Elder Shu could finish his words, the human race holy leader, the sacred lord, waved his hand and said, "You can leave first. Let me think for a while." Fang Chen did not know that his absolute true intent had caused a huge uproar in Sacred Hall. The human holy leader. His parents on Earth lived peacefully on Green Bamboo Island, living a carefree life. As for the ancient Sword Continent's father, he no longer worried about other things and would play chess every day when he had nothing to do. The entire Green Bamboo Island was rising rapidly. Yin Fong led many creation realm martial artists to cultivate in the Green Bamboo Array Formation. In a few months, the Green Bamboo Island had developed to a certain extent. In Fang Chen's opinion, it would not take long for the island to reach the level of Scar Island. On this day, Fang Chen had just returned and was ready to take a look at the space-time Tao left behind by the human race's predecessors. However, at this moment, Tian Xin came to find him. Tian Xin had already entered the Heaven Star border realm. "Greetings, Master." Tian Xin came to the mansion and said respectfully, "How's your cultivation recently?" Fang Chen asked. He could tell at a glance that Tian Xin's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Ever since he brought Tian Xin to the Green Bamboo Island, he had been cultivating in the Green Bamboo Array Formation. However, he was too weak and the Green Bamboo Array Formation could not help much. "My cultivation has reached a bottleneck and I can't break through for now," Tian Xin said honestly. Fang Chen nodded and said, "On the path of cultivation, the biggest taboo is to be distracted. It's normal to be stuck at a bottleneck. Comprehend the martial Tao well." After hearing Fang Chen's guidance, Tian Xin thanked him. "All right, you can leave," Fang Chen said. Tian Xin wanted to say something, but stopped. Fang Chen asked, "Is there anything else?" "Master, I want to go out and train," Tian Xin said. Fang Chen was a little surprised. "I don't have any pressure on the Green Bamboo Island, so my cultivation speed is much slower. I also want to be like Master, roaming outside and breaking through in life and death battles," Tian Xin said. Fang Chen was silent for a moment and then nodded. "Be careful." Then, he left an imprint in Tian Xin's mind. It could protect Tian Xin at critical moments. Tian Xin left. His character was similar to Fang Chen's. He did not want to be a flower in a greenhouse and wanted to go out and train. Green Bamboo Island, Island Lord's Mansion. Fang Chen was looking at the space-time Tao's insights left behind by the human race's predecessors and sighed from time to time. So, the space-time Tao can be cultivated like this. All this time, Fang Chen had only used the space-time Tao as a movement technique. Although the space-time Tao had reached the 7th grade, Fang Chen's understanding of the space-time Tao was still not enough. The space-time Tao was divided into time and space. In terms of space, Fang Chen had already mastered space travel and space cut. Only the most difficult space collapse was left. In terms of time, he had already mastered time stop and time accelerate. The most difficult time reversal was left. In fact, the fusion of time and space could produce unexpected surprises. According to the insights, when a space-time Tao was cultivated to the extreme, one could control time and space with a thought. The current Fang Chen was far from being able to do that. "Let's start with time acceleration and space cut," Fang Chen said to himself. After deciding on a direction, the next time was to immerse himself in cultivation. For a creation realm martial artist, time was nothing. Some martial artists would go into seclusion for decades, or even centuries. Fang Chen had cultivated for less than 50 years. It was not easy for him to achieve such an achievement. This time, he spent a full year in seclusion. In a year, Fang Chen could already use space cut freely. He could even maintain time acceleration at more than 100 times. Time acceleration was what martial artists yearned for the most. Fang Chen tried many times. With his strength, he could maintain 100-fold time acceleration for at most half a year. Of course, this was already very good. Whoosh, one day after a year, Fang Chen opened his eyes. With a thought, his body hid in the void. Although his cultivation was only at the first level of creation realm, he was fearless even against a third-level creation realm martial artist. Not bad. Fong Chen smiled and said, I wonder how Green Bamboo Island is doing. In this year, he had been busy cultivating and did not ask about Green Bamboo Island. Voila! His figure flashed and arrived at the island master's residence. His divine sense spread out and found that Yin Fong was not in the island master's residence. Immediately, Fong Chen's divine sense continued to spread out and found that Green Bamboo City's plaza was crowded with people. Yin Fong was sitting on the platform, and Fong Chen was a little surprised. Was there some competition being held here? He quietly came behind Yin Fong, and the people on the rostrum didn't notice him at all. Vice Island Master Yin Fong. What competition is being held here? Fong Chen asked. His figure was hidden in the void, and Yin Fong did not notice. Yin Fong looked around and did not find the island master. Finally, he transmitted his voice. Island Master, our Green Bamboo Island is holding an annual competition between the younger generation disciples. After that, Yin Fong introduced the process of the competition to Fong Chen. The martial artists participating were all heavenly body tier martial artists. There were a total of 50,000 people participating. Now, it was already the final moment, and only 5 people were left. These 5 people were going to fight for the supreme position of the #1 expert. Fong Chen nodded and looked at the martial arts platform. On the martial arts platform, 2 9th-level heavenly body tier martial artists were fighting. Interesting. Fong Chen grinned. A moment later, the victor was decided between these 2 martial artists. Among them, the martial artist holding the battle axe won. Next was another battle. This battle attracted Fong Chen's attention. The golden heart beat rapidly, and Fong Chen narrowed his eyes, seeming to have discovered something. The battle was still continuing, but Fong Chen had long since stopped paying attention. His gaze fell on the man in beast armor. The final battle was very eye-catching. In the end, the man in beast armor won. The judge announced that the man in beast armor was the first in this competition and would receive generous rewards. However, at this moment, Yin Fong spoke. He's not first. Yin Fong stood up, attracting everyone's attention. Vice Island Master, what does this mean? Vice Island Master, could it be that first has long been decided internally? That's right. The man in beast armor clearly got first. So why is he not first? If he's not first, then please tell us, Vice Island Master, who is qualified to be first. On the platform, many martial artists questioned. Crash! Fong Chen's figure appeared on the platform. Island Master, everyone exclaimed, shouting one after another. Below, many of the younger generation, seeing the Island Master for the first time, were also stunned. Heavens, the Island Master is so young. Is this the Island Master? Below, whispers could be heard. Fong Chen went straight to the martial arts stage and looked at the man in beast armor. Crash! Without warning, he waved his hand and directly covered the man in beast armor. Everyone was shocked. What was the Island Master doing? Since you dared to sneak into Green Bamboo Island, you should be prepared to die. Fong Chen made a thunderous move, directly suppressing the man in beast armor. The latter was trapped by Fong Chen. His face was ferocious, and his alien body was instantly exposed. Roar! The alien looked up to the sky and roared, wanting to perish together with Fong Chen. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Crack! Fong Chen clenched his fist and directly crushed the alien's head. The man in beast armor instantly died. The man in beast armor is actually a spy of the alien race. Damn it, we were almost fooled. Fortunately, the Island Master is wise. On the platform, everyone looked embarrassed. Chapter 1484. The matter with the beast-armored man had attracted the attention of Yin Fong and the others. All this time, they had never thought about this matter. Now that they thought about it, it was terrifying. The other races didn't dare to attack them head-on, so they sent cultivators to infiltrate Green Bamboo Island. Once Green Bamboo Island was infiltrated, it would be a disaster. So far, the strongest person on Green Bamboo Island was Yin Fong. Although Fong Chen was the Island Master, he was too weak. However, Yin Fong and the others wouldn't look down on him just because he was weak. After this matter, Fong and the others raised the test to join Green Bamboo Island. After a thorough investigation, they let out a sigh of relief. Devil Vanquishing World, Third Heaven. Fong Chen's clone had been cultivating here. Tai Izuan had come. His face was very haggard, and his clothes were tattered. He reeked of alcohol. Yes. Fong Chun was very surprised. Why was Tai Izuan so dispirited? Had something happened? Brother Tai, what's wrong? Asked Fong Chun. Tai Izuan sat down on a stone stool, took out a gourd, and began to gulp down wine. He directly ignored Fong Chen's question. Fong Chun could sense that Tai Izuan was filled with sorrow. Something must have happened to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Brother Tai, what happened? Asked Fong Chun, looking directly at Tai Izuan. Tai Izuan put down his wine gourd, and a tear rolled down his face. Fong Chun stared at him like this. Senior apprentice Brother Fong. Tai Izuan began to cry. Fong Chun gently patted Tai Izuan's shoulder, comforting him. He allowed Tai Izuan to release his inner pain. A while later, Tai Izuan's emotions stabilized. Brother Tai, what happened? Asked Fong Chun. At this moment, Tai Izuan slowly raised his head and said in a deep voice, My family has been annihilated. Fong Chen's expression changed slightly. A trace of anger appeared on his face. What happened? My family is one of the most powerful families in the old China Islands. Who knew that the Chiu clan would be so vicious and merciless? In order to seize control of Iron Gorge Island, they plotted against my father and bribed all the experts in the clan. Tai Izuan said, When I heard the news and rushed over, my Tai clan had already become history. Man Long and Murong Bing went with me. In order to get rid of me completely, the Chiu family had spared no expense. At the critical moment, Murong Bing had stepped forward bravely to buy time for me to escape. But she, dead. Tai Izuan's face darkened when he mentioned Murong Bing. There was a huge rage in his heart that he wanted to vent. Murong Bing is dead. Hearing this, Fong Chun was shocked. Back then, the few of them had joined the demon-subduing realm together, and their relationship had been the best. And now, Murong Bing had been killed. Murong Bing died, trying to save me. I'm so useless. Tai Izuan hated himself. Tell me the details. A trace of anger appeared in Fong Chen's eyes. Tai Izuan suppressed his grief and told Fong Chen the details. Hearing this, Fong Chen's face darkened. The Chiu clan. Fong Chen shouted in his heart. It was one thing for the Chiu clan to destroy the Tai clan, but they had also killed Murong Bing and capture Man Long. They had said that if Tai Izuan didn't appear, they would kill Man Long. This was a blatant threat. Tai Izuan had come here today to bid farewell to him for the last time. Then he would go to Iron Gorge Island and surrender in exchange for Man Long's life. Brother Tai, do you trust me? Fong Chun put his hand on Tai Izuan's shoulder and asked calmly. Senior Brother Fong, I know what you're thinking. The Chiu clan is too strong, and there must be experts supporting them. I don't want you to take the risk. Tai Izuan shook his head and rejected Fong Chen's good intentions. But Fong Chun had already made up his mind, and no one could change it. I'll go with you to Iron Gorge Island, Fong Chun said solemnly. There was no room for doubt in his words. Hearing this, Tai Izuan still wanted to persuade him, but after seeing Fong Chen's burning eyes, he nodded and agreed. Senior Brother Fong, if you can save Man Long, I, Tai Izuan, will be your slave for the rest of my life. Tai Izuan knelt on the ground. Fong Chen hurriedly helped Tai Izuan up and said, Brother Tai, there's no need for this between us. Green Bamboo Island, Island Master's Mansion. Fong Chen stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. The Chiu clan. Fong Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent as he muttered to himself. Then, he stepped into the void and disappeared. He and Tai Izuan had agreed to meet in the void ocean outside Iron Gorge Island. This time, dealing with the Chiu clan might cause a war. Just in case, Fong Chun decided to let his original body go to Iron Gorge Island. After all, his original body had the dark demonic wheel and the Starfield dragon boat. Even if he couldn't win, he was confident that he could escape. The void ocean was vast and magnificent. In the sea area closest to Iron Gorge Island, there was a bamboo raft. Tai Izuan stood on the bamboo raft and looked into the distance. He was waiting for Fong Chun. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a strange ray of light shot over from the distance. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the bamboo raft. Fong Chun put away the Starfield dragon boat and jumped onto the bamboo raft. "Brother Tai," Fong Chun said with a smile. Tai Izuan nodded at Fong Chun. "Tell me about Iron Gorge Island," Fong Chun said. Since he wanted to save Man Long and avenge Tai Izuan, he had to understand the Chiu clan. The Chiu clan was originally a second-rate clan on Iron Gorge Island and had always been suppressed by the Tai clan. After Tai Izuan joined the demon-subduing world, he rarely returned to Iron Gorge Island. Even if he came back occasionally, he wouldn't ask about the clan's affairs. Therefore, his understanding of the Chiu clan was still the same as before he joined the demon-subduing world. There are many mid-level creation realm martial artists in the Chiu clan. The clan leader is the strongest. He has reached the 7th level of the creation realm, Tai Izuan said. I suspect that the Chiu clan has colluded with other forces. Otherwise, with the Chiu clan's strength, they wouldn't have been able to destroy the Tai clan. Hearing this, Fong Chun nodded lightly. "Where is Man Long locked up?" Fong Chun asked. "I don't know either, but I can ask around in Iron Gorge Island," Tai Izuan said. "The Chiu clan has been waiting for me to go back and walk into their trap. Let's go ashore." Unknowingly, the bamboo raft was already close to Iron Gorge Island. Fong Chun and Tai Izuan disguised themselves and stepped onto Iron Gorge Island. Iron Gorge Island was second only to Sky Island among the 36 islands of the Old Hua Islands. Soon, Fong Chun and Tai Izuan arrived at a border city of Iron Gorge Island. After asking around, they found out where Man Long was locked up. Then, Fong Chun asked, "Brother Tai, do you know where I can get purple crystals?" "Purple crystals. A large number of purple crystals. The more the better," Fong Chun said. Tai Izuan thought for a moment and said, "Follow me." With that, he left the restaurant with Fong Chun and went to a bank. Chiu clan bank. "Are you talking about robbing?" Fong Chun asked as he looked at the Chiu family bank. Tai Izuan nodded. Fong Chun was a little stunned. He didn't expect Tai Izuan to bring him to the Chiu clan's territory to rob. With that, Tai Izuan was about to rush in. However, he was stopped by Fong Chun. "Let me do this. Just wait for me in the restaurant," Fong Chun said. Tai Izuan was still worried, but he listened to Fong Chun in the end. Whoosh! With the space-time true meaning, Fong Chun hid in the void and walked into the Chiu clan bank. With a sweep of his divine sense, Fong Chun found that the strongest person in the Chiu clan bank was only at the 1st level of the creation realm. The other people doing odd jobs were all at the heavenly body tier. Inside the bank, a subordinate walked up to the manager and whispered, "Manager, should we put the purple crystals we earned today into the warehouse?" "Yes, put them all in." The manager nodded. Then, the subordinate took a spatial ring and quickly came to a secret room in the bank. Fong Chun spread his divine sense and followed the subordinate into the secret room. So many purple crystals. The secret room was very spacious, and there was a large number of purple crystals inside. Roughly, there were at least 10 billion purple crystals. Why did the Chiu clan get so many purple crystals? Fong Chun was very confused. Over 10 billion purple crystals was not a small sum. It was very difficult for the Chiu clan to get so many. Moreover, this was only an ordinary bank of the Chiu clan. While Fong Chun was confused, the subordinate put all the purple crystals in the spatial ring into the warehouse. Then, he closed the warehouse and left. No matter what you use it for, take it all away," Fong Chun said with a sinister smile. Then, he opened the spatial ring and quickly collected the purple crystals. In the meeting hall of the Chiu clan bank, the manager was smiling as he received a burly man. "Old Chiu, how are the purple crystals?" the burly man asked. "Sir, don't worry. The purple crystals of our Chiu clan have all been transferred to this bank. The outside world would never guess that there would be 10 billion purple crystals stored in such a small bank," the manager said with a smile. The burly man nodded when he heard that. "Still have to be careful. 3 days later, we will send people to take away these purple crystals. During this time, don't cause any trouble," the burly man exhorted. "Sir, don't worry. Our warehouse has people watching over it. Also, there's a formation covering it. As long as someone approaches, they will be discovered," the manager said. "Also, with our Chio clan status on Iron Gorge Island, I'm afraid no one would dare to rob our Chio clan bank." The manager was very confident that the Chio clan bank was unbreakable. "After this transaction is completed, your Chio clan will receive our full support," the burly man said. The manager nodded vigorously. Although he did not understand why the Chio clan would transfer all the purple crystals here, they would secretly transfer them and give them to this mysterious faction. But he knew himself very well. He would definitely not ask what he should not ask. "All right, I will come back in 3 days." With that, the burly man turned and left. The manager immediately gave the order to heavily guard the purple crystal warehouse. No one was allowed to approach. However, what he did not know was that Fong Chun had already entered the warehouse. At this moment, he was frantically collecting the purple crystals. "The spatial ring is full." Fong Chun pursed his lips. There were too many purple crystals. A single spatial ring could not hold them all. Chapter 1485. The spatial ring was too small. It couldn't hold that many violet crystals. The item spirit's words enlightened Fong Chun. "Right. Why didn't I think of the Starfield Dragon Boat?" A bright smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. Although the Starfield Dragon Boat was a flying supreme treasure, its space was much larger than the warehouse here. It was more than enough to hold all these violet crystals. "Pack it up." With a thought, Fong Chun opened the Starfield Dragon Boat and began to crazily collect the violet crystals. An hour later, over 10 billion violet crystals were all collected by him. Fong Chun still hadn't had his fill. He looked a bit reluctant. It would be even better if there were violet crystal soul stones. After putting away the Starfield Dragon Boat, Fong Chun looked at the surrounding walls. There's a formation here. However, such a weak formation was too easy for Fong Chun. It didn't take long for Fong Chun to find a flaw in the formation. He then calmly left the storehouse. During this process, the true meaning of space-time played a huge role. There were so many guards in front of the storehouse that they didn't even know Fong Chun had come. What they were guarding had long since become an empty secret room. After returning to the restaurant and meeting up with Tai Izuan, Fong Chun was very happy. "How was it?" asked Tai Izuan. "I took all the violet crystals from the Chio family bank," said Fong Chun. "Guess how many violet crystals I got?" Tai Izuan was startled by Fong Chun's question. "How many? This bank is just a weak branch of the Chio family. They only have 1,000,000 violet crystals at most." According to Tai Izuan's understanding of the Chio family, even if they put all their violet crystals together, they probably wouldn't have that many. "You're wrong about that." Fong Chun smiled mysteriously. "The Chio family seems to have moved all their violet crystals to this bank. In total, I got over 10 billion violet crystals." "What 10 billion? Tai Izuan almost cried out. Fortunately, he was able to control himself. Otherwise, he would have screamed out loud. He tried his best to calm the shock in his heart as he stared at Fong Chun with wide eyes. The latter should not be lying to him. The Chio family was actually able to take out more than 10 billion purple crystals. At this moment, Tai Izuan's worldview was in a mess. "I'm guessing that the Chio clan is doing some shady business in the dark," Fong Chun said via voice transmission. "Senior Marshal Brother Fong, you've done well this time." "Ha! If the Chio family discovers that billions of violet crystals have disappeared, I wonder if they'll go crazy." Tai Izuan was delighted inside. After chatting for a while, the two of them hurriedly left the city. They had already obtained news that Torvosaurus was imprisoned in the core of Iron Gorge Island, Metro Gorge City. Furthermore, they had just stolen tens of billions of purple crystals. If they were discovered, it would be detrimental to their future plans. 3 days later, the burly man once again arrived at the Chio family bank. This time, he had brought along a large group of Creation Realm martial artists. These people were very mysterious. They wore black masks on their faces, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. "My lord, you've come." The manager of the bank had already received the order from the Chio family head to contact this my lord and transfer out the tens of billions of purple crystals. Where are the purple crystals? The burly man asked impatiently. My lord, the purple crystals are in our storehouse. Please follow me. The manager led the way, and soon they arrived in front of the storehouse. The storehouse was heavily guarded, and there was a powerful formation covering it. Not even a fly could enter. Seeing this, the burly man nodded in satisfaction. All of you leave. The manager waved his hand, and the soldiers guarding the storehouse all left. Then, the manager removed the formation and excitedly opened the door to the storehouse. Even a peak creation realm martial artist would not be able to resist the temptation of tens of billions of purple crystals, let alone a mere manager. My lord, the purple crystals are all inside. The manager pointed at the storehouse. The burly man took a step forward and entered the storehouse. However, what entered his eyes was not the sparkling purple crystals, but the empty storehouse. Where are the purple crystals? The burly man's face instantly became gloomy, and he asked coldly. Hearing this, the manager hurriedly entered the storehouse. Seeing the empty storehouse, he turned pale with fright. Impossible! The purple crystals are clearly here. How is this possible? The manager's face was pale, and his body was trembling. His heart was filled with fear. Tens of billions of purple crystals was definitely a large sum for the Chiu family. The reason why he was put in charge of this matter was because the family head thought highly of him. But now, the purple crystals were gone. He was afraid that he would not be able to keep his life. The Chiu family is really daring to deceive us. The burly man snorted coldly and turned to leave angrily. The manager was left alone, and he sat on the ground, paralyzed. His eyes were dull. Iron Gorge City. The core city of Iron Gorge Island was once the headquarters of the Tai family. But now, the flag of the Chiu family was flying in the sky above Iron Gorge City. This meant that the era of the Tai family, which was once the overlord, had completely ended and was replaced by the Chiu family. Fong Chun and Tai Izuan came to Iron Gorge City. Wanted posters for Tai Izuan were posted everywhere in Iron Gorge City. Brother Tai, you're a famous person now, said Fong Chun with a grin. Tai Izuan was silent. He was thinking about how to take revenge. Let's first find out where the tortoise dragon is, said Fong Chun. Tai Izuan nodded. At the same time, in the conference hall of the city lord's mansion, the upper echelons of the Chiu family were all gathered. Their faces were filled with grave expressions. The atmosphere in the conference hall was extremely grave. The Chiu family head was extremely furious. Bang! Suddenly, the Chiu family head slammed his hand on the table, shattering it. Wood shavings scattered on the ground. That voice broke the silence in the conference hall. A bunch of trash. You can't even keep an eye on the purple crystals, roared the Chiu family head. Family head, this matter is a bit strange. The amethysts were kept very well. No one knew which bank we had moved the amethysts to. But now, the purple crystals are gone. I suspect that there's something else going on. The Chiu family head flung his sleeves and said coldly, where are we going to find tens of billions of purple crystals? No matter what, the loss of the purple crystals is Manager Chiu's responsibility. He must be severely punished. What we need to do now is to find the purple crystals, not quarrel here. The other party must be very powerful to be able to steal the purple crystals without anyone knowing. Our Chiu family must be careful. After a round of discussion, everyone decided to send all the experts of the Chiu family to investigate the truth of this matter. Fong Chen naturally did not know that the Chiu family was furious. He and Tai Izuan had successfully infiltrated the prison where the tortoise dragon was being held. This prison held many martial artists of Iron Gorge Island who were against the Chiu family. The strongest martial artist in the prison was a martial artist of the third level of the creation realm. On Iron Gorge Island, a martial artist of the third level of the creation realm was considered very strong. Moreover, this was the Chiu family's important place. No one believed that anyone would dare to cause trouble here. Fong Chun used the space-time true meaning to infiltrate the prison and quickly found the tortoise dragon. The latter's power was restrained, and he was like an ordinary person. Tortoise dragon was locked in the prison, and his body was full of injuries. Damn it! Fong Chen's eyes were sharp, and his heart was filled with anger. Tortoise Dragon. Fong Chen sent a voice transmission. Tortoise Dragon, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly heard someone calling his name. He immediately looked up. I am Fong Chen. Fong Chen revealed his identity. Tortoise Dragon was overjoyed when he heard this. However, his face quickly darkened and he advised, Senior Brother Fong, leave quickly. Don't be afraid. Fong Chen sent a voice transmission. However, before Tortoise Dragon could speak, a sinister voice broke the silence of the prison. Damn you! How dare you break into the Chiu family's prison? The prison manager, a martial artist of the third level of the creation realm, appeared in front of Tortoise Dragon. Fong Chen was also taken aback. Soon after, he showed himself. He did not expect the Chiu family's prison to have such a magical array. Even when he used the space-time true meaning to hide, he was still discovered. Kid die. When the prison manager saw Fong Chen, he suddenly threw a punch. Bang! Fong Chen also threw a punch. Immediately, the sound of an explosion shook the entire prison. Swoosh! Fong Chen took out the red glass sword and cut off the chains on Tortoise Dragon's body. Then he opened the seal. Leave quickly. Someone is waiting for you outside. Fong Chen shouted. Tortoise Dragon nodded and quickly fled. Fong Chen was left behind and was stopped by the prison manager. Kid, you're dead. The prison manager launched a fierce and overbearing attack on Fong Chen. Burial sword art of heaven and earth. Fong Chen used his most powerful attack so far. Dense sword light shot out from the red glass sword, carrying an unimaginable sword chi, piercing towards the prison manager. Pucci. The prison manager's face was full of confidence, thinking that Fong Chen was nothing to be afraid of. However, when the sword light stabbed him, his eyes widened. No! The prison manager roared angrily, but Fong Chen did not give him a chance. The red glass sword attacked again. With Fong Chen's current strength, it was difficult to find an opponent in the lower level of the creation realm. In the blink of an eye, the prison manager was killed by Fong Chen. Then, Fong Chen disappeared from the prison. The prison was in chaos, and the news reached the city lord's mansion. Someone saved Tortoise Dragon? When the Chiu family head heard the news, his face was extremely gloomy. Family head, is it the bastard of the Tai family? Impossible! The bastard of the Tai family can't be so strong. To be able to kill a martial artist of the third level of the creation realm, this person's strength is at least at the middle level of the creation realm. But our Chiu family did not offend any middle-level creation realm martial artist. Everyone was puzzled. This is getting more and more interesting. The Chiu family head said gloomily. Family head, what should we do next? Someone asked. Chapter 1486. Fong Chen came out of the prison and met up with Tai Izuan and Man Long before leaving. Whoosh! A breeze blew past as the three of them quickly crossed the mountains. After a few hours, he had completely disappeared from Iron Gorge City. After some twists and turns, the three of them arrived at a mountain range. This mountain range was called Iron Cloud Mountain Range. Tai Izuan knew this place very well as he had cultivated here for a long time. Let's go. I'll bring you to a place. Tai Izuan led the way into the depths of Iron Cloud Mountain Range. After walking through the lush mountain range, Tai Izuan stopped and leaned against a blue stone, panting heavily. Torvosaurus looked at Fong Chen and Tai Izuan with a complicated expression. You guys, Man Long was very touched. The two of them were not afraid of power and came to save him. This explained everything. If it were us, you would also come to save us without hesitation. Fong Chen said. Man Long nodded his head heavily. He swallowed the words that he wanted to say. Good brothers. Torvosaurus hugged Fong Chen and Tai Izuan. There were some things that did not need to be said between men. The brotherhood between Fong Chen and the other two was reflected after going through various things together. Man Long, are you okay? After a long while, Tai Izuan recovered his strength and asked. Man Long shook his head. Although he was caught by the Chiu family, he was not hurt. I'm fine, but we can't underestimate the Chiu family. Man Long said worriedly. Although the Chiu family was not very strong, there was still a mountain in front of the three of them, especially the Chiu family head, whose cultivation had reached the 7th level of creation realm. The three of them were no match for him. Yeah, let's go quickly. If we meet the Chiu family head, we'll definitely die, Tai Izuan said. However, Fang Chun had no intention of leaving Iron Gorge Island. I want to take revenge for Murongbing, Fang Chun said softly. His words were filled with strong, killing intent. Murongbing had a good relationship with them and was Tai Izuan's true love. However, she was killed by the Chiu family. They had to take revenge. Tai Izuan fell into silence. He thought of what Murongbing had said before she died. He held his head with both of his hands. His head hurt so much that it felt like it was going to break. Murong! Tai Izuan screamed miserably. He wanted to avenge Murongbing, but he did not have the strength to do so. Murong had told her to live well. Otherwise, Murong's death would be in vain. But can I do it? Murong! Tai Izuan called out Murongbing's name. Fang Chun and the Torvosaurus patted Tai Izuan's shoulder gently. Although the Chiu family is very strong, they're not necessarily united. As long as we take them down one by one, it'll be fine. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes emitted a terrifying light. He raised his head to look at the azure sky and said coldly, "Don't worry. Senior Brother Fang, my life was given to me by you. I'll do whatever you say." Man Long pondered for a moment before saying, "Senior Brother Fang, we'll listen to you," said Tai Izuan. Tai Izuan calmed himself down and looked at Fang Chun with a gloomy expression. Fang Chun nodded. When he had come to Iron Gorge Island, he had already come up with a plan. Now that they had saved Man Long, the Chiu family would definitely send people out to gather information. That would be their chance. They would take them down one by one. After Fang Chun told the two of them the plan, they immediately agreed. "All right, let's go all out," said Man Long. While Fang Chun and the others were in the midst of their discussion, a terrifying aura suddenly filled the place. Rumble, a terrifying aura spread throughout the Iron Cloud mountain range. The flowers and grass on the ground were swaying. Fang Chun and the others' expressions changed. They immediately stood up. In front of them, a figure walked out from the ripples in the void. "Patriarch Chiu!" Tai Izuan cried out involuntarily. His expression was extremely gloomy, and a trace of panic appeared in his heart. How had Patriarch Chiu found this place? Tai Izuan, I didn't expect you to still dare to appear. Patriarch Chiu sneered. Patriarch Chiu stood in the Iron Cloud mountain range, exuding a wild aura. His aura locked onto Fang Chun and the others. "What should we do?" Torvosaurus looked at Fang Chun anxiously. Fang Chun stepped forward and stared at Patriarch Chiu. "Kid, if I'm not wrong, you were the one who killed the prison manager of the Chiu family, right?" Patriarch Chiu laughed eerily. "That's right. To be able to kill a LV3 Creation Realm martial artist as a LV1 Creation Realm martial artist, you could be considered a top genius even on the Old Hua Islands. But I've never seen you before. Who are you?" Patriarch Chiu questioned. "Is it important who I am?" Fang Chun retorted. Patriarch Chiu sneered. "Indeed, it's not important. You're all going to die anyway. If I'm not wrong, my Chiu family's purple crystals were also stolen by you, right?" Thinking about how a LV1 Creation Realm martial artist could kill a LV3 Creation Realm prison manager, Patriarch Chiu thought that it was very likely that they were the ones who did it. Fang Chun nodded and admitted it. "The purple crystals are on me. Come and get them if you can." Patriarch Chiu's face darkened when he heard Fang Chen's words. A low-level Creation Realm martial artist dared to challenge him. "It seems that I haven't made a move for a long time, and some people have forgotten about me," Patriarch Chiu said eerily. Immediately, he stretched out his hand, and a terrifying aura instantly spread out. "Senior Brother Fang," Man Long shouted, wanting to use his body to block the attack for Fang Chun. Boom! Facing Patriarch Chiu, Fang Chun did not dare to be careless and took out the dark demonic wheel. Buzz! The dark demonic wheel was activated, and a terrifying aura instantly spread out and enveloped Patriarch Chiu. "What is this?" Patriarch Chio's face changed drastically, and he desperately tried to block it. The power emitted by the dark demonic wheel was simply too strong. Even a high-level creation realm martial artist like Patriarch Chio was trapped in it. Bang! Patriarch Chio tried his best, but he could not break the dark demonic wheel's attack. What is this thing? Why is it so strong? Patriarch Chio roared in anger. At the same time, Fang Chun felt that the power in the starlight was quickly being drained. Let's go! Fang Chun roared and took out the star field dragon boat. Man Long and Tai Izuan jumped into the dragon boat. Whoosh! The Starfield dragon boat turned into a shadow and disappeared from the Iron Cloud mountain range. Bang! After the Starfield dragon boat disappeared, the power of the dark demonic wheel also quickly dissipated. Patriarch Chio rushed into the sky and spread out his divine sense, trying to capture Fang Chen's escape route. However, he was shocked. How is this possible? His divine sense could not capture it. Damn it, you can't escape. Patriarch Chio roared in anger and then disappeared. The Starfield dragon boat was extremely fast, and in a few breaths, it arrived at the edge of Iron Gorge Island. Then, under Fang Chen's control, it jumped into the void ocean and left. Senior Brother Fang, Tai Izuan, and Man Long were too shocked. That was a high-level creation realm expert, but he was stopped by Fang Chun just like that. What did I just see? Tai Izuan rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief. Especially now, the speed of the Starfield dragon boat they were riding was unimaginably fast. What are you two doing? Fang Chun said. Tai Izuan and Man Long woke up from shock. They curiously asked Fang Chun about the dark demonic wheel and the Starfield dragon boat. Fang Chun gave a simple answer. Buzz. Suddenly, they noticed that Man Long's body was emitting a weak light. What is this? Fang Chun noticed this scene. I don't know either. Man Long shook his head. Fang Chun frowned and immediately thought of something. Bear with it. Fang Chun stretched out his hand and stabbed his finger into Man Long's body. He then dug out the flesh that was emitting a soft light and threw it into the void ocean. Man Long endured the pain and looked at Fang Chun. The Chiu family's head left a mark on your body. No wonder we were discovered when we fled to the Iron Cloud mountain range, explained Fang Chun. Man Long's face paled. Fortunately, Senior Brother Fang has a trump card. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. Tai Izuan felt a lingering fear. Crash! The Starfield dragon boat stopped in the void ocean. Senior Brother Fang, said Man Long doubtfully. I said that I would take revenge for Muro. How can I leave like this? Said Fang Chun. The Chiu family's head must have thought that we escaped from Iron Gorge Island. At this time, we can sneak into Iron Gorge Island and secretly kill the Chiu family's people. Just as Fang Chun had guessed, the Chiu family's people were all over Iron Gorge Island. They were all looking for the three of them. However, the Chiu family's head seemed to have disappeared without a trace. On a dark and windy night, a group of Chiu family disciples were walking through a wasteland when three figures suddenly appeared in front of them. Who are you? Shouted one of them. However, the only response they received was the flash of a sword. In the blink of an eye, the Chiu family disciples were killed and their corpses burned. In just a few short days, Fang Chen's group of three had obtained a great harvest. They had killed over 100 Chiu family members. The Chiu family seemed to have sensed something and increased their search for Fang Chen's group. In a certain city, the Chiu family's bank, the Chiu family's head and a burly man were sitting in a meeting hall. The Chiu family has truly disappointed us, said the burly man suddenly. The Chiu family's head's expression changed slightly. Don't worry, my lord. Give me 3 more months, and I'll definitely gather 10 billion violet crystals, said the Chiu family's head hastily. Do you know how much a loss this matter has brought to us? Can your Chiu family bear the burden? Said the burly man coldly. The Chiu family's head felt very awkward, but there was nothing he could do. If it weren't for the fact that your Chiu family still had some value, it would have long since ceased to exist. The burly man continued. If you don't see 10 billion violet crystals in a month, your Chiu family will follow in the footsteps of the Tai family. With that, the burly man flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. The Chiu family's head's expression changed, and he felt very anxious. 10 billion violet crystals. Where is he going to find them? That damn guy. In his heart, he hated Fang Chen's group of 3 to the extreme. Gather the violet crystals as soon as possible, or else my Chiu family will not be able to protect itself. Chapter 1487. Man Long and Tai Yizun's cultivation were both at the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. Compared to Fang Chen, there was still a gap. However, in the process of hunting the Chiu clan disciples, the 2 of them improved rapidly. Under normal circumstances, Fang Chen wouldn't attack heavenly body tier disciples unless they were creation tier cultivators. Just like that, half a month passed. The Chiu clan finally discovered this matter and was furious. Clan head, recently someone has been secretly hunting our Chiu clan disciples, the elder reported. The Chiu clan head's face was gloomy, and he frowned slightly. In just half a month, our Chiu clan has mysteriously lost over 300 heavenly body tier cultivators and over 30 creation tier cultivators, the elder continued. Bang! The Chiu clan head punched the wooden table, and wood chips flew everywhere. Their Chiu clan wasn't a famous clan and couldn't compare to the old Eastern Alliance. Thus, creation tier cultivators were definitely the backbone of the Chiu clan. There were less than 100 creation tier cultivators in the Chiu clan, and now they'd lost over 30. 1/3 of the creation tier cultivators had disappeared all of a sudden. Moreover, it was right under the nose of the Chiu clan. A bunch of trash. Our Chiu clan members were killed on Iron Gorge Island, and no one noticed? The Chiu clan head roared angrily. The elder lowered his head, waiting for the Chiu clan head's orders. Pass down my order. Everyone in the Chiu clan is to gather in Iron Gorge City. I want to see what ability the other party has to dare to commit murder right under the nose of the Chiu clan, the Chiu clan head said in a low voice. The news spread less than 3 days later. All the Chiu clan cultivators outside were summoned back. For a moment, the entire Iron Gorge Island was in a state of panic. Some words that were unfavorable to the Chiu clan quietly spread among the crowd. Of course, this was all Fang Chen's plan. Secretly spreading words that were unfavorable to the Chiu clan made the entire Iron Gorge Island panic, and then wait for an opportunity to act. Deep in the Iron Cloud Mountain range on a bluestone, Fang Chen and the other 2 sat cross-legged. Tai Yizun said, "The Chiu clan has summoned all the clan members outside. Looks like they've discovered us." "Senior Fang, what do we do next?" Man Long asked. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Leave the rest to me." "No, we can't let senior brother Fang take the risk alone." Tai Yizun immediately refused. Torvosaurus also shook his head. "If they're going to die, they would die together. If the 2 of you stay with me, you will only become a burden to me." Fang Chen said, "My strength is almost invincible among low-level manifestation realm martial artists. Coupled with the dark demonic wheel and the star field dragon boat, even Patriarch Chiu can't do anything to me. I can use a roundabout tactic and repeatedly sneak into Iron Gorge City to kill the Chiu family members. Find a safe place and wait for me," Fang Chen said. Tai Yizun and Man Long glanced at each other and said, "Senior Fang, you must be careful. We will wait for you in the depths of the Iron Cloud Mountain range," Tai Yizun said. Fang Chen left, leaving Barbarian Dragon and Tai Yizun behind. Iron Gorge City was heavily guarded. Not even a fly could fly in. But for Fang Chen, it was nothing. The true meaning of time and space was known as a peerless true meaning. As long as he didn't show himself, even Patriarch Chiu couldn't find him. After entering Iron Gorge City, Fang Chen quickly found a group of low-level manifestation realm martial artists. Then, he quickly came here. "Kill!" Fang Chen took out the red glass sword and used the burial of heaven and earth art. A terrifying sword light emerged from the red glass sword. Wherever the sword light passed, the manifestation realm martial artists of the Chiu family died instantly. Miserable screams came from the mouths of the Chiu family members. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 manifestation realm martial artists were killed by Fang Chen. Whoosh! Whoosh! Patriarch Chiu immediately sensed the battle here and quickly rushed over. Where is he? Patriarch Chiu spread out his divine sense, but didn't find anyone. Damn it. Patriarch Chiu's body flashed and quickly flew out of Iron Gorge City. At the same time, Fang Chun walked out from a dark corner. He used the true meaning of time and space and swaggered toward the City Lord Mansion. City Lord Mansion, Meeting Hall. The burly man was discussing something with Patriarch Chiu. Patriarch Chiu suddenly left, and the discussion was interrupted. Chiu family is getting more and more useless. The burly man was very dissatisfied with Chiu family, especially after they lost 10 billion purple crystals. He couldn't wait to completely destroy Chiu family. However, Chiu family still had some value and couldn't be touched. I'll let you live a carefree life, the burly man said to himself. Whoosh, whoosh. Patriarch Chiu returned with an ashen face. Patriarch Chiu, what happened? The burly man asked. Patriarch Chiu shook his head and didn't say anything. Is your plan really feasible? The burly man nodded and asked. Lord, don't worry. I once went deep into Iron Cloud Mountain Range and have some understanding of the situation inside. Patriarch Chiu slowly explained. There is an ancient ruin in the depths of Iron Cloud Mountain Range. It is said that there is a very large purple crystal mine inside. If we can find it, 10 billion purple crystals will not be a problem. Patriarch Chiu said. What do you need us to do? The burly man asked. Someone is going against my Chiu family. If my Chiu family goes to find them, we will definitely be discovered. Therefore, I hope that Lord will secretly send people to find them. Patriarch Chiu said. Hearing this, the burly man snorted coldly. If I find out that you dare to trick me, you won't be able to bear the consequences. After saying that, the burly man's body emitted a strange aura, and then he left. Fang Chun had always been curious about what kind of power was behind Chiu family. Now, he finally understood. This was because the moment the burly man released his aura, Fang Chun felt a familiar aura. The aura of the multi-hand race. Fang Chun could determine that the aura released by the burly man was the aura of the multi-hand race. He had fought many multi-hand race martial practitioners in Purgatory and was very familiar with their aura. Chiu family is actually colluding with the other races. Fang Chun sneered inwardly and disappeared at the same time. Fang Chun informed Barbarian Dragon and Tai Izuan to leave Iron Cloud Mountain Range as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would be in danger. After doing all this, he boarded the Starfield Dragon boat and quietly left Iron Gorge Island for Sky Island. Sky Island, Ancient East Alliance. Fang Chun's return caused a commotion in Ancient East Alliance. Fang Chun, you're back. The leader of the Sword Sect was very excited, especially when he saw Fang Chun enter the manifestation realm. He laughed wildly. After a while, Patriarch Guhua arrived. Fang Chun. Patriarch. Fang Chun greeted him. Why are you back? Patriarch Guhua asked. Fang Chun told Patriarch Guhua everything he knew about Iron Gorge Island. Patriarch Guhua was instantly enraged. Chiu family betrayed the human race. Betraying the human race was a serious crime. Fang Chun, are you sure? Patriarch Guhua asked again. Fang Chun nodded solemnly. Good. Your sword sect is in charge of this. If the Chiu family really did betray the human race, kill them. Patriarch Guhua ordered. Fang Chun had returned to ask for reinforcements. He realized the seriousness of the situation. The outsiders had interfered, and the situation had become complicated. He had to inform Ancient East Alliance. Patriarch Guhua personally led a large group of people to Iron Gorge Island. Under Fang Chun's guidance, they arrived at Iron Gorge City's Chiu family estate. Master, Patriarch Chiu was very respectful towards the old East Alliance. The Chiu family colluded with outsiders and betrayed the human race. How should they be punished? Patriarch Guhua asked in a low voice. Master, we're innocent. How could we collude with outsiders? Patriarch Chiu strongly refuted. However, Patriarch Guhua didn't say anything. Iron Gorge City was heavily guarded, monitoring the Chiu family. Then, under Fang Chun's lead, they entered the Iron Cloud Mountain Range. The multi-hand should be in the depths, Fong Chen said. Fong Chun, if we can wipe out the multi-hands, you'll have done us a great service. Patriarch Gu Hua laughed. 6 hours later, deep in the Iron Cloud Mountains, a great battle broke out. The Outsiders and the Old East Alliance were tangled in a melee. However, the Outsiders were few in number and didn't have the advantage. It didn't take long for the Old East Alliance to defeat them. Aside from the burly man, the rest of the Outsiders were all killed. Old East Alliance wanted to learn more about the Outsiders' plans from the burly man, so they spared his life. The Chiu family was terrified. They wanted to flee, but there was nothing they could do. The Chiu family has betrayed the human race. They must be punished. Patriarch Gu Hua's order was followed by the destruction of the Chiu family estate. However, at Fong Chen's request, they spared Patriarch Chiu's life. By the time Patriarch Chiu was brought to Fong Chen, he was a cripple. Patriarch Chiu, how have you been? Fong Chen grinned. It's you. Patriarch Chiu's face twisted, but he didn't have any strength left. Patriarch Chiu, do you remember the woman you killed? Fong Chen asked softly. Barbara Dragon and Tai Izuan stood side by side, glaring at Patriarch Chiu. The reason Fong Chen spared Patriarch Chiu was because he wanted Tai Izuan to personally take revenge. I don't remember, Patriarch Chiu said in a low voice. Bang, bang, bang. Tai Izuan used both his fists and legs to beat Patriarch Chiu. Morong died because of me. Today, I'll take revenge for her. Patriarch Chiu wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed wildly. 88. Oh, you plotted against my Chiu family in order to take revenge for a woman? Patriarch Chiu asked. Bang, bang. Tai Izuan sent Patriarch Chiu flying with a punch. He was furious. Ha ha. It seems that woman is very important to you. Unfortunately, you'll never see her again. I can tell you that she's not dead. She'll be tortured for all eternity. Patriarch Chiu was very happy to see Tai Izuan and the others go crazy. Colluding with outsiders and betraying the human race was a crime punishable by death. They were going to die anyway, so why not die quickly? Chapter 1488. Chiu family head's last words made Fong Chen and the other two's faces change. Morong Bing wasn't dead. Chiu family head had given her spirit to the outsiders. Tai Izuan's face was ferocious. He roared and grabbed Chiu family head's neck. Tell me where they are. Chiu family head laughed when he saw Tai Izuan in a frenzy. Even if he died, he would drag someone down with him. He told them that Morong Bing wasn't dead because he wanted to torture them. Ha ha. You'll never find them. I'll make you regret it for the rest of your lives. Chiu family head spat out blood and laughed wildly. Bang! Tai Izuan punched Chiu family head's body. He wanted to force him to tell him where Morong Bing was. But Chiu family head refused to say anything. Let me, the leader of the Sword Principal faction said. He pressed his hand on Chiu family head's body. His spirit left his body. He wanted to use the soul-searching technique. It's useless. You can't know. Chiu family head saw this and suddenly ignited his astral light. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound. The 7-pointed astral light shattered. Then, Chiu family head's body exploded and turned into nothingness. No! Tai Izuan roared. He desperately tried to spread the explosive energy in the air. He wanted to find Chiu family head, but Chiu family head was dead. Brother Tai, seeing Tai Izuan's appearance, Fong Chen frowned a little. He let out a low cry and immediately stopped Tai Izuan, who had descended into madness. Brother Tai, what can you do? Fong Chen asked. Yes, Morong Bing isn't dead. Isn't that the best news? Although we don't know where the Multi-Hand clan is hiding, we'll find them one day. Toronto Dragon said. Tai Izuan gradually regained his composure, and a chilling, killing intent shot out from his eyes. Then, he lowered his head and thought. He swore to himself that he would save Morong Bing. Chiu family head had been destroyed. Old East temporarily controlled Iron Gorge Island. Tai Izuan was originally a candidate for the position of Lord of Iron Gorge Island, but he didn't want to stay. In the end, Iron Gorge Island was taken back by Old East. Fong Chun and the others had contributed the most to this mission. Old Eastern was very pleased. Fong Chun, you've done a great service for the Old East. The leader of the Kendo faction chuckled. Fang Chun gently nodded. Don't worry, I know what you're thinking. We will pay close attention to the multi-armed race's actions. Once we discover their nest, we will inform you immediately, the leader of the Sword Dao faction said. Thank you, helmsman. 3 days later, Iron Gorge Island regained its tranquility. The leaders of the old Eastern Alliance arrived and took control of Iron Gorge Island. Fang Chun and the others followed their leader back to the old Eastern Alliance. Senior apprentice brother Fang, what should we do next? Asked Man Long. Looking for Murong Bing was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, if he didn't care about it, that wouldn't be the case either. This caused the barbaric dragon to feel very conflicted. Every day, when he saw his good brother Tai Izuan's expression, he felt a little guilty. Don't worry, the Multi-Hand clan won't be able to hide from the old Eastern Alliance. After that, Fang Chun and the others stayed in the old Eastern Alliance. Speaking of which, it was strange that he didn't see Jian Wuhong this time. This made Fang Chun very surprised. At some point, Bai Wuzong arrived. Brother Fang, why didn't you tell me you were coming back? Bai Wuzong's face was sullen. Didn't I just come back? Fang Chun chuckled. Bai Wuzong grinned back at him. How have you been? Fang Chun asked. Still the same. I can't compare to you. Bai Wuzong had reached the blessed realm, and his aura was strong. However, in comparison, his accomplishments in the Tao of formations were even greater. Have you seen Sword Dance Hong? Bai Wuzong asked casually. Fang Chun shook his head. Bai Wuzong's expression changed. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Brother Bai, is there something you'd like to say? Fang Chun caught the look on Bai Wuzong's face and asked directly. Bai Wuzong was silent for a moment, then sighed. If I'm not mistaken, something has happened to Sword Dance Hong. What? Fang Chun gasped. Sword Dance Hong was strong. It had been a long time since they'd last met, and he feared she'd reached the blessed realm. There was no one on the old Hua Islands who'd dare attack her. After you left, Sword Dance Hong cultivated like crazy. She seemed to want to catch up to you. One day, she went to a ruin and then disappeared. Bai Wuzong spoke slowly. What ruin? Fang Chun asked. A ruin that used to belong to the old Eastern Alliance. However, not long after Sword Dance Hong went in, the ruin mysteriously disappeared. Even the Alliance leader couldn't find the entrance. Hearing Bai Wuzong's words, Fang Chun realized the seriousness of this matter. Where's the ruin? Fang Chun asked. It's in a void scene not far from Iron Gorge Island, Bai Wuzong said. How long has it been since Sword Dance Hong disappeared? Fang Chun asked in detail, and Bai Wuzong gave him detailed answers. Fortunately, he'd reached the blessed realm and knew many things. Otherwise, he wouldn't know this much. Knowing Sword Dance Hong was in danger, Fang Chun was anxious. After his conversation with Bai Wuzong, he quickly left the old Eastern Alliance. Hula. Before long, Fang Chun arrived at the edge of the old Hua Islands, then plunged into the void sea. He passed through the tunnel of time, and once again returned to the Cave of Moon. The first time he'd come here, he'd been stunned by the immortal energy. Now, this was his second time here, and he didn't feel much. Fang Chun entered the cave and went straight to the mansion guarding steel. With Fang Chun's current strength, he could pass through the cave at will. His body flashed, and he appeared in front of the steel. Then, Fang Chun stretched out his hand, and the starlight splashed and poured into the steel. In an instant, the steel was refined. Fang Chun felt his primordial spirit tremble, and a large amount of information entered his mind from the steel. When he'd received the inheritance of the Moon Warrior Immortal, he'd learned that only after reaching the blessed realm could he fully control the Cave of Moon. The Cave of Moon was a space-type treasure and could be carried on one's person. This time, Fang Chun had come to take the Cave of Moon. Buzz! Fang Chun's mind moved, and the Cave of Moon shrank instantly. In the end, it shrank to the size of a house. Fang Chun stood in it, and the steel gradually disappeared until it was completely destroyed. Fang Chun had become the true master of the Cave of Moon, and there was no need for the steel to continue existing. Good. Looking at the Cave of Moon, Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. The defense of the Cave of Moon could completely block the attack of a Blessed Realm elite. With a space-type treasure like the Cave of Moon, one could hide in the cave in times of danger. In the blessed realm, there was no need to fear anyone. Of course, it was only an increase in defense. Offensive power still depended on one's own efforts. Come. Fong Chen's mind moved, and he put away the Cave of Moon. The latter turned into a small ball, floating in the sea of void, and dived upward. After a while, the Cave of Moon appeared in the sky above the old Hua Islands. Voila! Fong Chen walked out. He opened his palm, and the Cave of Moon turned into a token and landed in Fong Chen's palm. Seeing this, Fong Chen grinned. Then, he put away the Cave of Moon. Old East Alliance, Sword faction. Kong Zhong, who'd been helped by Fong Chen, was now a top genius of the Sword faction. His strength had reached the 7th level of the heavenly body tier. All of this was related to Fong Chen's guidance. Although Fong Chen didn't take him as a disciple, Kong Zhong regarded Fong Chen as his own disciple in his heart. When Fong Chen returned to the Sword faction, he saw Kong Zhong cultivating. This kid's comprehension is not bad, Fong Chen said to himself. Then, he appeared and gave Kong Zhong some guidance. As soon as he finished, Kong Zhong broke through on the spot. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Brother Fong. Kong Zhong was very excited. He was stuck at a bottleneck and couldn't break through. He didn't expect that Senior Brother Fong's casual guidance would help him reach the 8th level of the heavenly body tier. You were able to break through because of your own comprehension. It has nothing to do with me. Fong Chen nodded in satisfaction. If it weren't for Senior Brother Fong Chen, I might still be working hard to become an official disciple. The reason why I, Kong Zhong, have everything I have now is because of Senior Brother Fong Chen. Kong Zhong said solemnly. Kong Zhong, your talent in the Sword Dao is not bad. If there's a chance in the future, you can go to Green Bamboo Island. Fong Chen handed Kong Zhong a token of Green Bamboo Island. Kong Zhong didn't understand, but took the token. Giving guidance to Kong Zhong was only a small interlude. After Fong Chen returned to his residence, he told Man Long and Tai Izuan his plan. How is it? Fong Chen asked. Of course, Tai Izuan and Man Long said. In fact, Fong Chen said this to help Tai Izuan. Seeing Tai Izuan like this, Fong Chen was relieved. Then Fong Chen took out 2 strands of celestial qi. These are 2 strands of celestial qi. Absorb them separately, Fong Chen said. Man Long and Tai Izuan naturally knew what celestial qi was. When they saw the celestial qi, they were shocked. What had Fong Chen experienced all these years? How could he take out celestial qi so casually? Oh my god, this is celestial qi. Senior Brother Fong, you're too awesome. You can take out celestial qi so casually. Man Long's mouth was watering. After taking the celestial qi, he quickly began to absorb it. Tai Izuan changed his previous decadence and absorbed the celestial qi with all his might. 2 hours later, Man Long was the first to break through. After breaking through to the creation realm, his physical body became stronger again. Now he could crush a first-stage creation realm martial artist with his strength alone. So powerful. Man Long laughed wildly. 6 hours after he broke through, Tai Izuan also broke through. The moment he opened his eyes, the color of the entire world changed. The sky above the Sword Dao sect was filled with a biting cold Sword Dao aura. It was very terrifying. Chapter 1489. Tai Izuan had an obsession in his heart, a very deep obsession. Therefore, he had experienced too much in the process of breaking through to the creation realm. His primordial spirit had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. It was as if he had become a different person. After going through all the hardships, he had stepped into the creation realm. As a result, his strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator. Sword Qi surged around Tai Izuan, giving off a very terrifying feeling. Fong Chen could not help but sigh. Tai Izuan's Sword Dao was becoming more and more complete. What a powerful aura! Man Long widened his eyes and stared at Tai Izuan carefully. Tai Izuan opened his eyes with a smile on his face. With a thought, he retracted his sword qi. Instantly, he became an ordinary person. Not bad. Both of you have broken through, said Fang Chun. Man Long pursed his lips and said, I broke through too early. I should have been more prepared. Hearing Man Long's complaint, Fang Chun chuckled. Don't take it for granted. After absorbing the immortal qi, your physical body has become much stronger. Now, just based on pure strength, you can crush a martial artist at the first level of the creation realm. Fang Chun grinned. Tai Izuan also chuckled. The more their strength increased, the more likely they would be to survive in the ruins. Thank you, senior brother Fang. If it were not for Fang Chun, they would not have been able to obtain the immortal qi, let alone break through to the creation realm. Fang Chun waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for that. Senior brother Fang Chun, with our strength, even if we encounter a middle-stage manifestation stage martial artist, we can still fight with him. Man Long laughed. That's right. If the two of us work together, it'll be easy for us to deal with a martial artist at the second level of the creation realm. With senior brother Fang Chun's abnormal strength, even if we can't win against a martial artist at the middle level of the creation realm, we'll be able to protect ourselves. When they first joined the demon-subduing world, Tai Izuan and Man Long thought that Fang Chun was very weak. But now, Fang Chun had reached a point where they could not catch up with him. They had long since given up on catching up with Fang Chun. They only hoped that the gap between them wouldn't be too big. Get ready. Let's go, Fang Chun said. Fang Chun had a vague feeling that the disappearance of Jian Wuhong was not as simple as it seemed. A ruin controlled by the old Eastern Alliance, gone just like that. It was unimaginable. She'd helped him many times in the old Eastern Alliance. Now, that Jian Wuhong was in trouble. How could he not help her? There was another more important matter. Fang Chun guessed that the disappearance of the ruins was most likely related to the multi-hand race. If that was the case, he might be able to use this opportunity to find Murong Bing. He learned from the Chiu family head that Murong Bing was still alive. He offered Murong Bing's primordial spirit to the multi-hand race. Although he did not know why the multi-hand tribe wanted Murong Bing's primordial spirit, he was certain that Murong Bing's primordial spirit was not in danger for the time being. Barbarian Dragon and Tai Izuan tidied up, and the three of them left the old Eastern Alliance. Before leaving, Fang Chun said goodbye to the leader of the Sword Sect. Then he boarded the Starfield Dragon boat and disappeared into the void ocean in a flash of light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the Starfield Dragon boat, Barbarian Dragon and Tai Izuan's hearts were filled with shock. The Starfield Dragon boat was simply too fast. Brother Fang Chun, you're a freak. Barbarian Dragon's heart was filled with shock. This Starfield Dragon boat is 10,000 times faster than a Starfield airship. It was hard to imagine that a blessed realm cultivator could have such a heaven-defying flying treasure. Tai Izuan was also speechless. He shook his head gently, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he watched the beautiful scenery of the void ocean below. The Starfield Dragon boat was too fast, but it also consumed a lot of energy. It cost at least 1,000,000 amethysts to start up. However, amethysts were nothing to Fang Chun. He'd gotten 10 billion amethysts from robbing the Chiu family. It was enough for him to use the Starfield Dragon boat without limit. In the void ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see, every now and then, some adventurer teams would board ships to hunt sea demons. Of course, there were also some pirates led by blessed realm cultivators. They were wantonly killing the adventurer teams. In a certain region of the ocean, this was Pan Yun's territory. Under normal circumstances, no one dared to step into this region. The adventurer teams that had been in the void ocean for many years knew this very well. On this day, Pan Yun's territory was extremely lively. Many subordinates came to congratulate Pan Yun on coming out of seclusion. Ha ha! Pan Yun's strength will definitely skyrocket after coming out of seclusion. Yes, we're waiting for the boss to lead us to unify the nearby regions. No one will dare to enter our territory within a 10,000-mile radius. Many cultivators laughed in disgust. Suddenly, a shocking aura appeared from the void ocean. Many cultivators widened their eyes and stared at the sea. Splash! Huge waves were set off in the calm sea. Immediately after, a warrior in black armor appeared on the huge wave. He looked down, and his aura surrounded him. It was very shocking. Pan Yun. Everyone below called out loudly. Pan Yun nodded in satisfaction. However, just as Pan Yun was about to speak, the void in the distance suddenly tore open, and a stream of light shot over. Pan Yun's face darkened when he saw this. How dare a thief trespass into our territory? Damned bastard, kill him for me. How dare he ignore Pan Yun's words? He's courting death. Many cultivators saw the stream of light and could not help but curse. However, the stream of light was too fast. They could not even catch it. Splash. In the blink of an eye, the stream of light passed by Pan Yun. Pan Yun was slightly angry. He stretched out his hand, wanting to grab the stream of light. Whoosh! The stream of light streaked across Star Lord Pan Yun's palm at an unimaginable angle before disappearing. Pan Yun, this thief, is good at territory. Let's kill him. Some martial artists roared. They felt that they had been greatly insulted. Shut up, Pan Yun suddenly scolded. Immediately, everyone shut their mouths and looked at Pan Yun in confusion. The latter felt a lingering fear in his heart. With such speed, the person inside must be a life and death emperor. Fortunately, Lord Emperor did not lower himself to the same level as me. After sensing the speed of the stream of light, Pan Yun concluded that it was a life and death emperor. At this moment, Fang Chun and the other two on the Starfield Dragon Boat had no idea. Their appearance caused Planet Sovereign Pan Yun to panic. Boss, that pirate leader tried to stop us in vain. Little Mouse mocked. Fool! Torvosaurus laughed. Hearing this, Fang Chun grinned. They had encountered many similar situations in the Void Ocean. However, no one could stop the Starfield Dragon Boat. Not to mention anything else, just the speed of the Starfield Dragon Boat was enough for them to catch it. Finally, 2 days later, the Starfield Dragon Boat arrived at its destination. Above a certain void ocean, the Starfield Dragon Boat came to a stop. Fang Chun and the other two walked out of the Starfield Dragon Boat and looked down. According to the information provided by Bai Wuzong, the entrance to the ruin should be below this ocean, Fang Chun said inwardly. His Yuan spirit spread out and entered the sea, wanted to take a look. After a while, he found nothing. Senior Brother Fang, what should we do next? Torvosaurus and Tai Izuan listened to Fang Chun completely. Splash! Just as Fang Chun was about to speak, he suddenly felt a ripple in the void. Immediately after, he grabbed Torvosaurus and Tai Izuan and pulled them into the Starfield Dragon Boat. Then he hid in the void. The Starfield Dragon Boat had the ability to hide. Once it hid, even high-level creation realm martial artists would not be able to find it easily. Splash! The seawater bubbled as two non-humankind beings popped their heads out. Sigh, every time we appear, we have to be on tenterhooks. When will these days end? One of the aliens said helplessly. This is the last base of the multi-hand race on the Old Hua Islands. We have to be careful, the other aliens said. Let's go and get some information. The Chiu family is useless. The 10 billion purple crystals we prepared are gone. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this situation. We can't make any mistakes at this point. Otherwise, we will be doomed if the human overlords find out. Chapter 1490. Fang Chun and the other two sat on the Starfield Dragon Boat, following closely behind the two alien races. Unknowingly, the two alien races had arrived at Iron Gorge Island. Fang Chun was startled. Thinking about it, Jian Wuhong's disappearance was indeed related to the multi-hand race. Senior Apprentice Brother Fang, should we attack? Torvosaurus asked impatiently. Fang Chun nodded. Stepping out of the Starfield Dragon Boat, a terrifying aura spread out. Fang Chun immediately set up the Chaos Origin killing formation, trapping the two alien races. Not good. Seeing this, the two alien races' expressions changed. They attacked the formation with all their might, but it was useless. Damn it, the human race is trapped. One of the foreign beings said in a low voice as he tried his best to suppress the panic in his heart. What do we do? Asked the other. If there's no other way, we'll just self-destruct. As he spoke, he took out a communication tool, wanted to send a message back. However, The Chaos Origin Killing Formation was Fong Chen's world. He couldn't do as he pleased. Slash! A sword light flashed, and the alien race's arm was directly severed. Immediately, the alien race revealed his true face. His remaining 5 arms spread out, attacking with all his might. Kill! Fong Chun released an aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. With his strength alone, he suppressed the 2 foreign races. Bang! The 2 alien races' bodies were smashed into the ground, instantly losing their ability to fight. Multi-hand race. Fong Chun removed the formation and stared at the 2 alien races. Despicable human race. The one-armed alien race snarled. Pa! The Torvosaurus slapped a foreign being, making him shut his mouth. Recognize your status. You're now prisoners. Tai Izuan's eyes shone with terrifying sword light as he said coldly. The 2 alien races were intimidated by the 3's auras and finally calmed down. We admit defeat. Kill us if you want. The alien race closed his eyes, waiting for death. Where's your base? Asked Fong Chun. I won't tell you even if I die, said the alien race angrily. I have plenty of ways to make you speak. After saying that, Fong Chun began to torture him. Holding the red glass sword, Shi Yin kept cutting the flesh of the alien. He controlled his strength. Although the alien kept bleeding, it was not enough to kill him. Miserable shrieks rang out from the mouth of the outsider. He roared angrily, "Give me a quick death." Fong Chun ignored him and continued cutting the meat. Piece after piece of flesh was cut off from its body. It didn't take long for the flesh of the outsiders to be completely cut off. Their blood splattered all over the sky, and the outsiders' corpses were unbearable to look at. However, Fong Chun controlled his strength. The other races were still alive and hadn't died. Give me a quick death. The outsider howled miserably. This sort of pain was not something that an ordinary person could endure. Even Tai Izuan and Barbarian Dragon couldn't help but close their eyes. They couldn't bear to watch anymore. This alien race would rather die than reveal the location of a multi-hand race's headquarters. In the end, Fong Chun killed the alien with a single strike. Then, his gaze fell on the other alien race. You saw what happened to him. If you tell me where the multi-hand race's headquarters is, I can give you a quick death. The terror from before spread throughout the alien race's body. His body trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. No! The alien race shook his head desperately. After feeling the pain of his companion, he didn't want to suffer such a quick death. Give me a quick death, and I'll tell you everything I know. He was going to die anyway, so he didn't care about promises. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. In the end, he successfully found out the location of a multi-hand race's headquarters from the alien race. Moreover, he also found out how to enter the headquarters. Pucci! The red glass sword stabbed into the alien race's head, giving him a quick death. How is it? Barbarian Dragon and Tai Izuan looked at Fong Chun. The latter nodded and said, the multi-hand race has sealed off the entire ruins. If you want to enter, you can only enter from the main entrance. However, the main entrance is heavily guarded by the multi-hand race. It's very strict. You guys enter my space and hide in the treasure. I'll go in alone, Fong Chun said after thinking for a while. Senior brother Fong, we can't let you take the risk alone, Tai Izuan rejected directly. Barbarian Dragon also shook his head and asked to fight side by side. Fong Chun smiled bitterly and explained. Finally, Barbarian Dragon and Tai Izuan compromised. Fong Chun took out the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave and placed Barbarian Dragon and Tai Izuan inside. Then, he went to the Void Ocean alone. The multi-hand race's methods are really amazing. If he didn't know the way to enter from the alien race, he wouldn't have discovered the multi-hand race's seal. Whoosh! Fong Chun waved his hand and formed a seal according to the alien race's method. Soon, he sensed a familiar aura. Then, he used the concealment technique he got from Realm Lord Fu Mo and disguised himself as a member of the multi-hand race. Whoosh! He plunged into the Void Ocean and soon sensed the multi-hand race's aura. Following the multi-hand race's aura, he found the sealed ruins. No wonder even Alliance Master Gu Hua couldn't discover it. Fengchen couldn't help but sigh. The multi-hand race's methods were really amazing. As a God Array Master, he was very clear about the sealing methods. Unless a life and death realm monarch came personally, it was impossible to discover the seal. Whoosh! He quickly arrived at the seal. Open the seal. Fengchen roared towards the inside. Two multi-hand race members appeared in the seal. Why are you alone? One of the multi-hand race members looked at Fengchen suspiciously. We were ambushed on Iron Gorge Island. I'm the only one who escaped, Fengchen said. Go in. After checking and finding nothing out of the ordinary, the two aliens let him in. Fengchen successfully entered the seal. Whoosh! The seal closed, and the ruins disappeared. After successfully entering the seal, a brilliant smile appeared on Fengchen's face. Soon after, he quickly left the area. He found a secret place and let Tai Izuan and Torvosaurus out. We've already entered the ruins, but we don't know the situation inside. We can't act rashly, Fengchen said. Torvosaurus and Tai Izuan nodded. Boss, let me go and ask around. Little Mouse poked his head out and said. A few hours later, Little Mouse returned. His expression was grave. What did you find? Fengchen asked. Boss, the situation isn't good. Little Mouse said gravely. I found out about the Red Sword Dance. What Red Sword Dance? Fengchen's expression changed. Red Sword Dance entered a place called Sword Demon Pagoda and was surrounded by the multi-hand race, Little Mouse said. The Sword Demon Pagoda was a very famous place in the ruins. It was said that the inheritance of the ruins master was inside the Sword Demon Pagoda. However, the Sword Demon Pagoda was very mysterious. Ordinary martial artists couldn't enter the Sword Demon Pagoda. Only those with heaven-defying talent in the Sword Demon Pagoda could enter. The multi-hand race does have a few sword geniuses, but they won't be able to find Red Sword Dance in the Sword Demon Pagoda, Little Mouse said. Fengchen let out a sigh of relief. This meant that Red Sword Dance was safe for now. There are many aliens in front of the Sword Demon Pagoda. How do we enter? Fengchen wanted to save Red Sword Dance, but he didn't want to alert the multi-hand race. After all, they still needed to find Murong Bing's Yuan spirit. If they alerted the enemy, Murong Bing's Yuan spirit would be in danger. Boss, I've already probed. Come with me. After saying that, Little Mouse dug a hole and entered. Fengchen and the other two followed closely behind. In the depths of the ground, the Little Mouse used its sharp claws to quickly dig a hole. Soon, they arrived at the Sword Demon Pagoda. Buzz! A terrifying sword Dao aura spread out. We've arrived at the Sword Demon Pagoda, Little Mouse reminded. Whoosh! The Little Mouse easily passed through the light film underground. Fengchen followed closely behind, passing through without any hindrance. CCC Pavilion, when it was Torvosaurus' turn, he was stuck. What's going on? Torvosaurus was about to use brute force. However, Little Mouse stopped him. You haven't received the Sword Demon Pagoda's approval. Wait for us here, Little Mouse said. Torvosaurus was a bit unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. Tai Izuan released his sword chi and passed through the light barrier. Chapter 1491. Fengchen and Tai Izuan broke out of the ground and arrived at the first level of the Sword Demon Pagoda. Boss, the Sword Demon Pagoda is divided into 9 levels. We're on the first level now, the Little Mouse explained. You need to be talented in the Sword Principle to ascend the Sword Demon Pagoda. Jian Wuhong's potential in the Sword Principle is not weak. She's definitely not on the first few levels. Let's go up directly, Fengchen said. Fengchen quickly found the entrance to the second level and entered with his Sword Principle aura shrouding him. When he arrived at the second level, he extended his divine consciousness and found that there was no one there. He continued to ascend to the third level. When he was on the third level, he finally found someone else. However, it was not Jian Wuhong, but a Sword Principle genius from the multi-hand race. At this moment, a Sword Principle genius from the multi-hand race was wielding 6 swords with 6 arms. He was trying his best to kill a sword-shaped beast. Pucci, the Sword Principle genius from the multi-hand race, was very powerful. His attacks were dazzling. Suddenly, the 6 swords pierced into the sword-shaped demonic beast's body. The sword-shaped beast immediately fell to the ground. The multi-hand race genius grinned and muttered to himself, "The sword demon pagoda is my fortuitous encounter. I must take this opportunity to rise." Duo, who had always been unpopular in the multi-hand race. No matter how talented he was in the sword principle, he could not gain the recognition of the multi-hand race. Due to the environment he lived in, Duo, whose personality had been twisted since he was young. He was very bloodthirsty. He had always been a maverick and cultivated alone. He never interacted with the multi-hand race disciples. His strength was improving rapidly, but the higher-ups of the multi-hand race did not know about it. When he discovered the sword demon pagoda, the pride in Duo whose heart appeared again. It was as if the sword demon pagoda was specially prepared for him. I, Duo, who am destined to become the most powerful genius in the multi-hand race. Duo, who roared into the sky. Just as Duo, who was releasing his emotions, he suddenly felt an unfamiliar aura approaching. He retracted his smile, and his expression became serious as he turned around to look at her. When he saw that the person who had come was not from his clan, a sinister look appeared in his eyes. "Who are you? Why are you in the sword demon pagoda?" Duo, who asked coldly, "Is that important?" Fong Chen asked. At this moment, he returned to his original state without any disguise. In the sword demon pagoda, he was not afraid of anyone. "Damned human, I'm going to kill you." Duo, who attacked. His 6 arms brandished 6 long swords, displaying the sword technique that he was proud of. "Senior brother Fong, let me." Tai Izuan made his move before Fong Chen could. As soon as the iron sword was unsheathed, the cold air immediately became oppressive. This was the first time Tai Izuan had attacked since he stepped into Blessed Realm. Swoosh dazzling sword chi burst forth from the metal sword as Tai Izuan charged into the battlefield. Bang, bang, bang. Tai Izuan and Duo, who started fighting. Fong Chen watched the battle from the side and nodded with satisfaction. Tai Izuan's battle techniques were extremely adept. In particular, Fong Chen was somewhat ashamed of his inferiority when it came to the use of Sword Dao's secret techniques. The genius of the multi-hand race is good at multitasking. He's a good stepping stone, Fong Chen said to himself. On the battlefield, the battle between Tai Izuan and Duo, who was nearing its end. One had to admit that Duo, who was very strong. However, he met Tai Izuan. Tai Izuan was furious when he thought of his beloved woman's primordial spirit being imprisoned by the multi-hand race. With anger, his attacks became fiercer and fiercer. After about 300 rounds, the metal sword stabbed into Duo, whose chest. Pucci. Duo, whose eyes widened as he looked at the metal sword in his chest. He was in disbelief. He clearly had the upper hand. How could this human find his loophole and stab him? Duo, who wanted to speak, but he did not have the strength. Pucci. Tai Izuan pulled out his metal sword, and Duo, whose body fell to the ground. Keeping his metal sword, Tai Izuan nodded at Fong Chen. "Let's go." There was only one Duo who on the 3rd level, and he was already killed. Next, they did not find anyone from the multi-hand race on the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels. When they arrived at the 7th level, they finally found 3 multi-hand race members. Human. Seeing Fong Chen and Tai Izuan, the multi-hand race members were shocked. There are still fish that escaped the net here. Kill them. The multi-hand race members did not say anything and directly attacked. The 3 of them were martial artists at the 1st level of the creation realm. They were not Fong Chen's match at all. Tai Izuan held his metal sword and rushed out, facing one of them. The remaining 2 were intercepted by Fong Chen. Pucci. Almost at the same time that Fong Chen killed the 2 multi-hand race members, Tai Izuan also finished off his opponent. The multi-hand race's geniuses were not worth mentioning in front of Fong Chen. Could it be on the 8th level? Fong Chen spread his divine consciousness and frowned slightly. On the 8th level of the Sword Demon Pagoda, a red-clothed sword dance hong was covered in wounds as she hid under a rock layer. There was a very powerful illusion array in front of the rock layer. If not for the illusion array, she would have been killed by the multi-hand race's geniuses. On the 8th level, there were about a dozen Sword Dao geniuses from the multi-hand race. Almost all of their cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the creation realm. 2 of them were even at the 3rd level of the creation realm. Brother Exine, the human is hiding in the illusion array. We can't find him at all. Yes, it has been so long. We need to think of a way. We can't waste time here. The multi-hand race member called Brother Exine had a gloomy face and was filled with anger. Human, you're already surrounded by us. Surrender quickly and we can spare your life. Otherwise, we will tear you into pieces, Duo Exine roared. Sword Dance Hong, who was hiding under the rock, was pale. She ignored Duo Exine's words. I don't know how long I can last. Sword Dance Hong was very weak. Although she was protected by the illusion array, she was not in danger for the time being. But as time passed, there would definitely be a loophole. But at this moment, she had no other choice. Outside the illusion array, Duo Exine and the others could not take it anymore. Enter the illusory array and capture that bastard, Duo Exine ordered. Instantly, more than a dozen multi-hand race prodigies entered the illusion array. The illusion array was very strange. As soon as they entered, they found that their surroundings were empty and their teammates were gone. Where is she? Duo Exine searched carefully. More than a dozen multi-hand race prodigies searched around in the illusion array, trying to find Jian Wuhong. Jian Wuhong carefully hid under the rock, not daring to breathe. Not good. The multi-hand race is approaching. Jian Wuhong was very anxious. Once she was discovered by the multi-hand race, she would definitely die. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, ready to fight to the death. But just as the multi-hand race was about to approach her, an earth-shattering sound came from the illusion array. It shook as if it was about to shatter. What happened? Duo Exine roared angrily. At the same time, outside the illusion array, Fong Chun and Tai Izuan stood quietly. Both of them emitted a wild aura. Break! Fong Chun waved his hand and the array chant appeared. A terrifying array Dao aura shrouded the illusion array. Crack! The illusion array could no longer hold on. It shook and shattered. As the illusion array shattered, Jian Wuhong was discovered by the multi-hand race. I found Jian Wuhong. She is here. One of the multi-hand race prodigies roared. But the other multi-hand race prodigies ignored him. Their gazes were focused on Fong Chun, a human that slipped through the net. Duo Exine took a step forward and stared at Fong Chun fiercely. Trash from the multi-hand race. Fong Chun retorted. More than a dozen multi-hand race prodigies gave up on Jian Wuhong and gathered together, glaring at Fong Chun. Jian Wuhong, who was hiding under the rock, was prepared to fight to the death. But when she heard the voice that haunted her dreams, her eyes widened. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. She crawled up from under the rock, her face wet with tears. Whoosh! Using the true intent of space-time, Fong Chen's figure disappeared. The next moment, he appeared beside Jian Wuhong. With a grab of his hand, he brought Jian Wuhong back to Tai Izuan's side. Looking at the crying Jian Wuhong, Fong Chen asked, "Are you all right?" Jian Wuhong shook her head. She did not know what to say. Just when she was about to give up on her life, Fong Chen appeared. All her emotions were vented out. Jian Wuhong disregarded everything and rushed into Fong Chen's arms. Fong Chen paused for a moment. In the end, he put his hands on Jian Wuhong's slender waist and comforted her. "I made you suffer. It's fine now. Brat, you are courting death." Duo Exine raged. Fong Chun helped Jian Wuhong up and said, "Go rest at the side. Leave the rest to me." Sword Dance Hong wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and gently nodded. "Be careful." She retreated to the side. "Senior brother Fong." Tai Izuan wanted to help, but was stopped by Fong Chun. "All of you trash, come at me together. Otherwise, you won't even have a chance to attack." Fong Chen's attitude was extremely arrogant. His words infuriated the multi-hand race. I alone am enough to deal with a mere human. A multi-hand race warrior at the 2nd level of the creation realm attacked. Bang! Fong Chen stretched out his hand, and a terrifying aura spread out. He slapped the multi-hand race warrior's body. Instantly, the multi-hand race warrior died. Trash. Fong Chen's murderous intent surged as he said coldly. Fong Chen's attack shocked the other multi-hand race warriors. Everyone looked at each other. A second level of the Creation Realm warrior was slapped to death by this person. That was too terrifying. At this moment, everyone finally understood why this person was so arrogant and wanted them to attack together. Brother Xin. Everyone looked at Duo Xin. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. Why should we be afraid of a human? Duo Xin sneered. Not only was the multi-hand race shocked, but Jian Wuhong was also extremely shocked. It had only been a short time since they last met, but this guy's strength had already reached such a level. It was too unbelievable. Let's attack together and destroy him. Duo Xin gave the order, and the remaining warriors attacked together. Countless sword lights instantly spread out and interweaved into a terrifying sword net in the sky. Weak. As soon as Fong Chan finished speaking, a vast amount of energy gathered in his palm, and he punched out. Crack. He killed a multi-hand race warrior with one punch. The other multi-hand race warrior's attacks could not capture Fong Chen's figure at all. This was the power of the true meaning of space-time. The power of the true meaning of space-time was fully displayed after reaching the Creation Realm. Fong Chen did not hold back. He suddenly appeared behind the multi-hand race warrior and killed one with one punch before dealing with the next one. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 second level Creation Realm warriors from the multi-hand race all died under Fong Chen's iron fists. However, Duo Xin and the other person were unable to touch Fong Chen in the slightest. Damn it! Duo Xin roared in anger. This was the shame of the multi-hand race. So many multi-hand race warriors joined forces, but they could not kill a human warrior. You're dead. The remaining 2 members of the multi-hand race executed their innate abilities. Your special abilities are useless against me. The red glass sword flashed with red light. Crack! Before Duo Xin could finish using his special abilities, his arm was cut off by the red glass sword. Ah! A miserable cry came out of Duo Xion's mouth. He struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. Burial of Heaven and Earth technique. Fong Chen used his most powerful attack, the Burial of Heaven and Earth technique. Duo Xion and the other warrior could not resist at all and were killed in an instant. This was a massacre, a complete massacre. Fong Chen showed the strength of a purgatory genius. Whoosh! He put away the red glass sword and retracted his killing intent. Fong Chen turned his head to look at Jian Wuhong. The latter's expression was wooden as she fell into a state of shock. Senior brother Fong, you're too powerful. Although she had expected this, she was still shocked to see it with her own eyes. This was a sword Dao genius. With a sword in hand, the world was mine. Chapter 1492. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Fong Chen chuckled. Instantly, Jian Wuhong, who was in shock, lost her composure. Her face flushed red. Why are you here? Jian Wuhong's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Fong Chen. I heard you were in danger, so I came, Fong Chen said frankly. Jian Wuhong's face turned even redder, but she was happy inside. Let's go. Let's leave this place first, Fong Chen said. Jian Wuhong shook her head. There's an inheritance on the 9th floor. Oh, let's go take a look. With that, the 3 of them entered the 9th floor of the Sword Demon Pagoda. Buzz! As soon as they entered the 9th floor, they felt an endless amount of sword chi. The image of an old man appeared in the air. I didn't expect 3 people to come at once. The old man stared at Fong Chen and the other 2 and chuckled. You are? Tai Izuan asked. I'm the spirit of the Sword Demon Pagoda. Master left his inheritance here for me to guard and wait for the fated one. The old man said, Now, the 3 of you are the fated ones. However, my master's inheritance can only choose one person. The old man looked at the 3 of them thoughtfully. When he noticed Fong Chen, his expression changed. You 2 think about it. Who will accept my master's inheritance? The old man pointed at Jian Wuhong and Tai Izuan, ignoring Fong Chen. Why can't senior brother Fong accept the inheritance? Tai Izuan asked. This kid has the aura of an almighty from the god realm. He clearly received an even more powerful inheritance. He doesn't need my master's inheritance. The old man sighed. Although he was an artifact spirit, he had seen the world with his master. He could tell that Fong Chun was extraordinary at a glance. Fong Chun curled his lips. You two can discuss it. I have no objections. He walked to the side and sat down. After thinking for a moment, Tai Izuan said, Miss Wu Hong, how about this? Let's both try. Whoever can accept the inheritance will be the one to take it. Jian Wu Hong nodded. You go first. Sit on the futon and sense carefully. The old man waved his hand, and a yellow futon appeared out of thin air. Jian Wu Hong sat on top of it and began to sense it. The sword chi of the 9th level continued to surge forth. An hour later, Jian Wu Hong opened her eyes. She shook her head helplessly. It seemed that this inheritance was not suitable for her. Kid, it's your turn, the old man said. Tai Izuan sat on a praying mat. As soon as he sat down, the praying mat became extremely excited, as if an old friend that he had been waiting for a long time had finally appeared. Seeing this, Fong Chen nodded. It seemed that Tai Izuan had been recognized. Tai Izuan himself was a genius of the Sword Dao. In just 2 hours, he had completely accepted the inheritance. Boom! The moment he completely accepted the inheritance, Tai Izuan's cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the creation realm. Congratulations, brother Tai. Fong Chun stood up and apologetically congratulated him. Tai Izuan was very happy. It was as if a meat pie had fallen from the sky and smashed into him. He had never thought of obtaining an inheritance. Just like that, he had obtained one in a daze. Furthermore, his cultivation had increased by 1 level. In the creation realm, every increase in level required one to seize the fortune of the heavens and earth. It was extremely difficult. Tai Izuan smiled honestly. Not bad, the old man said. From now on, you are my master's only disciple. If one day you can step into the divine realm, you must avenge my master. Disciple greets master. Tai Izuan knelt in front of the praying mat. Buzz! The praying mat slowly turned, as if it was communicating with Tai Izuan. Crack! After a long time, the praying mat shattered, and the fragments drilled into Tai Izuan's body. The artifact spirit also disappeared. Who is the owner of the Sword Demon Pagoda? Fong Chen asked. My master is called Emperor Demonic Sword. He was killed by another emperor, Tai Izuan said. Fong Chen nodded and did not ask any more questions. Since you have accepted the inheritance, let's go. Senior brother Fong, I can now control the Sword Demon Pagoda, Tai Izuan said. Fong Chen was stunned for a moment. Then he was overjoyed. Below the Sword Demon Pagoda, deep underground, Torvosaurus had been waiting. He was a little worried about the safety of Fong Chen and Tai Izuan. Damned light barrier, Torvosaurus said unhappily. However, just as he was complaining, the light barrier flickered. Fong Chen and Tai Izuan appeared. You're back. Torvosaurus was overjoyed. Let's go. We'll talk after we get out. With the help of the little mouse, the group quietly left the Sword Demon Pagoda and appeared outside. The most important thing right now is to find out about Murong Bing's whereabouts, Fong Chen said. I'll go find out. The little mouse disappeared. This time, the little mouse walked for 3 days and 3 nights before returning exhausted. How is it? Fong Chen asked. Boss, the multi-hand race has captured many Yuan spirits. It seems they want to open the ancestral altar. The little mouse brought back important news. Open the ancestral altar. This piece of news shocked everyone. This method was similar to a sacrifice. Once the ancestral altar was opened, Murong Bing's Yuan spirit would definitely disappear. Even a life and death emperor would have a hard time reviving her. Thinking of this, Tai Izuan lost his composure. Where's the ancestral altar? We'll go now. Tai Izuan said anxiously. Fong Chen gently pressed down on Tai Izuan and said, Brother Tai, we're also very anxious, but we can't act on impulse. If we're careless, we'll harm Murong Bing. Right? Listen to senior brother Fong. Don't act rashly. Torvosaurus nodded. Jian Wuhong was silent. The upper echelons of the multi-hand race are very strong. If we fight head-on, we have no chance of winning. Fang Chun analyzed. However, I have a supreme treasure that can resist the attacks of high-level creation realm martial artists. You guys hide in my spatial supreme treasure. I'll head to the multi-hand race's ancestral altar alone and wait for an opportunity to rescue Murong Bing's Yuan spirit. Then, we'll take the Starfield Dragon Boat and leave. Fang Chun explained his plan. The reason he dared to charge into the multi-hand race's base so recklessly was because he had something to rely on. With the combination of the Dark Demonic Wheel and the Starfield Dragon Boat, no one could stop him unless they were life and death realm monarchs. However, to use the Dark Demonic Wheel, he had to plan a series of contingencies. Once the Dark Demonic Wheel was used, it would exhaust all his strength. We can't let Senior Brother Fang take the risk alone, Torvosaurus said. Fang Chun shook his head. You guys stay in the Starfield Dragon Boat. There's something important you need to do, Fang Chun said. After Fang Chen's persuasion, Tai Izuan and the other two agreed to this plan. Fang Chun summoned the Starfield Dragon Boat and had the three enter the control room. When I summon the Starfield Dragon Boat, the three of you will take turns controlling it. Fang Chun pointed his finger, and 3 rays of light drilled into the three's minds. This is the method to control the Starfield Dragon Boat. Remember it well. As for the Spirit Stones, they're in the cabin next door. Fang Chun reminded. Senior Brother Fang, don't worry. We won't let you down. After arranging everything, Fang Chun disguised himself as a member of the multi-hand race and went to the ancestral altar alone. Along the way, he kept communicating with the little mouse and finally found out where the ancestral altar was. There was a towering mountain in the ruins. The multi-hand race called this mountain Duo Mountain. It meant the sacred mountain of the multi-hand race. Today, the multi-hand race was going to summon the ancestral altar on Duo Mountain. At the peak of Duo Mountain, the leader of the multi-hand race, a 9th-level creation realm expert, stood quietly. He was wearing a battle robe and had a terrifying aura. There were many priests standing behind him. Each of these priests had a ball of primordial spirit light in their hands. There were a total of 49 balls of light. Leader, the materials are ready. We can summon the ancestral altar now, one of the elders of the multi-hand race said. When the people below heard this, they were extremely excited. Once the ancestral altar was summoned, the branch of the multi-hand race would be protected forever. By then, the human race would be nothing. The leader nodded and came to the black altar. He waved his hands, and a strange aura spread out. Primordial spirit ready. Primordial spirit ready. The 49 elders of the multi-hand race held the primordial spirit light in their hands and said in unison. This was a sacred moment, a moment that belonged to the multi-hand race. On Duo Mountain, countless members of the multi-hand race were praying. We pray for the blessings of our ancestors. Let the ancestral altar descend and protect the people of the multi-hand race. Everyone was chanting. When Fang Chun arrived at Duo Mountain, the ancestral altar summoning ceremony had already begun. He quickly climbed up Duo Mountain. Everyone's attention was on the ancestral altar and did not notice Fang Chun at all. Fang Chun disguised himself as a member of the multi-hand race and observed carefully. 49 primordial spirit light balls. Fang Chun said to himself. He had already discovered Murong Bing's light ball. Oh no, it's at the front. Fang Chun knew that things were not good. He discovered that Murong Bing's primordial spirit was at the front. The other primordial spirit light balls had a layer of black halo. Only Murong Bing's primordial spirit light ball had white ripples and seemed very pure. Primordial spirit sacrifice. After the leader chanted for a while, he waved his hand and said in a deep voice. Immediately, the 48 primordial spirit light balls quickly left the elder's palm and flew to the black altar, gradually fusing together. Whoosh! The leader made a move and forcefully merged the 48 primordial spirit light balls together. Suddenly, miserable cries could be heard. Ancestral altar, please listen to the call of your people. The leader devoutly held the primordial spirit light balls in his hands and placed them on the black altar. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky and terrifying lightning bolts whistled. The primordial spirit light balls were directly absorbed by the black altar. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The leader chanted an incantation. After the black altar absorbed the primordial spirit light balls, light flowed, and it seemed that the ancestral altar had awakened. Ancestral altar, please listen to the call of your people. The leader shouted loudly. Immediately, he waved his hand and placed Murong Bing's purest primordial spirit in his palm. The ceremony had already begun and could not be stopped. Oh no! At this critical moment of life and death, Fengshen could not care so much anymore. He used the space-time true intent and traveled through space. With incredible speed, he quickly arrived on the black altar and seized Murong Bing's primordial spirit while the leader was still in a daze. Human. With the ceremony interrupted, the leader regained his senses and roared furiously. Damned human, interrupting the ceremony of our multi-hand race. The leader's aura fluctuated as he waved his hand. An extremely powerful attack quickly rushed towards Fengshen. Bang! Caught off guard, the perfect sword body took the leader's attack head-on. Pucci! Fengshen spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he took a few steps back. He held Murong Bing's primordial spirit in his hand, and his cold voice spread throughout the entire mountain. If you take one more step forward, I will crush this primordial spirit. Fengshen's threat made the leader very wary. On the many mountains, many multi-hand race members glared at Fengshen furiously. They wanted to tear him into pieces. Roar! The multi-hand race roared furiously. Summoning the ancestral altar was the most sacred ceremony of the multi-hand race, but it was destroyed by the human. Rumble! The lightning in the sky continued to bombard the black altar. The light patterns that had appeared were gradually disappearing. This was the sign that the ancestral altar was sleeping. No! The leader roared furiously as he stared at Fengshen with bloodshot eyes. Give me the primordial spirit light balls. The summoning of the ancestral altar was only one step away. If they failed, their branch would never be qualified to summon the ancestral altar. They could not fail. They could only succeed. Who would have thought that the human would come and cause trouble at this critical moment? Kid, give me the primordial spirit light balls, and I can spare your life. Chapter 1493. The ancestral altar was sleeping. They had summoned it with great difficulty, but now they were watching it fall asleep. This was not what the multi-hand race wanted to see. The multi-hand race leader's face was full of sinister, killing intent. He stretched out his hand, and a terrifying killing intent raged. Give it to me. The leader was furious. He was about to succeed, but this damned human ruined it. He was unwilling. While pressuring Fengshen, he looked at the black altar. In the blink of an eye, the patterns on the black altar completely disappeared. The next moment, the black altar became dead silent. There was still a chance, one last chance. The leader's heart was full of anxiety. He glared at Fengshen with a ferocious expression. Give it to me. The leader roared angrily. He could no longer care so much. If he did not give it to him, the ancestral altar would completely disappear and their branch would be cursed forever. No, I don't want this. The leader attacked, and a wild aura suddenly spread out from his body. Immediately, his large hand, carrying a terrifying aura, rushed toward Fengshen. Die! The leader wanted to use his powerful attack to quickly kill Fengshen, and then snatch the primordial spirit light cluster in his hand. Fengshen was already prepared. The moment the leader attacked, he immediately used the true meaning of time and space and hid in the void. Pucci, the leader's large hand, grabbed nothing, and he completely fell into a state of madness. I'm going to kill you. The leader desperately attacked the void, trying to force Fengshen's body out. However, at this moment, Fengshen had already quietly summoned the Starfield Dragon Boat. Just as Fengshen was about to step onto the Starfield Dragon Boat, he was stopped by the leader. Trying to leave? The leader used his innate ability. The multi-hand race's innate ability was very powerful. When ordinary clansmen used it, it had no effect on Fang Chun. However, when the leader used it, his power was multiplied. In an instant, Fang Chun felt a trace of fear. He took out the dark demonic wheel and activated it. Buzz! A terrifying dark aura instantly spread out. The power emitted by the dark demonic wheel was so strong that it made people's hearts palpitate. What is that? The leader's expression changed greatly, and he reached out to grab the dark demonic wheel. The two of them collided fiercely, and the innate special ability was directly shattered. As a result, the dark demonic wheel also suffered a great blow. Fang Chun felt the power of the astral radiance in his chi instantly being sucked dry. While the dark demonic wheel was blocking the attack, he boarded the Starfield Dragon Boat. Activate! Fang Chun roared. Tai Izuan and the other two quickly started the Starfield Dragon Boat. Wall of the Starfield Dragon Boat turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the peak of many mountains. The dark demonic wheel that had resisted the leader's attack also disappeared along with the Starfield Dragon Boat. Primordial Spirit. Fang Chen's eyes were blurred. He only said a few words before he fainted. Tai Izuan was very excited when he saw Murong Bing's Primordial Spirit. The Celestial Field Dragon Boat flew at high speed. On the peak of the many mountains, the leader of the multi-hand race went completely crazy. The black altar was completely silent, and the ancestral altar was also in eternal slumber. Their branch was destined to become the cursed branch. I'm not willing to accept this. The leader of the multi-hand race roared at the sky. Many of his clansmen below lowered their heads. Everyone knew what the disappearance of the ancestral altar meant to them. Does the heavens want to destroy my branch? After the leader of the multi-hand race roared, his eyes turned scarlet and filled with killing intent. I swear that if I don't kill you in this life, I'm not human. After saying that, the leader of the multi-hand race turned into a stream of light and chased after the Starfield Dragon Boat. With the leader's speed, it was naturally impossible for him to catch up with the Starfield Dragon Boat. However, this was a ruin controlled by the multi-hand race. Everything here was under the control of the leader of the multi-hand race. He first controlled the seal and sealed the entire ruin. Then, he started to give chase. The Starfield Dragon Boat was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived at the exit of the ruin. However, it was blocked by the seal. What should we do? Tu Long asked anxiously. The leader of the multi-hand race chased after them furiously. Once he caught up, the consequences would be unimaginable. Charge over, Jian Wuhong shouted. Tai Izuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. The Starfield Dragon Boat is extremely fast, but its destructive power is not enough. It won't be able to break through the seal in a short time. Tai Izuan's words made the two of them feel helpless. Increase the energy and charge with full force. Tai Izuan began to increase the number of purple crystals he placed. He controlled the Starfield Dragon Boat and charged at the seal with full force. However, the seal was very strong. It could avoid the detection of Alliance leader Gu Hua's divine consciousness. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a while, the leader of the multi-hand race caught up. You can't escape. The leader of the multi-hand race said coldly with scarlet eyes. He arrived with a whoosh and jumped onto the Starfield Dragon Boat. Then, he formed a hand seal with both hands. Complicated patterns shot out from his body. All of his blood essence was contained in the complicated patterns. He was setting up the multi-hand race's forbidden seal to trap the Starfield Dragon Boat. Whoosh! Whoosh! Strong winds blew, and it started to rain heavily. The entire world became incomparably restless. The spirit chi in the air made one's heart palpitate. When the leader of the multi-hand race used the forbidden technique, he also suffered a backlash. However, for the sake of revenge, this little bit of backlash was nothing. Pucci! After everything was ready, the leader of the multi-hand race spat out a mouthful of blood on the complicated patterns. Instantly, these patterns formed the strongest binding restriction. Let's see where you can run to, the leader of the multi-hand race said coldly. If the ancestral altar disappeared, their branch would be permanently cursed. This was something he did not want to see. However, There was no turning back now. He vented all of his hatred on Fang Chun. It's all because of you. Otherwise, our branch would have been blessed by the ancestral altar. The leader of the multi-hand race reached out and punched the Starfield dragon boat again and again. Rumble. The Starfield dragon boat shook. Fortunately, the Starfield dragon boat's defense was extremely strong. The leader of the multi-hand race's attacks alone could not break through its defense. How is it? The dragon asked. Tai Izuan shook his head and gave up struggling. The Starfield dragon boat is sealed. We can't leave it all. Tai Izuan said, fortunately, the Starfield dragon boat's defense is extremely strong. The leader of the multi-hand race can't break through it. We're safe for now. Hearing this, the dragon and Jian Wuhong looked at each other. At this point, there was nothing they could do. We can only wait for senior brother Fang to wake up, the dragon said softly. Tai Izuan nodded and stopped controlling the Starfield dragon boat. He sat at the side and began to nourish Murong Bing's soul. Murong, are you okay? Tai Izuan's eyes became blurry when he saw Murong Bing's soul. It was as if he had fallen into a deep memory. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Fang Chun had been unconscious. The power of the dark demonic wheel was too strong. With Fang Chen's current strength, it would take him a long time to recover. Fortunately, the Starfield dragon boat successfully blocked the attacks of the leader of the multi-hand race. Although they were still bound, they were at least safe. The leader of the multi-hand race went from attacking crazily at the beginning to not attacking at all. He sat on the side and paid close attention to the Starfield dragon boat. He didn't believe that these humans would be willing to be trapped here for the rest of their lives. I was actually unconscious for a month. Fang Chen couldn't help sighing when he woke up and asked about what happened after he fainted. Senior brother Fang, do you have any ideas? Asked the dragon. Senior brother Fang, thank you for saving Murong. Tai Izuan just happened to walk over, his face full of joy. How is Murong? Asked Fang Chun. Murong Bing's soul has already completely recovered. Once we leave this place, I'll find a body for her to revive, smiled Tai Izuan. His smile was very bright, completely different from his previous dispirited self. After asking a few questions, Fang Chen's gaze fell on Jian Wuhong and Manlong. He spread out his divine sense and sensed the seal around the Starfield dragon boat. What a powerful seal! Exclaimed Fang Chun. His soul had only lightly touched it, but it was bounced back. Outside, the multi-hand race leader opened his eyes. Don't struggle in vain. You won't be able to break the seal of my multi-hand race, said the multi-hand race leader coldly. Obediently come out and accept your death, and I can leave your corpses intact. Within the Starfield dragon boat, Fang Chun fell into thought after hearing the multi-hand race leader's words. Then, he communicated with the Black Wheel's item spirit. Item spirit, now that the Starfield dragon boat is under their control, how do we leave? Master, the Starfield dragon boat has an anti-restriction control. As long as you can control it, you'll be able to easily break through the seal, said the item spirit lazily. It was as if this matter was insignificant to it. Anti-restriction control. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. The Starfield dragon boat has many more functions. Master, you only know a little bit about them. The item spirit continued. I'll teach you the specific functions of the Starfield dragon boat. You can carefully study them. All right. Fang Chun was a bit excited. However, Master, don't be too optimistic. Anti-restriction control is a relatively difficult part. It's a bit difficult to completely comprehend it. Some people won't be able to comprehend it in their lifetime, while others can comprehend it with just a moment of enlightenment, reminded the item spirit. Send it over. Fang Chen was eager to give a try. He didn't believe that he couldn't comprehend anti-restriction control with his potential. Buzz. His mind vibrated, and a large amount of information appeared in his mind. Master, take your time to comprehend it, said the item spirit. Fang Chun carefully observed the information in his mind and selected the chant for anti-restriction control. Seeing this, Fang Chun was a bit shocked. There was a requirement to completely comprehend anti-restriction control. The formation realm had to be at least 8 stars. In other words, if he wanted to comprehend anti-restriction control, he had to first raise his formation realm to 8 stars. This was a difficult problem. The formation realm was as vast as the sea. The later it was, the harder it was to cultivate. Chapter 1494. Since he was trapped here and couldn't get out for the time being, he might as well give it a try. Fang Chun cleared his mind and began to comprehend the Tao of array formations. The Tao of array formations was as vast as the sea. However, when one truly immersed themselves in it, one would realize that the basics were actually very important. Therefore, Fang Chun would look at the elementary understanding of array formations whenever he was free. He had obtained it from an array formation almighty, and it was very useful. It was all-encompassing and included the most basic things of the Tao of array formations. Usually, only array formation masters who didn't have a deep understanding of array formations would ignore the basics. However, any powerful array formation master wouldn't ignore this point. Fang Chun was comprehending the elementary understanding of array formations. It was as if he was drifting alone in an ocean of array formations. The Tao of array formations is indeed broad and profound. It was impossible to comprehend it in a short period of time, so Fang Chun wasn't in a hurry. He casually set up a time acceleration array formation and maintained it at 100 times the speed. One day in the outside world was equivalent to 100 days in the time acceleration array. This greatly reduced Fang Chun's cultivation time. After everything was ready, Fang Chun sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. During this time, the multi-hand race leader was very angry. He tried to attack the Starfield Dragon ship many times, but he couldn't break it. In the end, the multi-hand race leader left angrily. A few days later, he found a few peak creation realm helpers. "Old duo, you called us here to deal with this guy?" asked one of the Oxhorn race people. "This thing seems to be a Starfield flying ship. Can't you deal with it yourself?" asked another person, Noi. They knew very well that although the Starfield flying ship was tough, they could deal with it alone with their strength. You'll know when you try. The multi-hand race leader was very angry after failing to summon the ancestral altar. He snorted and said directly. The other two also knew the multi-hand race leader's temper, so they didn't say anything and began to try. First was the Oxhorn race. He launched an attack that wasn't weaker than the multi-hand race leaders, but he failed. What's going on? At this moment, he finally understood why the multi-hand race leader called them here. "This Starfield flying ship is strange," said the Oxhorn race leader. "Let me try." Another race leader started to attack. Dong's attack hit the Starfield Dragon boat hard. Ripples spread out in the void. His attack finally vanished without a trace. This scene had all of the outsiders gasping in shock. How is this possible? At the same time, the outsider's eyes went wide, as if he had just realized something important. "It's not a Starfield flying ship at all," the alien shouted. "What? It's not a flying boat? Then what is it?" The cow-horned alien hurriedly asked. "Do you remember when the human race was at its peak?" asked the outsider. "Other than Starfield flying ships, what other flying treasures did they have?" The other two foreign race leaders were also taken aback by his question. Their eyes widened as they stared at the Starfield Dragon boat in disbelief. Starfield Dragon boat. The two of them shouted almost at the same time. Their words were filled with disbelief. "It's actually the Starfield Dragon boat. Damn it." The leader of the multi-armed race was infuriated. If it was a celestial field flying ship, they would still have a chance to break it. But if it was a Starfield Dragon boat, it would be impossible for them to break it with their strength. Starfield Dragon boats aren't many in the entire universe. I didn't think we'd run into one. A trace of greed appeared in the cow-horned alien's eyes. A light flashed in his mind as he seemed to have thought of something. If we seize this Starfield Dragon boat, wouldn't we have nothing to fear, even life and death emperors? The cow-horned alien chuckled. Hearing this, the other two outsiders looked at each other. "The key is that we can't even break its defenses. How are we going to seize it?" The leader of the multi-armed race shrugged. According to Old Duo's description, the one controlling the Starfield Dragon boat is a young martial artist. His cultivation base is only at the low level of the creation realm. If he didn't use some supreme treasures, he wouldn't have been able to escape into the Starfield Dragon boat. The cow-horned alien slowly said, If my guess is correct, he's not strong enough to fully control the Starfield Dragon boat. This is our chance. That's right. With the Starfield Dragon boat sealed here, we have plenty of opportunities. Once we study it thoroughly and seize it, we'll be powerful. The other alien laughed. He greatly approved of the cow-horned alien's idea. What do you think? The cow-horned alien looked at the leader of the multi-armed race. I don't care. As long as we kill that human, everything else is fine. The leader of the multi-armed race said. His heart was filled with hatred. If he didn't kill that human, he wouldn't be able to rest easy. Moreover, he wouldn't be able to give his clansmen an explanation. All right, it's decided. The three of us will study it together. The cow-horned alien was very excited. He hadn't thought that helping Old Duo would result in such a good thing. After discussing, the three of them sat down cross-legged in 3 different places and began studying. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During this time, Fong Chen's formation realm had been gradually increasing. However, he felt that he was just 1 step away from breaking through the bottleneck. However, he wasn't in a hurry and maintained 100 times time acceleration. Going from 7 stars to 8 stars was a hurdle in itself. Fong Chen's body was surrounded by an extremely dense formation aura. After 3 months, Murong Bing's primordial spirit had completely recovered. Under Tai Izuan's careful care every day, she was very happy and also very touched. Jian Wuhong would come to see Fong Chen every day. Today was no exception. When she arrived, she saw that Fong Chen had a complicated expression on his face. What's going on? Jian Wuhong was a bit worried about Fong Chen and prepared to observe for a while. However, in the next moment, she felt that the air was filled with a repulsive force. What kind of force is this? Jian Wuhong's body kept retreating. Her eyes widened as she stared at Fong Chen. Who Fong Chen, who had been sitting cross-legged for 3 months, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes blinked, and suddenly, a formation was formed, enveloping Jian Wuhong. Jian Wuhong's heart trembled. What kind of method was this? Voila! As Jian Wuhong trembled, Fong Chen removed the formation. He smiled brightly and said, Wuhong, how is it? How is what? Jian Wuhong asked, puzzled. What did I feel just now? Hearing this, Jian Wuhong lightly nodded and said, Just now, my heart was pounding. The array you set up was far too powerful. I made a breakthrough. Fong Chen chuckled and stood up. Through the experiment just now, Fong Chen came to a conclusion. An 8-star formation master was many times stronger than a 7-star formation master. Moreover, an 8-star formation master could set up formations as he pleased. The current Fong Chen, in terms of his identity as a formation master, was already famous throughout the universe. Of course, he was still some distance away from the peak. At the very least, he could be called a grandmaster now. Fortunately, I have time acceleration. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to make a breakthrough. Fong Chen thought to himself. At the same time, he was looking forward to the true meaning of space-time even more. Just how strong was the true meaning of space-time at its peak? But now wasn't the time to think about that. Fong Chen let out a breath. At this time, Torvosaurus and Tai Izuan arrived. Senior Apprentice Brother Fong, how is it? Asked Torvosaurus. I made a slight breakthrough, but I'm very confident, Fong Chen said. Hearing this, the 3 of them were secretly happy. Being trapped here for 3 months was nothing. What they were most afraid of was being trapped here forever. They would rather go out and fight to the death than continue to waste time like this. Wait for me for a few days. After saying that, Fong Chen sat down cross-legged and began to study the anti-binding control of the Starfield Dragon boat. Voila, the chant appeared in his mind, and Fong Chen immersed himself in it. Dong at this moment, the golden heart started to beat rapidly. In the next moment, a clear stream flowed out of the golden heart. This clear stream merged with the chant in Fong Chen's mind. In an instant, Fong Chen had a trace of understanding. Then, he closed his eyes and quietly comprehended. Endless mysteries flashed through his mind. Finally, it stopped at a certain scene. At a certain moment, 3 days later, Fong Chen suddenly opened his eyes. This is amazing. Fangchen also felt that it was amazing that he could comprehend the anti-binding control so quickly. However, some things were just like this. The more you wanted to cultivate, the more you couldn't cultivate. And the more calm you were, the easier it was to succeed. Of course, Fangchen knew that the reason for this was inseparable from the Golden Heart. In any case, after 3 months, he finally succeeded in his research. Let's give it a try. Fangchen's mind moved, and he controlled the Starfield Dragon Boat. Buzz, the Starfield Dragon Boat that had been still for a long time, suddenly trembled. Outside, the 3 alien race powerhouses were studying the Starfield Dragon Boat. Suddenly, they were awakened by the vibration of the dragon boat. What's going on? Could it be that we have some results from our research? The dragon boat is shaking, which means that our research direction is correct. Continue to research, and one day, we will be able to get the Starfield Dragon Boat. The ox-horned alien race was very excited, as if he could already see the scene of controlling the Starfield Dragon Boat and killing everyone. The 3 aliens continued to close their eyes and began to comprehend. What they didn't know was that the dragon boat was moving because of Fangchen. As expected, Fangchen only tested it a little, and he felt a powerful force bursting out of the Starfield Dragon Boat. Such a terrifying power was completely capable of destroying the seal. We can finally leave this damn place. Fangchen grinned. At the same time, he told Jian Wuhong and the others to be prepared. I really want to know how ugly the face of the multi-hand race's leader will be after we leave. Tu Long chuckled. He didn't mind watching the show. Tai Izuan was also very happy. The obsession in his heart had been eliminated. He had taken his revenge, and he had found his lover's primordial spirit. From now on, he would pursue the peak of the Sword Dao without any scruples. Chapter 1495. Fangchen was able to control the Starfield Dragon Boat more easily now that he had successfully comprehended the anti-restraint control. Even the weapon spirit of the Dark Demonic Wheel was shocked. Genius. Monster. The weapon spirit had once followed the master of the Devil's Grotto and had seen countless geniuses. However, even it was impressed by Fangchen's monstrous talent. It had thought that it would take at least a few years to comprehend it successfully. Who would have thought that he could control it freely in such a short time? I have a feeling that Master's future achievements may surpass the old Master's. The weapon spirit muttered to itself. It was glad that it had chosen the right master. If its master reached the peak in the future, it would be able to reappear in the eyes of the world. Moreover, it would be a dominating figure in the world. After preparing for a while, Fangchen began to control the Starfield Dragon Boat. Anti-restraint control. Fangchen's mind entered the control panel and began to control the anti-restraint control. Crash. Under Fangchen's control, the anti-restraint control system was fully activated. Suddenly, a large amount of black aura appeared outside the Starfield Dragon Boat. The black aura gathered together in the blink of an eye and turned into a sharp blade. This sharp blade was inserted at the front of the Starfield Dragon Boat. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The Starfield Dragon Boat began to move slowly, and the sharp blade at the front was constantly inserted into the seal. Crack. Cracks appeared on the seal, and it was shattering. What's going on? The bull-horned alien race widened his eyes and looked at the leader of the multi-hand race. The Starfield Dragon Boat is going to break through the seal. Let's join forces to stop it. The leader of the multi-hand race roared. The 3 experts joined forces to stop the Starfield Dragon Boat. However, the Starfield Dragon Boat was invincible now. Under Fangchen's control, the anti-restraint control system was activated quickly, and a heart-palpitating power constantly poured into the sharp black blade in front. Crack! As the sharp blade penetrated deeper, the seemingly unbreakable seal began to shatter. It broke through. Tai Izuan and the other 2 laughed wildly in the Starfield Dragon Boat. After being trapped here for so long, they finally broke through the seal and could leave. Boom! When the seal completely shattered, the Starfield Dragon Boat disappeared from the ruins in the blink of an eye at an incredible speed. Chase! The leader of the multi-hand race bared his teeth, roaring furiously. His speed had reached its limit, and he wanted to catch up with the Starfield Dragon boat. With great difficulty, he cast a forbidden sealing technique to trap the Starfield Dragon boat. Yet now, he was allowed to escape so easily. He was unwilling to accept this. My multi-hand race is not that easy to bully. The leader of the multi-hand race was infuriated. The other two foreign race experts were also chasing after him. The three powerhouses attacked at the same time, but they could not catch up to the Starfield Dragon boat at all. After breaking through the barrier, the Starfield Dragon boat appeared in the void ocean. "He's out." Torvosaurus laughed loudly. At this moment, Jian Wuhong took out her communication jade pendant and quickly sent a message to Alliance leader Gu Hua. After the latter received the news, he rushed over as fast as he could. Alliance Master Gu Hua was the overseer of the Old Hua Islands. Although his cultivation base was only at the peak of Fortune Realm, even some ordinary life and death realm monarchs had to give him face. To put it bluntly, it was because he was the master of the Old Hua Islands. It consumed a lot of energy. Withdrawing his consciousness, the Starfield Dragon boat returned to normal. Fengshen couldn't help but sigh. It had only been a short while, but the energy consumed was more than all the previous times combined. Master, the reverse binding control is incomparably difficult to control in the first place. This already consumes a lot of energy, the artifact's spirit explained. Fortunately, the seal was not too strong. Otherwise, even the Starfield Dragon boat might not be able to break through it. Hulu in the blink of an eye, the Starfield Dragon boat rushed out of the void ocean, bringing with it a wave. The Starfield Dragon boat stopped above the void ocean, waiting for Alliance leader Gu Hua to arrive. This was because they had already received news that Alliance leader Gu Hua was rushing over at full speed. The methods of the Master of the Islands were unimaginable. Within the islands, their strength was unparalleled. This was also why the foreign race had many peak Fortune Realm experts, but they did not dare to confront the Master of the Islands directly. Fengshen and the others had just stopped when they sensed the three foreign race experts chasing after them. Kill. The three foreign race experts immediately started slaughtering the Starfield Dragon boat. Boom! Wild attacks continued to bombard the Starfield Dragon boat. However, they could not break through its defense at all. This made Fengshen and the others heave a sigh of relief. Alliance leader Gu Hua will be here soon. Let's delay them here, Fengshen said softly. In the outside world, the bull-horned alien race's face was gloomy. Old duo, we can't go on like this. I'm afraid the humans already know that we appeared in the void ocean. It won't be long before the human race experts arrive, the bull-horned alien race said. Yes, old duo, let's give up, the other alien race said. The leader of the multi-hand race shook his head. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fengshen. The human martial artist destroyed the ancestral altar of my race's branch. You know better than me what this means, the leader of the multi-hand race said coldly. Even if I die, I will avenge my race's branch. Hearing this, the two alien race experts' faces changed drastically. The human in the Starfield Dragon boat had destroyed the ancestral altar of the multi-hand race. No wonder old duo was so angry. Thinking of this, the two alien race experts smiled bitterly and said, Old duo, sorry, we can't help you. We'll take our leave first. Then, the two of them disappeared quickly. When the human experts arrived, they would not be able to leave even if they wanted to. Therefore, leaving now was the wisest choice. Even if I die, I will drag someone down with me. The leader of the multi-hand race was prepared to fight to the death. If the ancestral altar's summoning failed, their branch would be permanently cursed. Rather than that, they might as well fight. The leader of the multi-hand race had already disregarded his life. I don't believe that I can't break through the defense. The leader of the multi-hand race continued to bombard the Starfield Dragon boat with powerful attacks. After about 2 hours, a powerful aura approached. Stop! An angry roar was heard. Alliance leader Gu Hua appeared. Multi-hand race. Alliance leader Gu Hua stared at the leader of the multi-hand race and said coldly. He waved his hand, and a powerful ray of light shot out, blocking the attack of the leader of the multi-hand race. You guys leave first, Alliance leader Gu Hua said to Fang Chun and the others. Whoosh! The Starfield Dragon boat turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the void ocean. Only Alliance leader Gu Hua and the leader of the multi-hand race were left here. I haven't fought with a human expert for a long time. I hope you won't disappoint me. Don't worry, I won't be merciful. Following this, an earth-shattering battle took place. Even from a great distance away, Fang Chun, who was in the celestial field dragon boat, could feel the powerful vibrations. A battle between peak manifestation realm experts. Fang Chun's blood boiled. One day, he would reach this level too. Soon, they arrive at Iron Gorge Island. Whoosh! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they came out of the Starfield Dragon boat. That was close, Tu Long said with lingering fear. Tai Izuan cupped his fist at Fang Chun and said, Senior Brother Fang, thank you. Fang Chun shook his head and said, Why are you saying this? Tai Izuan nodded and chuckled. Senior Brother Fang, let's part ways here. I have to find a perfect body for Murong Bing. Tai Izuan, you have to find a good body for Murong Bing, Tu Long said with a smile. They had joined the demon-subduing world together and worked hard together. They had a deep relationship. During this time, Murong Bing and Tai Izuan fell in love. Tu Long was happy for them. Now that Murong Bing had come back to life, there was a different feeling in their hearts. Don't worry, I will. Tai Izuan left with Murong Bing's primordial spirit. He left very confidently. The unforgettable obsession in his heart had already disappeared with the wind. Next, he would devote himself to Murong Bing and pursue the peak of Sordao. Fang Chun didn't expect that Tai Izuan's name would shake the world a few years later. Of course, this was in the future. After Tai Izuan left, Tu Long was very tactful. Senior Brother Fang, since this matter has been resolved, I'll go back first. Tu Long turned and left. Fang Chun knew that Tu Long wanted to return to the demon-subduing world. But because Jian Wuhong was here, he couldn't say it directly. In the end, only Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong were left on the wasteland. Jian Wuhong lowered her head. Her hair covered her face, making it impossible to see her expression. Fang Chun also didn't say anything. The surroundings were silent. Jian Wuhong's white hands tightly gripped her skirt. She wanted to say something, but she didn't. After a moment of silence, Red Sword finally mustered up her courage and said in a low voice, Thank you. Fang Chun was just thinking about how to say it. But when he heard Jian Wuhong's words, he grinned. It was nothing. Jian Wuhong's face was red. She didn't dare look at Fang Chun. Wuhong, where are you going next? Asked Fang Chun. Jian Wuhong was startled. She shook her head. She also didn't know where she was going. In the past, she only had one goal in her heart. That was to pursue the peak of the Sordao. But now, there was a different feeling in her heart, especially because someone had barged into her heart. Suddenly, Jian Wuhong pushed her hair to the side and raised her head. The blush on her pretty face gradually disappeared. Her eyes blinked as she glanced at Fang Chun. A smile appeared on her face as she said sweetly, I want to be with you. Fang Chun was startled, but then he shook his head and sighed. Why aren't you willing? Jian Wuhong pouted. Fang Chun walked a few steps and then turned around to look at the endless blue sky. Wuhong, I won't hold you back. Fang Chun's words were very tactful, but Jian Wuhong didn't listen. I like you. That's my freedom. You have no right to interfere. Jian Wuhong suddenly changed her attitude and said boldly. When she said this, her eyes were fixed on Fang Chun's back. Chapter 1496. In fact, you have a good impression of me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have risked your life to save me when you heard I disappeared in the relic. Jian Wuhong continued. The blush on her face disappeared, and her attitude was firm. After everything that had happened, she had thought it through. The most important thing was to grasp what was in front of her. Otherwise, one day in the future, when you look back, you will regret it. No matter what the result is, at least we tried. This was what Jian Wuhong was thinking. She was waiting for Fang Chun's answer. Yes or no. It wasn't that important anymore. What was important was his attitude. Fang Chun fell into deep thought. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. After a long silence, Fang Chun said, I have a wife. You'll delay your future. She nodded. She had gotten the answer she wanted. There was no need to ask any more questions. I won't give up. One day, I'll appear in front of you again. When that time comes, I hope you'll give me a chance to compete fairly. After saying that, Jian Wuhong turned around and left without looking back. Fang Chun really wanted to turn around to take a look, but he held himself back. Sigh. With a sigh, he staggered away. The battle on the void ocean was huge. It even alerted the sirens in the diving area. However, in the end, Alliance leader Gu Hua still managed to kill the leader of the multi-hand race with absolute strength. Of course, he also paid a heavy price. The leader of the multi-armed race was determined to die with Alliance Master Gu Hua. However, his wishful thinking was wrong. At the most critical moment, Alliance leader Gu Hua used his trump card. He killed the multi-hand clan leader as easily as crushing dry weeds. This battle caused a huge uproar on the Old Hua Islands. When all the warriors learned of the final result, they cried out in surprise. They hadn't won so easily in a long time. This made them cry out in surprise. Under leader Gu Hua's invitation, Fang Chun returned to the Old East Alliance. He asked around and learned that Jian Wuhong hadn't returned to the Old East Alliance. In fact, there was no trace of her on the Old Hua Islands. Fang Chun shook his head helplessly. It seemed that Jian Wuhong had suffered a lot. Fang Chen's contribution in killing the multi-hand clan leader was great. The Old East Alliance held a banquet to celebrate Fang Chen's victory. However, at that moment on the Green Bamboo Island, something shocking was happening. Green Bamboo Island. The island was originally calm and tranquil. After a period of recruitment, the island's defenses had reached an extremely strong state. It was even stronger than Scar Island and other weaker islands. There were more and more experts on the island. Especially the younger generation, those who could join Green Bamboo Island were almost all the top geniuses. They only had one purpose in coming here, and that was to enter the Green Bamboo Array to cultivate. The Green Bamboo Array formation had successfully attracted countless warriors. On this day, on Green Bamboo Island, Vice Island Master Yin Fong was checking on the cultivation progress of numerous martial artists. All of a sudden, Green Bamboo Island shook. Rumbled the islands of Green Bamboo Island. The entire Green Bamboo Island seemed to be floating and could sink into the void ocean at any time. What's going on? Yin Fong's face changed. He stood in the air and looked down. His consciousness spread out and covered the land, but found nothing unusual. After a bloodbath, all the aliens that had infiltrated Green Bamboo Island had been eliminated. Moreover, Green Bamboo Island had made a series of rules to prevent foreign spies from infiltrating, so that none of the foreign races had escaped. Green Bamboo Island had been calm during this time. Green Bamboo Island had developed very quickly, making the other ancient islands envious. But now, Green Bamboo Island was shaking. Yin Fong was very surprised. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh in the blink of an eye, Green Bamboo Island's upper echelons were all at Yin Fong's side. They had already checked, and there were no alien spies. So, Green Bamboo Island shaking, what is going on? Vice Island Master, what's going on? That's right. Why is Green Bamboo Island shaking? Could it be that the Sea Demon Clan is attacking? Hearing the words Sea Demon Clan, everyone's face changed. Green Bamboo Island was isolated from the rest of the world, almost at the edge of the void ocean. It was considered a wild area, very far from the other islands. If it was really the Sea Demon Clan attacking, it would be very dangerous. All martial artists, enter the Green Bamboo Formation. The Vice Island Master ordered. Immediately, all the martial artists on Green Bamboo Island rushed into the Green Bamboo Formation. The Green Bamboo Formation was the last line of defense. Even if the Sea Demon Clan attacked, it would be able to resist for a while. Island Master, something has happened to Green Bamboo Island. At the same time, Vice Island Master Yin Fong transmitted his voice to Fang Chun. Rumble, the shaking of Green Bamboo Island was getting more and more intense. It was like a bamboo raft floating on the sea, about to be overturned at any time. Yin Fong and the others didn't know what to do. Just as Yin Fong and the others were puzzled, countless cracks suddenly appeared in a wasteland of Green Bamboo Island. Is Green Bamboo Island breaking? Infong's face changed greatly, and he rushed over. He came to the wasteland and carefully observed. It seems like something is coming out. Infong's face was grave. He was somewhat nervous and ready to act at any time. Crack! The soil of the wasteland was constantly disintegrating, and bottomless cracks appeared. Crash! In the blink of an eye, a very deep pit appeared in the wasteland. Looking down from this pit, one could even see the roaring sea. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Infong was at a loss. The sea was roaring, and the big pit on Green Bamboo Island was getting bigger and bigger. The people hiding in the Green Bamboo Formation were full of panic. What the hell is going on? Many martial artists were full of doubts. Infong and the others looked at each other. Fangchen was already on his way back. This situation lasted for half an hour. At a certain moment, a towering tree suddenly pierced through the roaring sea water. Big tree. Infong was shocked. A big tree rose from the depths of the void ocean and broke through Green Bamboo Island. The big tree is still getting bigger. An elder cried out involuntarily. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on the big tree. Their faces were full of disbelief. The growth of the big tree was very fast. Its body was curling up. In the blink of an eye, the big tree had taken root on Green Bamboo Island. At this moment, the big tree had already towered into the clouds. Delightful. From the big tree, such a voice came out. Everyone looked at each other. After the big tree grew to a certain height, it stopped growing. The void ocean gradually calmed down, and the big pit on Green Bamboo Island was completely occupied by the big tree. What kind of tree broke out of the void ocean? Infong's eyes were hot, and his heart was shaken. Intuition told him that this was not a simple tree. Don't act rashly. Everything will wait for the island master to come back. Infong stopped everyone's curiosity. Around the big tree, curling up. Crash! The big tree swayed, and the sound of crashing was heard. Then, a voice came from Big Tree. Where's this place? This is Green Bamboo Island. Infong replied. Green Bamboo Island is a good place. We will stay here for the time being. The voice came again from the big tree. Don't disturb me. All of you stay away from me. The big tree said calmly. Hearing this, Infong and the others looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Sitting in the Starfield Dragon boat, Fangchen was rushing at full speed. For this, he even refused the old East Alliance's celebration banquet for him. What happened on Green Bamboo Island? On the Starfield Dragon boat, Fangchen was very anxious. After all, Green Bamboo Island was his territory, and his family and friends were all here. If Green Bamboo Island fell, the loss would be too great. Nothing must happen. Fangchen prayed secretly. At the same time, Vice Island Master Infong sent another message. Yes, after hearing Infong's message, Fangchen was also a little shocked. The towering tree came from the depths of the void ocean, broke out of the ground, and took root on Green Bamboo Island. Fangchen's face was full of shock. The Starfield Dragon boat's speed soared again. 3 days later, Fangchen returned to Green Bamboo Island. Putting away the Starfield Dragon boat, Fangchen's body floated in the air, and he saw the towering tree rooted on Green Bamboo Island at a glance. The big tree was very thick, at least several feet thick. As for the height, it really towered into the clouds. The main trunk was divided into countless branches. On these branches, there were leaves fluttering in the wind. Fangchen had never seen such a huge towering tree. What kind of tree is this? Fangchen's eyes widened in disbelief. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Infong and the others came. Island Master, you're back. Infong cupped his hands. What's the situation? Fangchen asked. The origin of this towering tree is too great. It broke through Green Bamboo Island's realm barrier from the depths of the void ocean and soared into the sky, said Vice Island Master Infong. It told us not to disturb it. Fangchen frowned and immediately prepared to go to the towering tree to observe carefully. However, just as he was about to move, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Yes. Immediately, his eyes lit up, and his face was full of excitement. Is it really you? Fangchen was a little incredulous. He seemed to have guessed something, and his figure flashed, and directly jumped onto the main trunk of the towering tree. "Alan Master, be careful," Yin Fong and the others shouted, for fear that something would happen to Fong Chun. However, at this moment, Fong Chen's figure was moving quickly on the towering tree. "Who are you, thief? How dare you step on my body?" An unhappy voice came from the towering tree. Hearing the voice, Fong Chun was even more convinced of his guess. "Long time no see. You've actually declared yourself king." Fong Chen knew, he said. "You are." Hearing Fong Chen's voice, the towering tree was stunned and immediately cried out in surprise. "Why are you here, boy?" Whoosh! Fong Chun came to the top of the towering tree and sat on the main trunk. Chapter 1497. The Old Faker was a Banksian Shu that once followed Fong Chun in the ancient Sword Continent. Now, he had grown to such a level. If he hadn't sensed a familiar aura, Fong Chun wouldn't have dared to confirm that the towering tree in front of him was the Old Faker. "Ha! I didn't expect to meet you here." The Old Faker was very happy to see Fong Chun. Back then, he accompanied Fong Chun to conquer the ancient Sword Continent. During that period, they experienced life and death, as well as great ups and downs. The Old Faker was even seriously injured, and it was all because of Fong Chun. The affection between them didn't need to be expressed in words. Back then, Fong Chun wanted to leave the ancient Sword Continent and go to the outer space. The Old Faker didn't go with him and stayed in the ancient Sword Continent. Originally, he wanted to spend the rest of his life in the ancient Sword Continent. However, during an unexpected adventure, he was trapped underground and couldn't contact the outside world. This was also the reason why Fong Chun didn't find the Old Faker when he returned to the ancient Sword Continent last time. Who would have thought that the Old Faker would reunite with Fong Chun in such a unique way? "Old Faker, why did you appear from the depths of the void ocean?" Fong Chun asked. He sat on the Old Faker, and the long-lost feeling appeared in his heart again. Even the little mouse appeared. "Old Faker, do you remember me?" The little mouse said with a smile. "You're here too. I'm so happy to see the two of you at once." The Old Faker was very excited. After so many years, they didn't expect to meet again here. "Old Faker, what's going on?" Fong Chun asked. The Old Faker tried hard to suppress the excitement in his heart, and then slowly explained. After hearing the Old Faker's explanation, Fong Chun was also shocked. After he left the ancient Sword Continent, the Old Faker had been cultivating on the continent. It had grown into an immortal tree, and one day, it accidentally found that the underground of the ancient Sword Continent seemed to be very special. Driven by curiosity, it drilled into the underground. Who would have thought that under the ancient Sword Continent, there would be a huge yin-yang dual polarity disk? The Old Faker was trapped in the yin and yang disk and could not communicate with the outside world. It regretted coming down to check, but it was too late. The Old Faker had no choice but to cultivate quietly in the yin-yang two forms disk. He had been cultivating for so many years. Strangely enough, the Old Faker's progress was astounding when he practiced on the yin and yang disk. Within a few years, the Old Faker had reached an unimaginable level. After that, the yin-yang two forms rotating disk started to move slowly. The Old Faker was still cultivating. Until a few days ago, the Old Faker had completely comprehended the inheritance of the yin-yang two forms rotating disk, and his strength had soared to the point of reaching the heavens. Then, it directly devoured the yin-yang two forms rotating disk. After devouring, its main body grew rapidly and soared into the sky. It rose from the depths of the void ocean until it broke through the boundary wall of Green Bamboo Island and took root on Green Bamboo Island. Actually, the Old Faker didn't know that this was the extraterritorial realm. It originally wanted to return to the ancient Sword Continent, but it unexpectedly came to Green Bamboo Island. As for how it came here, it must be because of the yin and yang two forms rotating disk. Awesome. Little Mouse and Fong Chun couldn't help but give the Old Faker a thumbs up. The Old Faker's experience could be said to be rich and colorful. It was unimaginable that a towering tree grew from the depths of the void ocean, broke through the boundary wall of Green Bamboo Island, and soared into the sky. Fang Chun felt a little regretful that he didn't see such a shocking scene. He could clearly feel that there was a trace of divine aura on the old faker. "What realm have you reached now?" asked Fang Chun. "When you left the ancient sword continent, I had already reached the level of an immortal tree. After a few years of cultivation, I have touched the threshold of the divine realm," said the old faker. Hearing that, Fang Chun and Little Mouse were both surprised. If it could grow to the level of a divine tree, it would definitely shock the whole universe. "Old faker, you're very fierce," said Little Mouse with a smile. It gently broke off a leaf and swallowed it. "Not bad, very rich divine aura." The little mouse laughed heartily, and then conveniently plucked a few more pieces. Regarding this, the old faker didn't say anything. It's not that easy to reach the divine realm. After a lot of experience, the old faker was also open-minded. For plants like them, the divine realm was the peak. Never in its wildest dreams would it have imagined that it would grow to this extent. It was no exaggeration to say that its realm had reached the peak among plants in the whole universe. Unless it was a plant in the divine realm, it couldn't be compared. "Although I have touched the threshold of the divine realm, I can't take that step," said the old faker. According to the old faker's speculation, its strength was at most equivalent to a life and death realm emperor. "Life and death realm emperor, don't be greedy," said Little Mouse with a twitch of its mouth. In the past, the old faker was still following behind him and calling him Master Mouse. Unknowingly, it had grown to this level. "Green Bamboo Island is my territory. You can take root here in the future," said Fang Chun. "Okay, I haven't been with you for a long time," said the old faker with a smile. Fang Chun sighed in his heart. The old faker stood in Green Bamboo Island for a long time. No one would have thought that from now on, the old faker would be the guardian of Green Bamboo Island. "Can you shrink?" asked Little Mouse. Clatter, the old faker's main body swayed, and then a leaf fell on the ground, turning into a miniature version of the old faker. "This is my thought. Let's go and have a drink." After saying that, the old faker took the lead, turned into a flowing light, and swooped down. Fang Chun and Little Mouse looked at each other, and then smiled helplessly. After so many years, the old faker was still the same. On this day, the appearance of the towering tree shocked the whole Green Bamboo Island. However, not long after, the island master announced that the towering tree was an immortal tree and a guest of Green Bamboo Island. After hearing this news, the panicked Green Bamboo Island gradually calmed down. For this reason, Fang and others came to inquire in person. Fang Chun told them briefly, but still concealed something. If the outside world knew that the old faker had touched the threshold of the immortal realm, it would definitely lead to a bloody storm. At that time, even the life and death realm emperors would ruthlessly attack. That was not what Fang Chun wanted to see. The old faker also disguised himself appropriately and concealed his aura. Even if the life and death realm emperors came, they would only think that he was an immortal tree. Reuniting with the old faker, Fang Chun was very excited. The three of them chatted for a whole night. The next day, the old faker was staggering. He drank a lot of Rat Lord's blood yesterday and couldn't bear it. He fell into a coma and just woke up. "Rat Lord, your blood is even more powerful," the old faker flattered. "Don't you know who I am?" Little Mouse said proudly. Seeing these two clowns, Fang Chun chuckled. He hadn't laughed so happily for a long time. After bickering with Little Mouse for a while, the old faker walked to Fang Chun's side. "Kid, I rushed out from the depths of the void ocean yesterday and found something on the way," the old faker said mysteriously. "What is it?" Fang Chun asked. The void ocean had always been a forbidden area for human warriors. It was like a mystery. There is a mineral vein 5,000 meters below the Green Bamboo Island, the old faker said. Hearing this, Fang Chun was a little tempted. What mineral vein? Mineral veins were also a kind of resource. For the Green Bamboo Island, resources were really too important. "I'm not sure. I took a look from afar. The ores in the mineral vein seemed to be crimson with complicated patterns on them," the old faker recalled carefully. "Crimson void ocean's depths." Hearing this, Little Mouse opened his eyes wide. In his inherited memory, there were descriptions of many kinds of ores. Crimson jellyfish mine. Little Mouse cried out involuntarily. The void ocean was very corrosive. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to store ores in the sea. Ores that could live in the void ocean and were crimson all over with complicated patterns could only be crimson jellyfish mine. Therefore, Little Mouse was very sure that the old faker must be talking about the crimson jellyfish mine. Crimson jellyfish mine. Fong Chen was puzzled about the ores, so he asked, "Boss, the crimson jellyfish mine is much more powerful than the goldstone mine we got before. If I can swallow the primordial stone, my strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Maybe I can even activate the third divine ability." Little Mouse said excitedly. In his inherited memory, the top experts of the sky-devouring divine rat clan had activated 9 divine abilities. But now, he had only activated 2. Moreover, the crimson jellyfish mine is also very important for a warrior's cultivation. Little Mouse explained. The crimson jellyfish mine contains the aura of water element. It is a most precious treasure for a water cultivator. If so, it is worth a trip, Fong Chen said. Moreover, the crimson jellyfish mine naturally contains formations. Since ancient times, the Formation Dao sect has always used the crimson jellyfish mine to train their Formation Dao geniuses. Little Mouse said. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart trembled. He was getting more and more excited. 5,000 meters away, with my defense, I can definitely withstand the pressure. But I'm afraid that the Sea Demon Clan will cause trouble. Fong Chen was a little worried. What are you afraid of? My main body can spread out and completely cover this mine. We can take it for ourselves and make it one of the resources of Green Bamboo Island. The busybody old faker said that he wanted to go down and check it out. After weighing the pros and cons, Fong Chen was ready to take the risk. In that case, let's go down and check it out, Fong Chen said with a smile. If it was really the crimson jellyfish mine, they would be rich. Ha! I only want to swallow the primordial stone of the crimson jellyfish mine. Little Mouse was looking forward to the primordial stone. After swallowing the goldstone primordial stone, it was drooling over all kinds of primordial stones. A man, a mouse, and a tree. Chapter 1498. In fact, for ordinary warriors, a depth of 5,000 meters was already considered a forbidden zone. They would not dare to take the risk. However, for Fong Chen, this depth was not bad. As long as he was not unlucky enough to encounter a sea demon expert, he would not be in any danger. Splash! After entering the void ocean, the perfect sword body automatically operated, and sword-shaped runes were attached to the surface of his skin. With the protection of the perfect sword body, Fong Chen did not feel any pressure. He quickly dived and reached 2,000 meters in the blink of an eye. It started to feel a little pressure, Fong Chen said to himself, but it did not affect his speed at all. After a while, 5,000 meters. Fong Chen floated in the sea and looked into the distance. Not far away in the sea, there was a mineral vein floating in the air. This mineral vein was not too big, but the crimson ore made Fong Chen very excited. It's really a crimson jellyfish mine. Little Mouse was even more excited. The crimson jellyfish mine was extremely rare. Such a mineral vein was very likely to have a primordial ancestral stone. Even if there was no primordial ancestral stone, there might be a pseudo-ancestral stone. No matter what, it was very attractive to him. Let's go and take a look, Fong Chen said. Quickly arriving in front of the mineral vein, Fong Chen found that the crimson jellyfish mine was emitting a strong aura that was repelling him. Buzz! The perfect sword body raised his defense to the highest level, and Fong Chen dived into the crimson jellyfish mine. After entering the mineral vein, the seawater disappeared instantly. What a rich water elemental aura! Fong Chen could not help but exclaim. As expected of a crimson jellyfish mine, just the rich water elemental aura alone was shocking. After carefully sensing, Fong Chen sensed the aura of an array in the crimson jellyfish mine, and he was very excited. Such a large mineral vein. If I can mine it all, I can definitely create a group of array geniuses for Green Bamboo Island, Fang Chun said to himself. However, just as he was about to try mining the mineral vein, suddenly, a cold ray of light shot out from the inside of the mine. Whoosh! Fang Chun sensed the cold light and hurriedly dodged. Bang! The cold light hit the crimson jellyfish or hard, and the sound of metal colliding could be heard. In the next moment, a figure walked out of the jellyfish mine. Fang Chun was startled. There were other people here. Who are you? Fang Chun asked. From the looks of it, he should be a human. Furthermore, the aura circulating around his body gave off a sense of oppression. This was a young warrior. His appearance was very young, but his body was very spoiled. His face was filled with coldness, as if he was very unhappy with Fang Chun's intrusion. Scram, that person said coldly. His tone was unquestionable, as if the crimson jellyfish or belonged to him. Hey, why are you so unreasonable? The crimson jellyfish mine isn't yours. Why won't you let us in? Little Mouse asked. Fang Chun stared at him. Die or scram. That person raised his eyelids and glanced at Fang Chun. A wild killing intent radiated from his body. Seeing that Fang Chun was indifferent, he finally attacked. Rumble. A vast aura emerged from his palm. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and punched out. Bang! Seeing this, Fang Chun gathered all the strength in his body and punched back. The two fists collided with a deafening sound. Both of them retreated a few steps. After stabilizing himself, a strange look appeared on that person's face. He seriously sized up Fang Chun. There aren't many in the younger generation who can take a punch from me. Which Ling clan are you? Or are you from the Luo clan? Hearing this person's words, Fang Chun frowned slightly. He had a bold guess in his mind. He immediately asked, Are you from the Yuan clan? Sure enough, hearing Fang Chun's words, the other party narrowed his eyes and smiled. Yes, I am from the Yuan clan. Since you can take a punch from me, I can spare your life. Hurry up and scram. Don't disturb my cultivation. The people from the Yuan clan were so overbearing. This made Fang Chun a little unhappy. This person's cultivation should be above the 4th level of the creation realm. If they really fought, he would not be afraid. No wonder you are so overbearing. So you are from the Yuan clan. Fang Chun sneered. He had long heard that the Yuan clan, as the leader of the 3 divine clans, was very arrogant and overbearing. Are you courting death by insulting the Yuan clan? The person's figure flashed, and a series of phantoms flashed. In an instant, he appeared behind Fang Chun and punched Fang Chun's head. Bang! Fang Chun's body instantly exploded and then turned into a stream of air and disappeared. Seeing this, the Yuan clan's face finally became serious. You are too inexperienced to play this game with me. Fang Chun mocked. Trying to sneak attack him in front of him? What a joke. Since you don't want to leave, then prepare to die. With that, the Yuan clan's man waved his hand, and a terrifying stream of air instantly spread out in the crimson jellyfish mine. Remember my name? Yuan Ming. As soon as Yuan Ming's voice fell, a terrifying attack fell on Fang Chun. Burial sword technique of heaven and earth. Fang Chun took out the red glass sword and displayed the burial sword technique of heaven and earth. Swoosh! The red sword radiance blocked Yuan Ming's attack. You can't kill me. Fang Chun sneered and immediately activated the burial sword technique of heaven and earth to the extreme. How dare a guy at the 1st level of the creation realm be so arrogant in front of me? It seems that I have not been out in the universe for a long time, and no one remembers me. Yuan Ming's face was extremely gloomy, and a terrifying light surged around his body. The Yuan clan's secret skill was instantly displayed. Boss! Seeing this, Little Mouse displayed its divine ability, Extreme Piercing, without hesitation. A terrifying purple spear with a powerful aura shot out rapidly. Get lost! Yuan Ming roared angrily and waved his hand. A powerful light appeared in front of the purple spear. However, to his surprise, the purple spear was too sharp. It directly penetrated his defense and stabbed into one of his arms. Damn it! Yuan Ming was completely furious. As a member of the Yuan clan, he was actually injured by a nobody. This was a disgrace. I'm going to kill you. Yuan Ming fell in a madness and blood splattered all over the crimson jellyfish mine. He waved his big hand and launched powerful attacks, wave after wave of attacks. However, Fang Chun was not to be trifled with. Although his attack power could not break through Yuan Ming's defense, his perfect sword body could easily block Yuan Ming's attacks. You are indeed a member of the Yuan clan. Your defense is too strong. Fang Chun displayed the space-time true meaning and disappeared into thin air. While Yuan Ming was surprised, he appeared behind him and displayed the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique. Boom! Boom! The terrifying attack directly bombarded Yuan Ming's primordial spirit. Yuan Ming's primordial spirit was severely injured. I'm going to kill you. Yuan Ming endured the pain and unleashed a forbidden technique. A destructive aura surged over. Yuan Ming's death strike appeared randomly. Oh no! Fang Chun cursed inwardly and immediately took out the dark demonic wheel. Boom! The dark aura was fully released, and Yuan Ming's body instantly disintegrated. I won't let you go. Before Yuan Ming's body dissipated, he left behind a ruthless sentence. Fang Chun hurriedly put away the dark demonic wheel. Phew! In a short while, the power of the starlight in his energy reserve was almost sucked dry. Fortunately, Fang Chun heaved a sigh of relief. He had only used a small part of the dark demonic wheel to deal with Yuan Ming. Boss, the disciple of the Yuan clan, is really strong. Little Mouse curled his lips. Fang Chun nodded. Yuan Ming's cultivation should be at the 4th level of the creation realm. However, his real combat strength was at least at the 5th level of the creation realm, or even higher. Fortunately, he had the dark demonic wheel. Otherwise, he would be no match for Yuan Ming. After resting for a while, Fang Chun tried to mine the red jellyfish mine in a certain area at the edge of the universe, the sacred ground of the Yuan clan. Bang! In a courtyard, a black-clothed man suddenly stood up and smashed a stone table in the courtyard with a slap. His actions shocked everyone else. Brother Yuan Ming, what's wrong with you? What happened? Why is Brother Yuan Ming so angry? Did someone offend Brother Yuan Ming? The disciples of the Yuan clan looked at each other. Yuan Ming had a very high status in the Yuan clan and was also very strong. He could be considered the strongest person among the younger generation of the Yuan clan. Today, Yuan Ming gave a public lecture and many of the younger generation came to listen. Yuan Ming, who was in the middle of a lecture, suddenly became angry, which confused everyone. Some disciples who had a good relationship with Yuan Ming asked carefully, Brother Yuan Ming, what's going on? Disperse. Today's lecture is over, Yuan Ming said expressionlessly. Many disciples wanted to continue, but they had no choice but to leave. In the blink of an eye, only Yuan Ming and a beautiful woman were left in the courtyard. Brother Yuan Ming. The beautiful woman in a pink dress walked to Yuan Ming's side and asked in a low voice. My clone was destroyed, said Yuan Ming. What? Who is so bold that they even dared to offend Brother Yuan Ming? The beautiful woman was shocked. Yuan Ming was almost invincible among the younger generation of the universe. Among the older generation, almost no one was willing to attack him as long as he said he was from the Yuan clan. But now, someone dared to destroy Yuan Ming's clone without fear of death. Could it be a peak creation realm martial artist? Asked the beautiful woman. Yuan Ming shook his head, his heart burning with anger. 1st level creation realm. Interesting, interesting. Yuan Ming's black eyes looked through the void in the direction of Green Bamboo Island. Yuan Ming wouldn't let this go. Anyone who offended him had to be prepared to die. Tell the patriarch that I'm going out, said Yuan Ming to the beautiful woman. But I'll be back soon, said Yuan Ming. In the past, it was always his clone that went out adventuring. Chapter 1499. The mining process of the crimson jellyfish was beyond Fang Chun's expectations. It was very easy. The main reason was that Fang Chun was proficient in the true meaning of water and had reached the 4th stage. Although he had not practiced it much, it was still very beneficial for mining the crimson jellyfish Oregon. After mining for 3 whole days, They had mined over 10,000 pieces of crimson jellyfish Oregon. The little mouse was gnawing happily. Phew! Fong Chun breathed a sigh of relief and stopped mining. Mining like this is not the way to go. I need Yin Fong to send warriors to mine, Fong Chun said to himself. Although the ore vein here was not big, it could be mined for at least a few years before it could be completely mined. It would be too difficult for him to mine it all by himself. After collecting over 10,000 pieces of crimson jellyfish ore, he smoothly returned to Green Bamboo Island. Vice Island Master Yin Fong, come to the conference hall immediately. Fong Chun transmitted his voice to Yin Fong, and the latter soon arrived at the conference hall. Island Master, what's the matter? Yin Fong hurriedly asked. Vice Island Master Yin Fong, take a look at this. Fong Chun took out a piece of crimson jellyfish ore and handed it to Yin Fong. After carefully examining it, Yin Fong's face was filled with shock. Isn't this a crimson jellyfish? Or? Yin Fong was quite shocked. He did not understand what Fong Chun meant by showing him the crimson jellyfish Oregon. I found a crimson jellyfish ore vein in the void ocean below Green Bamboo Island. I plan to count it as one of our Green Bamboo Island's cultivation resources. Fong Chun said, find some reliable manifestation realm warriors. I will personally send them down to mine the ore vein. Crimson jellyfish ore vein. Yin Fong's face was filled with shock. The island master was too amazing. He had only gone out for a short while and had already found a crimson jellyfish ore vein. Okay, I will go find them now. Yin Fong was very excited. With the crimson jellyfish ore vein, their Green Bamboo Island's development would become more and more rapid. Moreover, they could use it to nurture some array geniuses. One had to know that their Green Bamboo Island had made a fortune through formations. Many of the geniuses that joined Green Bamboo Island came for the Green Bamboo Array Formation. 2 hours later, Yin Fong found 20 creation realm martial artists. Island Lord, these are all carefully selected by me. They are very reliable and will not betray Green Bamboo Island. Yin Fong said in a low voice. All right, let's go. Fong Chun waved his hand, and the coiling moon celestial cave appeared, and the 20 or so people were sucked into it. He arrived at the crimson jellyfish mine with ease and entered it, while more than 20 people appeared in the mine. This is the crimson jellyfish mine. You guys are in charge of mining here, Fong Chun ordered. Yes, Island Lord. After arranging everything, Fong Chun returned to Green Bamboo Island. Rumble just as he returned to Green Bamboo Island. The sky was suddenly filled with thunder, and in the blink of an eye, dark clouds covered the sky. Fong Chun frowned and stared at the distant horizon. The old faker's trunk shook and his branches swayed. Someone is coming, the old faker said to Fong Chun through telepathy. The latter's dark eyes seemed to be able to see through the sky as he stared into the distance. Boom! A terrifying aura instantly spread out. In the next moment, a terrifying vortex appeared in the dark clouds. Then, a figure walked out of it. Yuan Ming. After seeing this person, Fong Chun was stunned for a moment, and then he understood. It seemed that the person who was killed in the crimson jellyfish mine was his clone. You kill my clone. Boy, you are dead. Yuan Ming said coldly as he looked down at Fong Chun from above. Yuan Ming was the most powerful person among the younger generation of the Yuan clan. In the entire universe, no one among the younger generation could be compared to him. Although the younger generation of the Spirit Clan and the Luo clan were very strong, they were no match for Yuan Ming. His clone was cultivating in the crimson jellyfish mine. Who would have thought they would be killed by nobody? Hand over your weapon and kill yourself, and I can let the people on the island go, Yuan Ming said coldly. Yuan Ming said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The people of the Yuan clan were so domineering. You jumped out when your clone was killed. Aren't you afraid that I will kill your original body too? Fong Chun sneered. He was not afraid at all. Yuan Ming was nothing. He had the dark demonic wheel in hand. It would be easy for him to kill Yuan Ming. Boy, you killed my clone. You are going against the Yuan clan. Do you know the consequences of going against the Yuan clan? Yuan Ming stepped out and came to the sky above Green Bamboo Island. His cold eyes stared at Fong Chun. He He was pressuring Fang Chun in the name of the Yuan clan. He wanted everyone to know that there was no good ending for those who offended him. On Green Bamboo Island, countless warriors could feel the terrifying aura spreading. They looked up and saw Yuan Ming with a powerful aura. Who is he? Why did he come to Green Bamboo Island? He seems to be a member of the Yuan clan. Oh my God! Why did the Yuan clan come to Green Bamboo Island? It seems that the island master offended the Yuan clan. Many warriors were watching the show. Of course, they were also a little afraid. After all, it was the Yuan clan. If they were completely angered, Green Bamboo Island would not be able to resist at all. How ridiculous! The Yuan clan is human, and we are not. Fang Chun retorted ruthlessly. The Yuan clan was really domineering. It's useless to say more. I want you to die. Yuan Ming made his move. His true body was even stronger. Moreover, his original body carried a powerful weapon. It was not comparable to the clone at all. Die! A mace appeared in Yuan Ming's hand. Complicated patterns appeared on the mace. Boom! Yuan Ming gathered all his strength and swung the mace toward Fang Chun. So strong. Fang Chun certainly would not fight with Yuan Ming. When he was about to take out the dark demonic wheel, the old faker stopped him. I'll hold him back. The old faker's main body soared into the sky. The branches and leaves shook and rustled. Countless branches spread out in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they appeared under Yuan Ming's feet and entangled him. You're courting death. The mace in Yuan Ming's hand smashed heavily into the branches that were coiling around him. Yes, after being hit by the mace, the branches did not break, which surprised Yuan Ming. I don't believe that you can hold on for long. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Ming's aura soared, and he kept attacking the branches, entangling him. At the same time, Fang Chun's attack also arrived. The Burial of Heaven and Earth technique was his most powerful attack so far. The red glass sword in his hand constantly transformed into one incredible sword light after another. Puchi! The red sword light pierced Yuan Ming's body. You're courting death. Yuan Ming was completely furious. He took advantage of the fact that he was entangled to launch a sneak attack. I'm going to kill you. Yuan Ming's strength spread out in an instant, and a flickering mark appeared on his forehead. Within this mark, a vast and heart-palpitating power erupted. Swoosh! Yuan Ming's body broke free from the old faker's entanglement at an incredible angle. Then, he launched a strong attack on Fang Chun. With the old faker's current strength, he could kill Yuan Ming in a minute if he burst out. However, Fang Chun did not want him to be exposed. Once the outside world knew that there was a towering quasi-god on Green Bamboo Island, it would definitely lead to a disaster. Dark Demonic Wheel. In the face of Yuan Ming, Fang Chun could not resist his attack at all. Without hesitation, he took out the Dark Demonic Wheel. Boom! The power of the Dark Demonic Wheel completely crushed Yuan Ming, leaving him no room to fight back. Damn it, it's him again. Yuan Ming was furious. He tried his best to resist, but he could not do anything to the Dark Demonic Wheel. Buzz! When the power of the Dark Demonic Wheel enveloped Yuan Ming, he felt the threat of death. Am I going to die? Yuan Ming was unwilling. His strength was completely above his opponent's, but the latter's treasure was too powerful. No! Yuan Ming roared furiously. His eyes were scarlet. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the sky above his head. As soon as the shadow appeared, the power of the Dark Demonic Wheel dissipated. Bang! Fang Chun's body flew out and fell to the ground, unconscious. Patriarch! Yuan Ming bared his teeth and cupped his hands at the Patriarch. Such a treasure should not be buried in the hands of nobody. The Patriarch reached out and was about to grab the Dark Demonic Wheel. However, at this moment, ripples flickered in the void and a figure appeared. Yuangu, how have you been? This figure was the shadow of the sacred leader of the human race. Yuan Ming was the top genius of the Yuan race and naturally had the consciousness of the sacred leader of the Yuan race. Once he was in danger, the consciousness would be activated. As the leader of the Yuan race, there's no need for you to get involved in a battle between the younger generation, the sacred leader of the human race said with a smile. He waved his hand and swept Fang Chun into the island master's residence. Fong and the others surrounded Fong Chun and did not let anyone get close. Humph! If I didn't appear, the genius of the Yuan race would have died here, the sacred leader of the Yuan race said coldly. The two top experts of the human race looked at each other. The entire green bamboo island was shrouded in a terrifying power. Countless martial artists below felt their hearts palpitate and their breathing become a little difficult. They're too strong. This was what all the martial artists thought. 88. Oh, who would have thought that the Battle of the Island Master would attract two top experts? The old faker restrained his aura and did not dare to act rashly. The two in front of him stood at the top of the human race. If they were discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. If he really dies, it can only be considered his incompetence, the sacred leader of the human race said calmly. His attitude made it clear that he wanted to protect Fong Chun. If it was a fair battle, I wouldn't say much. His treasure is obviously beyond their level, the sacred leader of the Yuan race said. Chapter 1500. It was the Yuan clan's treasure, the Yuan demon sword. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was the most powerful treasure. Others didn't know, but the sacred leader of the human race knew it very well. Not long ago, the Yuan demon sword, which had been missing for countless years, had returned to the Yuan clan and shocked the four sacred lands. Now, the sacred leader of the Yuan clan said that Fong Chin's dark demonic wheel was too overbearing and that it wasn't fair for Yuan Ming to fight him. The sacred leader of the human race mocked him. Why don't you give the Yuan demon sword to Yuan Ming? Humph! If the Yuan demon sword appears, his treasure won't be able to withstand a single blow. The sacred leader of the Yuan clan sneered. In his heart, the Yuan demon sword was a supreme treasure. How could a mere dark demonic wheel compare to the Yuan demon sword? However, he would never dream that the Yuan demon sword had once followed Fong Chun. The sacred leader of the human race's attitude was very clear. He wanted to protect Fong Chun. Sanguinati is the lord of Green Bamboo Island that I personally conferred upon him, the sacred leader of the human race said. His contributions to the human race will never change. He should be protected by the human race. If you insist on attacking him, the sacred land of the human race won't sit by and do nothing. The sacred leader of the Yuan clan's expression darkened. He glanced at Yuan Ming and fell into deep thought. Humph! No wonder the sacred land of the human race is declining. Even trash like him can be the lord of an island. The sacred leader of the Yuan clan said coldly. The sacred leader of the human race ignored the sacred leader of the Yuan clan and looked at him quietly, waiting for him to make a decision. Leader, Yuan Ming said. He knew that he wouldn't be able to kill Fong Chun today with the sacred leader of the human race here. In that case, he had to find a way out for the sacred leader of the Yuan clan. It's not worth becoming enemies with the sacred land of the human race for trash, Yuan Ming said. Since the sacred land of the human race wants to protect him, let's retreat. I don't believe that he'll be protected forever. The sacred leader of the Yuan clan nodded slightly. We'll give you face and not kill him today. The sacred leader of the Yuan clan said coldly. Yuan Gu, I have something else to say, the sacred leader of the human race said. Speak. Bloodsword Saint is the master of Green Bamboo Island. You Yuan race can't step into Green Bamboo Island and assassinate him. However, if he leaves Green Bamboo Island, you can do whatever you want. The sacred lords of the human race also knew that they couldn't protect Sanguinati forever. However, he still had to help if he could. With the Yuan race's means, wanting to exterminate a person was very easy. That was why the holy lord of the human race had made such a request. The Yuan race could not enter Green Bamboo Island without permission. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules. Once the rules were broken, it would implicate the human race's sacred land. No matter how strong the Yuan race was, they were still part of the human race. The Yuan race definitely wouldn't become enemies with the human race's sacred land because of a Sanguinati, unless there was an irreconcilable hatred between them. Clearly, a mere clone of Yuan Ming was not enough. Humph, I would like to see how long this kid can hide on a Green Bamboo Island. After saying that, Yuan Gu's phantasm dissipated. Yuan Ming glanced at the unconscious Fang Chun from afar before turning to leave. He swore in his heart that he would kill Sanguinati at all costs. The human race's sacred lords were the peak experts of a human race. Even Yuan Gu didn't dare to provoke them. This matter was settled at this point. After the two peak experts left, the green bamboo island regained its peace. Many martial artists sucked in a deep breath. Just now it was too oppressive. They even found it difficult to breathe. Heavens, is that a life and death emperor? He's too strong. Just standing there without moving, the aura he emitted was enough to suffocate me. I must work hard in my cultivation so that one day I can become an expert at the pinnacle. The conversation between the two peak experts brought a great shock to the martial artists on the green bamboo island. From this day onwards, they entered a frenzied state of cultivation. This also paved the way for the green bamboo island to produce many experts in the future. Of course, this was a story for later. Island Lord's Mansion. Fang Chun had been unconscious the entire time. If it was just a deal with Yuan Ming, he could easily kill him by activating the dark demonic wheel. However, at the critical moment, Yuan Gu's consciousness appeared and forcibly blocked the attack of the dark demonic wheel. In this way, the dark demonic wheel's attack was like a tide, directly draining all of Fang Chen's strength. It was expected that he would fall into a coma. Yin Fang and the others had been waiting for the island lord to wake up. The little mouse and the old faker's twigs weren't worried. Damn the Yuan race. How dare they bully boss like this? Well, I'm strong enough. I'll uproot the Yuan race's sacred ground and devour it all. The little mouse said fiercely. The old faker nodded heavily. When I reach the God realm, we'll destroy the Yuan race together. The old faker was only at the quasi-God realm now. When Yuan Gu appeared, he wanted to attack, but he held back in the end. Yuan Gu was a peak expert below the God realm. Countless years ago, he had reached the life and death realm. The old faker only touched the threshold of the God realm by chance. At best, he was equivalent to a plant that had just reached the life and death realm. There was no way he could survive against Yuan Gu. Moreover, once his identity was exposed, it would definitely lead to unnecessary disasters. Fortunately, the human race's sacred lord appeared. I wonder when boss will wake up. Time passed in the blink of an eye. The coma this time was longer than any of the previous times. After being in a coma for 3 months, Fang Chun gradually woke up. When he woke up and found out that he had been in a coma for 3 months, even Fang Chun was surprised. 3 months. Fang Chun opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Boss, how do you feel? Fang Chun felt that his body was full of strength and vigor. There wasn't a trace of discomfort. What surprised Fang Chun even more was that the original corner of the starlight had undergone a great change. The second corner of the starlight has appeared. Fang Chun muttered in a low voice. Immediately, his face was filled with ecstasy. Every time a creation realm martial artist advanced a level, the starlight in his sea of chi would increase by 1 corner, until the 9-corner starlight, and then he would reach the life and death realm. But now, the 1-corner starlight had become 2-corner starlight. In his sea of chi, the bright starlight had 2 diametrically opposite corners. This meant that Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the creation realm. Haha, I've broken and rebuilt. Fang Chun was very excited. When the dark demonic wheel fought against the Yuan race's master, he subconsciously unleashed his strongest power, and at the same time squeezed his body dry. In this way, he benefited from the disaster and broke through to the 2nd level of the creation realm. It was no wonder that Fang Chun was so happy. After entering the creation realm, it was very difficult to break through. This was the real creation realm, the essence of the sun and the moon. There is no need to explain the reason and how difficult it was. Some martial artists might not be able to advance a level even after a few years or even decades. But Fang Chun could advance a level even when he was in a coma. It had to be said that his luck was indeed strong. Congratulations, boss, the little mouse said with a smile. Kid, I have high hopes for you. In the future, You will definitely become a top expert who surpasses the human race's holy master, the old faker said calmly. Fang Chun stretched his body and then got out of bed. Yin Fang and the others were the first to know that the island master had woken up. In the meeting hall of the island master's residence. Island master, are you okay? After the incident 3 months ago, Yin Fang and the others respected Fang Chen even more. A creation realm martial artist could attract the human race's holy master to attack. He was really powerful. Island master, is your body all right? Many of the senior members of the island felt warm. In fact, when Fang Shan first came to Green Bamboo Island to be the supervisor, they were more or less unconvinced in their hearts. However, after spending some time together, they increasingly believed that the island master's potential was too incredible. If they followed the island master, they might have a chance to stand at the top of the universe in the future. I'm fine, Fang Chen said with an apologetic smile. Then, while chatting with the others, Fang Chun learned that it was the human race's holy master who attacked. So, it was the human race's holy master. Fang Chun said to himself. That's right. When the human race's holy master's consciousness appeared, no one except the human race's holy master could force it away. Island Master, it's best that you don't leave Green Bamboo Island in the near future. The human race's people are narrow-minded, and this incident made them lose face. I'm worried that they will assassinate you, Yin Fang reminded him. Fang Chen nodded and said, Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Hearing that, the others didn't say anything else. After a while, the meeting ended. Everyone dispersed, leaving only Vice Island Master Yin Fang behind. How's the mining of the crimson jellyfish going? Fang Chen asked. Island Master, the mining process of the crimson jellyfish went much smoother than we expected. The first batch of crimson jellyfish has been sent back to Green Bamboo Island, Yin Fang said. Select some formation geniuses, set some thresholds, and reward them, Fang Chen said. Oh, by the way, I'll go and guide them in their formation cultivation when I have time. As the Vice Island Master, Yin Fang naturally knew that the Island Master was a genuine 8-star divine formation master. Yin Fang was even more excited when he heard the Island Master's words. With the Island Master's help, there will definitely be many formation geniuses coming, Yin Fang said with a smile. Don't worry, Island Master. I'll handle this matter properly. In an elegant courtyard in the Island Master's residence. 88. Boss, the human race is too much, Little Mouse said indignantly. They're the leader of the 3 god races. We have no choice but to endure it for now. The old faker was more rational. Boy, you should stay on Green Bamboo Island for now. The human race will definitely send people to keep an eye on your movements in the short term. Once you leave, you will definitely be hunted down by them. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen nodded. If the human race wants to kill me, they must be prepared to pay a heavy price. Fang Chen's words were full of cold, killing intent. Ever since he came from the ancient Sword Continent, he had never been afraid of anything, although the human race was a giant in the eyes of the world. Chapter 1501. Of course, Fang Chen would not be reckless. After all, the other party was one of the 3 god tribes, the Yuan tribe. It was no exaggeration to say that the Yuan tribe's sacred ground could not be underestimated, as it was one of the 4 sacred grounds of the human tribe. If it were not for the human tribe's sacred leader, he would be like an ant in the eyes of the Yuan tribe. Even if the sacred leader intervened, the Yuan tribe did not take him seriously. This was the Yuan tribe, one of the 3 high and mighty god tribes. Fang Chun felt helpless in his heart. He clenched his fists and his blood boiled. He was still weak now, but one day he would kill the god tribe. I'll stay on Green Bamboo Island for a while. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and he could not break through for the time being. It would be better to stay on Green Bamboo Island and teach the younger generation. It was not easy to find the red jellyfish mine. He must make good use of it. Everyone on Green Bamboo Island was his family. Moreover, in Fang Chen's plan, Green Bamboo Island was the most important link. He wanted to build Green Bamboo Island into an iron bucket. For a long time in the future, Green Bamboo Island would be his last resort. Even if he stepped into the God realm, Green Bamboo Island could still protect his family and friends. This was what Fong Chun thought. In fact, Fong Chun had a bold idea, which was to develop Green Bamboo Island into an existence comparable to a sacred ground. Of course, it was just a thought in his mind. If he said it out loud, the outsiders would definitely laugh at his ignorance. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. During this time, Fong Chun kept going back and forth between Green Bamboo Island and the red jellyfish mine. He transported a lot of red jellyfish ores back and forth. Moreover, after Fong Chun's systematic training, Green Bamboo Island's efficiency of mining red jellyfish ores was getting higher and higher. Looking at the red jellyfish ores piled up like mountains, Fong Chun grinned. Crunch! Little Mouse opened its mouth and swallowed a red jellyfish ore, making crunching sounds. As for the old faker, he had some enlightenment and was cultivating. Fong Chun was about to speak when Vice Island Master In Fong came. Island Master. Vice Island Master In Fong cupped his hands. Speak, Fong Chun said calmly. In this month, I've selected a total of 300 array formation geniuses. Each of them will be rewarded with 10 crimson jellyfish ores every month. Their progress is godly, said In Fong. Hearing this, Fong Chun nodded and stood up. Take me there. Inside the Green Bamboo Array, at a glance, there were countless martial artists within the Green Bamboo Array formation. Of course, it was divided into two sections. One section was for martial artists. The other area was filled with God formation masters. 300 array formation geniuses were absorbing the crimson jellyfish ore and cultivating wholeheartedly. Inside the Green Bamboo Array formation, a rich array Dao aura continuously entered their bodies. In the void, Fong Chun looked down with his hands behind his back. Island Lord, the 300 people over there are divine array masters. Take a look, Vice Island Lord In Fong introduced. With a thought, his divine consciousness spread out and shrouded the 300 divine array masters. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chun had a general understanding of the situation. Among the 300 divine array masters, the strongest was a 4-star and the weakest was a 1-star. Of course, Fong Chun did not look at them purely on the surface, but on the inside and the potential. The Tao of array masters placed a lot of emphasis on potential, even more so than martial arts. If one wanted to have a great achievement in the Tao of array masters, one would need to be someone with heaven-defying potential. Fong Chun's potential was very low. He had reached the level of an 8-star divine array master in less than 50 years of cultivation. In the entire universe, except for the 9-star divine array masters of those ancient factions, no one could match him. His attainments in the Tao of array masters were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Island Lord, how is it? In the current state of Green Bamboo Island, it was not easy to find so many divine array masters. Fong Chun nodded with satisfaction and said, There are some good seedlings here. After saying that, Fong Chun's figure flashed and landed in the Green Bamboo Array formation. Inside the Green Bamboo Array formation, 300 array masters were cultivating. Suddenly, the divine array master sitting at the front suddenly opened his eyes. The aura of array masters around him instantly spread out. As expected of the crimson jellyfish Oregon, the divine array master could not help but exclaim. He was a 4-star divine array master, and his understanding of array masters was incomparable to others. After absorbing the crimson jellyfish ore, he vaguely felt like he was about to break through. If I absorb more crimson jellyfish ore, I will definitely break through to 5-star. At that time, I might attract the attention of the Island Lord. This divine array master was called Chiu Xian. Chiu Xian is really amazing. I feel like he is about to break through. Yes, Chiu Xian's attainments in the Tao of array masters are the strongest among us. It won't take long for him to break through. Chiu Xian's aura alarmed everyone. They whispered to each other. At this moment, in a dark corner, a man dressed in rags and with mud on his face clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with confidence. I am temporarily behind now, but it doesn't mean that I will be inferior to you in the future. The man in rags muttered to himself. Just you wait, Chiu Xen. One day, I will surpass you. The other divine array masters who were close to the man in rags laughed when they heard that. I say, Nile, can you stop daydreaming? What a joke. A one-star divine array master dares to claim that he will surpass Chiu Xen. What a joke. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Nile, even if you can break through to become a two-star divine array master, I will call you brother, let alone surpassing Chiu Xen. Everyone can brag, but I don't know if they can do it. In short, many divine array masters were not optimistic about Nile. Most of them were even laughing at Nile, thinking that he was overestimating himself. When Chiu Xen saw that, he only smiled slightly and did not care at all. I don't need anyone to believe me. Nile's childish voice sounded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just when everyone was laughing at Nile, Fang Chun and Yin Fang arrived. Everyone, let me formally introduce you. This is the island master of Green Bamboo Island, Lord Sanguinati. Yin Fang pointed at Fang Chun and then introduced. Hearing that, many divine array masters stood up. Island master. Fang Chun waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for that. I am very pleased that all of you have worked hard in your cultivation, Fang Chun said. I am here today to guide all of you. The Island Master is an 8-star Divine Array Master. It is a great honor to be able to receive his guidance, Vice Island Master Yin Fang said. Suddenly, the 300 Divine Array Masters were shocked. A moment later, there was an uproar. All the Divine Array Masters looked at Fang Chun with their mouths agape. The young Island Master in front of them was actually an 8-star Divine Array Master. Chiu Xen, in particular, had a burning look in his eyes. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to reach the 8-star realm in the Tao of Array Masters. I can't believe I see such a young 8-star Divine Array Master. Chiu Xen felt his heartbeat quicken. Moreover, he wants to guide us. Chiu Xen was very excited. We must perform well. Maybe the Island Master will accept us as his disciple. Even someone as arrogant as Chiu Xen could not hold back at this moment, let alone the others. You must perform well. Maybe the Island Master wants to accept you as his disciple. Yin Fang's words completely ignited the crowd. Everyone looked at Fang Chun with burning eyes. Let's begin. Fang Chun nodded and then sat cross-legged on the ground. One by one. The first to come to Fang Chun's side was Chiu Xen. Sit. Fang Chun pointed. Chiu Xen sat down. Tell me about your understanding of Array Masters, Fang Chun asked. Chiu Xen tried hard to calm his heart, then organized his words and said slowly, the Tao of Array Masters is not used in martial arts or other Taos. I think that the Tao of Array Masters is a very promising Tao. At first, Chiu Xen was a little timid, but later, when he saw Fang Chun nodding to him, he became bolder. Then, he began to talk about his views on the Tao of Arrays. 15 minutes later, Chiu Xen finished. Island Master, please guide me. Chiu Xen said respectfully. You have a deeper understanding of Array Masters, but after listening to you, I feel that there are obvious loopholes. Fang Chun pointed out directly. You're going a little astray. Yes. Chiu Xen was puzzled. If I'm not wrong, you should be most suitable for the Tao of Illusion Arrays, Fang Chun said. When you set up the array just now, I felt that you have a very good control of illusion techniques. Why don't you integrate illusion techniques into the array? But illusion arrays have no offensive power, Chiu Xen retorted. Fang Chun shook his head and continued. Who told you that illusion arrays have no offensive power? Taking a step back, even if illusion arrays have no offensive power, as long as they are strong enough, they can still defeat the enemy without fighting. As long as they are strong enough, they can easily destroy illusion arrays. Chiu Xen expressed his thoughts. You're wrong to think that way, Fang Chun directly asserted. When an illusion array reaches the peak, it can also kill people without leaving a trace. After saying that, Fang Chun set up an illusion array with his mind. Crash! Chiu Xen fell into the illusion array. His heart was filled with astonishment. He had never seen such a domineering illusion array. He felt as if he was trapped in an independent space, and he could not even feel the aura of the illusion array. It's too strong. Xiao Xian cried out involuntarily. Fang Chun removed the illusion array, looked at the panic-stricken Xiao Xian, and asked, "How do you feel?" "Very strong." Xiao Xian recovered with great difficulty. 88. Oh well, go and reflect on yourself first. Just now, when Fang Chun was in the sky, he felt that Xiao Xian was a talent with great potential. That was why he gave him such guidance. He believed that with Xiao Xian's comprehension, he would definitely understand the principle and choose the most suitable path for himself. Next, Fang Chun said,